super thanks, like so they can go and I'll show you on mine real quick. Well, hello everybody, we're live. It is I with Chad, the NFT pirate himself. Everyone say hello to Dashi. Hello, Dashi. And I am doing him an education with that's a stream. We got to go to like a video where I was telling him in order to further monetize his channel, you can scroll there and then you see like a super thanks button.
Whoa.
And that's got money. Yeah, and that super thanks button, it just lets people send you like a message. So I could tip anywhere from $2 to $5, and I could just tell you to like go eat poo or something, or just like I love you, like anyway. But yeah, it's in your email.
Dude, that's so legit, man.
Yeah, like in case people like because not everyone like reads like all their comments or whatever.
Yeah,
like I do, so like people don't really need to do that. But for some people that can go and give them a super thanks, and they'll get like a notification. Oh, you got a super thanks, and then they'll.
Wow.
Yeah,
I love that. Because it takes a long time, right, to do these videos sometimes. And like you said, like if I put this, I can put the same amount of time into a part-time job and make more money. But it's like, so it's nice that they came up with a feature like that.
Yeah, I mean, you have like production value, and so I just hit record, and I just there's no production value at all.
It's the best way to do it, though, man, because people love the authenticity and they love your chats. It's good.
I've been meaning to get like a new piece of paper for this because like I melted some mozzarella the other day, and I spilt some mozzarella cheese sauce on here, and people are like, no, it gives it like authenticity. I was like, I think it gives like germs, but like whatever. So
that's good.
You have a little bit of wine. What are you drinking there?
Man, it's bread and butter. It's my go-to. It's just like a cheap bottle, like $19. I think it's Cabernet. Yeah, Sauvignon. Okay. And we just had steak on the Barbie, so I was like, man, let me take this bottle upstairs.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
that's so good.
Are you drinking anything? Are you?
No, I've been trying to diet.
Nice.
And I think I'm doing okay. But like today, I was seeing Doctor Strange with Yosef. He's always in spaces with the Bat Cows and Hero Cards. And she was running a little late, and I was like, there's a restaurant right next door. So I grabbed a Long Island, and it was really strong. And I didn't eat anything beforehand, so I was pretty tipsy like during the movie. Nice. So, but I don't want to like drink again. So Rebecca, I'm like trick my liver and be like, oh, I'm doing it a disservice. So I'm just drinking water here. But
I've got that too. I've got both.
Okay, good. Hydrate. Did you see Doctor Strange yet?
Man, I'm not yet. I'm like really gunning for it. But it was funny because the reviews weren't as high as I thought, right? Originally. Yeah. So how was it? Like, did you love it, or was it just okay? Or
okay, I can't give spoilers. So they give some fan service, like they things that people want, they give them. But like the good Lord giveth and the good Lord taketh away. They give stuff, they take away stuff. They give up. There's so many, and they infer things. Like, how big are you into like comic books?
Like pretty good. Like, I mean, I don't know if I know a ton about Doctor Strange particularly, but
I don't. I mean, there's gonna be the word incursion is thrown around a lot. Like, there's probably going to be a drinking game for like how many take a drink every time they say incursion. So that's really good. That's really exciting for people that like Jonathan Hickman and what they're setting up for the future. So I'm pretty pumped for that. I don't really know what to make of Alex's tweet though. Did you see his tweet yesterday?
No, I didn't. Oh, Alex, yeah. How he said they're like lining up everything and just like kind of wait out. Like Marvel's been gifting us all these things.
Yeah,
he already said exactly, but it was like we should be paying attention to what NFTs are coming up on veve. That's the way I've interpreted it, right?
Yeah, and David Hughes is like, you're giving away too much.
Yeah.
Like I haven't been like, obviously you have the Doctor Strange comic book, you had that the Night Nurse, the Christine Palmer, Doctor Strange's kind of love interest there.
Mm-hmm.
You have the Eye of Agamotto, but I don't know if they're
like tied, right?
Yeah, I mean the Eye of Agamotto that we got, I mean he still has it. Obviously he doesn't have the time stone because that's been since destroyed, but or since been, I guess, put back in their original timelines. But I haven't seen anything that really says like, oh, this is what they're planning. Like the stuff's tied to the movie, you know, like the strange tales that we have and all that. By the way, did you get that comic?
Dude, I did. Yeah,
Yeah.
like I bought it off the secondary, man. And I thought I sniped it for 700.
Oh, you got the secret rare?
Yeah, no, I bought the secret rare off the secondary for 700 because I just kept trying and trying, and then dude, somebody like I just when it says, and the good thing I like now too is if you catch it, it gives you enough time to buy it. Like it says you have 180 seconds to buy, so it's nice,
I can't believe you got that. I got to wait. Got to see what that is. What's it at now? Do you know?
I think it's about a K right now, and I don't know if you've seen the Star Wars comic secret rare. It's at 2K, bro.
Yeah, what the fudge? That came out of nowhere.
Yeah,
yeah,
fine, man.
I want this. I not 958 right now. Get under a K, and I think that the first Star Wars comic was really good, and I got two of those, but I think that we're gonna get. That's not the only thing that we're gonna get. Like we're definitely getting something else.
Right.
What do you want most in drop form this month?
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody's gunning for the Darth. Everybody wants Vader, breathing and animation and what have you. But it's funny because I was talking to one of my buddies today, and we were talking about this comic, and we were talking about like the first appearance of all these characters in any medium is in that comic on the blockchain. Yeah. And I'm like, I know it doesn't mean a lot in terms of the way that the comic book experts are seeing it because it's not that valuable in real life, but this is crypto and this is different too. So it's possible that this thing is a grail long term and we're just totally sleeping on it. So I was like, man. So I mean, I think obviously the obvious one's Darth Vader, but dude, I would love to see some of the ships. Like I'd love to get a TIE fighter or a friggin' Millennium Falcon or like one of these things. That's probably what I'd be into because I would love to put that in augmented reality and like actually go inside of it and check it out. Like that, that'd be sweet.
Did you see K's and Tap stream before and K was on? Did you see that?
I think I did. Yeah.
He was like messing around with like the Unity engine and you could see like a Joker thing on the card. I was like, what?
That was nuts.
I'm like, oh my God. And to be able to go and just do that, like just all willy-nilly, just like right, like by himself. Like imagine what these guys have with the amount of money that they have, that they've been getting, the amount of devs that they can hire. Did you see their new job listing?
No. Who was it for? Is it a dev?
Oh, no, no. So they're, and this is what I'm really bullish about. The job description is social content manager. And yeah, so like they want you to be really well versed in Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok. And just for the social content manager, they're paying between 75 and 100K. Wow. So if that's what they're paying a social content manager, like the high end devs, like they had like a $60,000 job ad for like a dev with like not that much experience, to like test like some gaming stuff. But some high end devs, if they're spending this on content manager, they could probably spend, I don't know, double for like a really high end dev.
Wow. Dude, that's impressive. Like, and I feel like some of the influencers would even be able to apply for that. Like, would you consider that? Or you're chilling on your 130 million Omi, so I don't think you need that. But there's probably a few guys that could do it,
Yeah, easily. And the only thing that I think that, like, why I wouldn't, because I was asked, not by them, just by like the person that sent this to me, is that they did want it for like long term. Yeah, it's a long-term contract of full-time hours. I love hard work, but it's nice and easy to say, yeah, I'll work, 50, 80 hours a week right now while I've just lost like $800,000 and I could go, do whatever while Omi's down. But at the end of this year, when even like minimum, if we're just at 1 penny, I'm just going to heck right off. I'm going to be like, guys, I'm done. So I don't want to say like sign the long-term contract and then when I'm, up so much, unless they'd be like, I don't know, give me like a contractual basis, like just do it, 3 months at a time. I don't know if I'd be able to. And also I do a lot of speculating also. I don't know if I would be able to still do like the YouTube speculating while, I actually know stuff that like, hey, or maybe they don't give me that. They just say, hey, just market this, the best way you can.
Right.
I kind of do it anyway. So
no, I hear you, bro. Because that would be so difficult to like kind of manage this on the side. And I think the love about YouTube is like you can take it from a neutral perspective and see things as they are instead of having to be in unison with whatever veve or Ecomi wants you to do, right? And it's like that would be so hard too to know like Darth Vader's dropping next Friday, and you're like,
not say anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would. I mean, I think they'd probably want me a little more clean cut. They'd probably want me to like, I don't know, maybe not. Maybe, I mean, as long as I don't grow the full beard and look like a terrorist, I think we'll probably be okay. But
people love your look, bro. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Do you have any like super fans that like go up to you or that like comment like on every video? It's like, I love you.
I do actually. A few dudes. Like not. It was funny back in the day when things were pumping. It was a lot more. So now there's just like a few loyal guys left. I mean, don't get me wrong. A lot of people comment, but like the people that say like that are consistently there every video. It's pretty cool when you have that.
Yeah. Those guys are like those are like my favorite people.
Yeah. And it's so encouraging, right? Like it makes you want to get up and put out another video or like do more stuff, right?
It totally does. If the only limitation that I have really is like my voice and my throat. Like I did 3 podcasts yesterday.
Holy shit, dude.
The last one went for 4.5 hours, and it was it started with Kay and Dan Lee, and then they were on for like hour, 2 hours, whatever. And then people kept like super chatting. It's like, okay, I'll stay on. I'll stay on as long as you guys keep super chatting. Like while it's up there, and you see like the timer go down.
Right.
So then they all like kept it going until the 4.5 hours. Like, oh my god, my throat was destroyed.
It's a lot of talking, dude. But I've seen you do that quite a lot. Like I remember with Dan Schwabella, you did like a 4.5 hour stream with him too. Like you're good at that. Like to be able to just keep generating conversation, thinking about new ideas. Not everybody can do that. It's difficult to come up with new ideas that frequently,
I was talking to Brock the other day. He was on, and I think we are like, I mean, I've never been officially diagnosed with ADHD, but he was saying like, yeah, I have all these ideas all at once. And, that he says sometimes like meditation or medication or a combination of both, it brings him from 30 ideas a minute down to like 8, and that's so, and I was like, he was speaking, I was like, whoa, you're like speaking like my language there.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It just, a lot of things pass through, and most of them are like garbage ideas, but but some of them are like, oh, okay, this is, so try to deciphering which one.
But it's amazing though how many ideas you have, because then you could like kind of come at it from such a unique perspective that not a lot of people can see. It's like generally like, what's the grails? What are you stacking? And it's like, hey, you come up with this thing that like I haven't even thought of sometimes, So it's just like, it's cool. And I think it's so important you touched on like meditation and those things. Like, bro, I'm all about that stuff. Like without it, the clarity, I find clarity and intention is the hardest things in life. And I studied neuroscience, right? So a lot of it is all about like being, like pretty much listening to your id and just doing what's in front of you. You want a coffee in the morning. Is it really you wanting a coffee, or is it your body craving a coffee and telling your brain to go get one? And so it's like, how do you take that focus and intention every day to be like really intelligent about what you're pursuing, right?
Things get really weird, and things get really meta when you think about like the micro gut biome, the connection between your brain and your gut and what it wants you to do. And, talk about a neuroscience. Like I've tried meditation as well to like really clear my mind and just think about nothing. Like I'm just in a blank space and it's just blackness, like ether, and it just things come into my mind. It's like, I didn't put that there. Like I was not thinking of that.
Right.
And that makes me think maybe that, like that thing, there are two wolves in you, the one that wins is the one you feed. But I think everyone has at least 2 personalities. And I think some people might have a lot more, or maybe they're just feelings. But, you have the optimist and you have the pessimist. And then you have the one that's really hopeful, the one that's really like aggressive and dark. what's your take on that? Someone that studies neuroscience, and
yeah. So what's interesting, the coolest thing to me that I learned was how um, minor, like really small micro factors can actually affect the, chemical balance of your brain and different neurotransmitters and how things tie together. And so for instance, like, not having a coffee as an example can totally throw your entire day off because you're not getting that same type of energy, and you're not thinking the same way. You can't find those words as quick. And so it's like, then all of a sudden, then you're getting upset because you're in a situation, and then you're depressed, and you're like, why am I depressed? Well, it's because you didn't have a lot of glucose that morning. And so there's so many little things, that affect you. And, one example that they always talked about was like, if you were to clone my body right now and put me beside me, already that Chad beside Chad would be different because he would be, feeling the air differently. He would be closer to the wall. The light wouldn't be hitting his eye as much to the left. It would totally generate all these new types of sensory information that would change the course of your thoughts. You know what I mean? Stuff like that is insane when you think about it. So that to me like blew my mind, because I was always like, wow, I've got to really see how I can get in charge of this prefrontal cortex instead of just letting it, take me on a ride.
They touch on that in Rick and Morty, where they accidentally they split the universe in like two, and after a while it gets really crazy because each decision is made like, Rick will put, Morty here, and then he'll put somewhere over here, but in another universe he'll do the opposite. And it's just like that butterfly effect, just the flap of its wings can create such a different universe.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah.
So you said you liked meditation. Did you ever go into like a sensory deprivation tank, or have you ever tried to do any like psychedelics to try to really get a clearer or different perspective?
I never really did. Like I've done like not necessarily psychedelics, but I did smoke a lot of like weed back in the day, and I felt like that was really interesting, like just opening up like connections, I would say. Seeing like I found like after that I was able to put things together that I would have necessarily not seen before. And some of it might be more anxiety provoking, but at the same time you're just being able to like see things like being able to connect them that wouldn't have been possible, I think, before that. So that's probably my experience on that side. Yeah.
I just read that recently, if you do things that, like, a good way to get neurons to fire together that typically don't fire together is doing things that you hate. Like if you hate country music and you force yourself to listen to like hours of country music a day, your brain receptors and synapses will fire in a different way, and it'll cause different neural pathways. So I was like, okay, should probably start listening to, just start doing things that I hate, like go like taking cold showers or doing something like that.
Bro, I love that you brought that up, because that neuroscience backs it up perfectly. So for instance, like using your left hand all day is another way to stimulate your neurons. And then all of a sudden, like when you have like a task at work or you have to do something that you didn't want to do, you have a higher threshold to actually go and complete that. Because like you said, you're already like in that challenging stimulant mode, right? So, one thing that I did in like my master's was actually on concussion work, like in mild traumatic brain injury. Yeah. But before that, we did this experiment on the motor homunculus. So essentially what we did is we like took like a pad, kind of like that was able to like measure somebody's like muscle in their hand. It was called like the interdorsal muscle beside your thumb. Okay. And pretty much then we would get them, if they were like a piano player, to play piano, right? And then we'd stimulate the brain, and everything, like a large part of the brain that we stimulated, their hand would like move. Then we took a soccer player and said, go play piano. And then we tried to stimulate their brain and couldn't find anything that would make their hand twitch, because that part of their brain wasn't representative of playing piano, it was representative of playing soccer. Right. So like your brain will change as the things that you do and the things that you like, partake in every day.
So like the part of the brain that was on that, the soccer player when trying to play piano, that part was like smooth, and the other ones was like just like rippled a little bit.
Yeah, so like it was just a smaller representation. So the soccer player, because he didn't develop as much like motor connection from the hand, then there wasn't much neurons representing that part. So it was harder to find on him. But then like on like the piano player, you can pretty much stimulate any part here, and it would like you'd get that twitch in the hand, because that's what they do. And so like the brain took up a larger amount of neurons for whatever skill that person has.
That makes a lot of sense. Like have you ever seen soccer players fight?
Dude, I hate it, man.
And
Like,
they just like
yeah, it's the worst.
it's the funniest thing. And it's, yeah, you can tell there's no like connection there. They don't.
Yeah.
But damn, if they drop kick you, you're gonna break some ribs, man. You're done for.
Yeah. Watch out for the feet, not the hands with those guys. Yeah.
Oh, have you ever done any of these things in preparation for like buying? Be like, I'm gonna meditate for like 2 hours and determine what to stack, or you just how do you go about that?
Yeah. So I think the one thing that I like is that I think you are too, but we're both in positions where the money that we made off the NFTs was so so extreme that like it almost feels like monopoly money now. So I don't have the same type of reservations if I make a mistake. So if I lose like $400 or $500, it doesn't bother me at all, because I'm just seeing it like a casino. I'm like, okay, I took a risk on this. It didn't work out, but then every now and then you take those risks, you buy 3 partners and it moonshots and you lucked out. So as an example, like I bought like 3 of these Star Wars comics, like the Secret Rare, like the other day, and I was like, it could go down, it could go up, went up. And then I bought the the Doctor Strange, that obviously did okay, but I've done other mistakes where like I thought something was gonna moon and it just tanked, right? But I think that's just the game we're used to playing, because now we have this extra leverage. So when I go into drops and stuff now, it's just more of like a relaxed feeling, because I don't really ever see something as like running away from an MC1 Secret Rare or a Spider-Man Secret Rare. There's just not much other than maybe Darth Vader limited to like 500 editions that could take it,
Yeah. I was going over that yesterday. Somebody asked what that was, and the reason why I don't think we would get it with Star Wars, like the ultra rare is probably not going to be like Vader Secret Rare. Like everyone wants that. That's probably gonna be like a common. Like Wonder Woman was a common,
right?
And Hawk Girl was the ultra rare. Get like a Secret Rare Jar Jar. It'd be so pissed. But you could get like maybe like a ultra rare. I don't know who's like Jabba the Hutt, maybe someone that's like, oh, that's cool, but like I don't know if that's anyone's like favorite character.
I agree.
But I thought that in terms of Pokemon and in terms of lore, everyone would want like the Charmander, Bulbasaur, Squirtle, and then maybe those could be the common. The evolutions would be the uncommon and the rare. And then based on the lore, you could have the ultra rares like the legendary birds, like Zapdos, Moltres, Articuno. And secret rare would probably be like Mewtwo or Mew, like maybe like 500 Mew and like 100 Mewtwo. And I think that's something that would, because those are very popular, and it also makes sense with the lore that they would be the rarest.
Right. That's a good point, because I think they would do like everybody an injustice if they came out and it was like, oh, we only have 100 Pikachu. Like people would lose their minds. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like literally lose their minds. So you're right. The things that are still popular but a little less wanted, then they can make it scarce. But the thing is, people are forgetting, man. We already have so many grails in the app, and like even now we're seeing with that comic, right? They had 1,800 secret rares. And it's like, dude, like that might be the game going forward. They might have fewer and fewer things that are very scarce that are extremely popular. So we'll see how things shake.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to be, or how many other Star Wars comics there are, because I mean it was technically Marvel that did it out. That was the original printing out of it. What other comic, like do you see like Dark Horse, or do you see any other comic books coming here?
Oh yeah, like I mean, I'm excited. My number one comic that I've wanted in real life, but it's just way too expensive, is Hulk #1, dude. Like,
what's that about?
Well, it's just the first appearance of Hulk, like in
Hulk #1. I thought you said Hawk #1. I'm like,
oh yeah, yeah,
Hawkman, like,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah. I mean, like I saw recently it was a 7.5 graded version went for like just over 200K. So it's like yeah, I'm not gonna be buying that. I'd rather have an Aston Martin, but it's still pretty damn cool, right?
Yeah,
getting some good shots in here, dude.
Good shots.
A lot of good comments from all.
Oh yeah. These guys are great. These they love you. They really love you. We're gonna do better in audience critics. Oh yeah. So there's you saw the original Spider-Man, like Sam Raimi movies, right?
Yes, for sure.
And there, if you didn't know this was directed by Sam Raimi. There's a couple parts in here. It's like, oh, you're here, and it'd be like, oh, this was directed by Sam Raimi. It's really good. It's really cool.
That's
So
sweet.
yeah, again, no spoilers, but that was definitely a must watch for him. So what are you stacking right now? Or what have you stacked?
Yeah, so I actually have this really interesting perspective right now, and where I'm actually stacking a lot of things that's first to the blockchain in comics. So, for instance, like I'm actually been stacking like the first appearance of X-Men and House of X, and that is like going for like $5 a comic. And the reason for that is not only is it more collectibles and more points, but it's also the fact that in the future, I look at like why did comic books in the physical realm become so significant? And I'm like, it's because the first time they appeared, and then subsequently every other comic was like a kind of a rendition or following up from that story. And so I'm like, okay, if we're thinking about blockchain, I'm like stacking, it's a spec play. I'm not saying that this is like a guaranteed thing, but I'm really going after those things because I think it will matter to some people, maybe not to most, because like obviously people are going to know Hulk #1, they're gonna know Strange Tales #1, all that stuff. But yeah, I'm just trying to be like a little more spec. So I'm doing some of that stuff, and then still going after the grails. So right now I'm actually looking at Superman is like 1.8K, and then I'm going after the Star Wars comics, dude. I've been stacking the crap out of those because again, I think I think I know the physical one isn't that much, but I just think like people are gonna care about it.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see which ones are gonna bounce back quickly, because there's the ones that I fully expected to not be affected by this giant dip would have been like Cigar Spider-Man or the partner statue or like Ariso or Todd, but they dip just as hard, which is
You're right.
It's different from like typical collectibles, like in Pokemon, trophy cards or cards that are really coveted in good times or bad times, they usually stay kind of where they are because there's so few of them. I guess because some things aren't as scarce, but even the ones that are like Secret Rare Hitmonkey was at like 15K at one point, and it sounds like 2K now.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Like the reduction was pretty much similar across the board. Like nobody really escaped this bear market. Like everything kind of went down. And it was interesting because I was actually looking at what reduced what had the smallest percentage of reducement, and it was the comics. The comics didn't do as much of a reduction, especially like Fantastic Four #1.
Yeah, you got one?
Solid. I do. Yeah,
me too.
Yeah.
Let's get this right.
Yeah.
There was a video a couple weeks ago. I forget who it was. It was this Twitter account, and they're just like, "Oh, I'm gonna sweep the floor on Fantastic Four #1s," and they bought like 7 of them. I was like, "Damn!"
That's
it was savage. There is, and this is in like a down market where not a lot of people are spending. Did you see Veve Fox's video from like 5 days ago?
No, Veve Fox's?
Yeah, she had a video where she tracked the top 100 wallets.
I did see this shit. I did see it. Yes.
Yeah. And the two big takeaways that I got is that the top 100 are massive. They have like 1,200 collectibles and above.
Yeah.
And most of them are buying, but there were 5 of the top 20, including the #1 that had like 14,000 collectibles that were not touched, that didn't do anything the last like month or so because they were caught up in like that gem scam or the gems. Not that they did anything wrong, it's just they happened to get paid or bought something in gems, and it just but me and Pags were talking about it. He estimates that there's probably a couple million gems that are in those accounts, like just those accounts, and as soon as they get unlocked, probably this month, if not this month, definitely next month, then that's going to be a big catalyst for things to start pumping again.
Right. That makes good sense. And I mean, man, some of these guys can single-handedly prop up the market. I mean, I know Prof, bought all those Rizzos and they went from like 4 to 17K for like almost overnight. So it's amazing the power that these people have. And it's cool to think that there's going to be so many more whales likely coming in like them eventually as well. And then not even mentioning institutional buy-in and what have you. Right. So it's exciting. And I think that's the big thing. Like we were here, bro, when there was the down cycle in August and everybody was selling everything off. And it's like, everyone was like, I wish I was there. And I'm like, well, here's your moment now.
Yeah,
Like,
this is it.
here we are, like the same kind of sentiments here. Do you have the courage to stack? You know?
Yeah, this is, I'm, yeah, some people that are like, they say they wish, and then, like what, and then they don't do, whatever. But I'm really excited for the people that are taking that risk, the people that are like doubling down. It's like, you know what, I'm in the red. I'm going to dollar cost average these collectibles, and even if they don't necessarily like the product or whatever, let's say that they're not really pumped about, I don't know, like Storm or Deadpool or whatever. Like, well, these are really good IPs. Storm's an Omega level mutant, and everyone loves Deadpool. There was cosplay at Comic-Con, and they just get it because they know that the IP will stand forever.
Right.
And these are the first ones. Lost my train of thought on that one. The one where you were mentioning, repeat what you just said. I completely forgot about that.
Yeah, like just kind of saying, like, that we're in this bear market, and people like that, are actually capitalizing on the opportunities right now, are going to do amazing. Like I mean, it's nobody's got a crystal ball, but for the most part, if you believe in the project, you believe in the IP, and you see the vision here, and you're understanding, okay, if we're going to be in the digital realm, whether that be 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, and that's going to be the way that we operate, you don't think that every major character first time to the blockchain that everybody knows and loves across the world, we're talking billions of people, is going to mean anything? Of course it is, right?
There's did you see that video this guy named Callum Upton had posted before? It was about me and Cavell did a video on it. It was the guy goes and kind of did some research, like he mentioned, I think that Forbes article that mentioned veve, which had a misleading title and as well. And he said that, yeah, veve, or he said that NFTs in general are down, like NFTs are a scam. And then he goes and says to veve and Ecomi that they're doing the same thing, like they're not marketing. And I was like, that's a good thing. They're not spending their money on marketing. They have us to market for them. But what do you say to like haters? What do you say to people that are either uneducated or they are willfully ignorant and just want to be a hater?
Yeah, so I mean, to them, I would kind of say that, despite their hatred, I mean, it's coming for them. And their hatred is going to get less and less as the world changes. Like, I think everybody in this space is intuitive. They understand, what the future is going to hold. And I think they understand the power of what's happening graphically, the power of what's happening in terms of metaverses, in terms of, augmented reality, virtual reality. Apple's coming out with these glasses. They're starting to see what the future is. You got Meta out there, and what is going to be the main currency? What is going to be the main way that we operate through NFTs? I can tell you even right now in healthcare, the power of NFTs and how much that would change confidentiality in data. And like, that's just a whole other realm. So, these are the moments that I think maybe not in 5 years, but definitely in 10 years, people are going to look back and be like, why did I FUD? Why didn't I just go for it? And it's the same thing with Bitcoin. This is stupid. It's digital currency. It's 33 cents. It doesn't make any sense. Let's go buy a pizza. And then wait a second, shit, I could have been a billionaire and bought a, Bill Gates style yacht. So that's where my head goes, and I'm not saying that these things are going to be $1 million NFTs. I do think some of them will, be the cream of the crop, but I do think that they're going to live on, and I think they're going to be really important.
Agreed. I think even Pag said that a lot of what his job is doing as just real estate is going to change, because NFTs, like, you're probably not going to need a broker, because you could just, hey, here's the contract, and if you want it, go get it. I don't know why people don't do that now. Do you have a house? Buy a house?
I do. Yeah, we got a house. I actually sold veve NFTs off for the house.
Oh, legit.
Yeah.
That's some real world
for the down payment. I didn't buy it outright, but like, it helps. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
So you were the camp that took profit from the NFTs and went into bought something in real life, like a house. What do you make of people that do the opposite and liquidate their houses for NFTs?
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on, like, put it this way: if I was single, and didn't didn't make as many tactical errors, so to speak. I just like, I'm love my wife. I'm just joking, but I definitely would be in that camp. Like, I would be really trying, because the thing is, like, you see the ROI already. I mean, if you think about Todd, if you just bought like 400 Todds, you'd be sitting at like $4 million at the hype, and USDT, you'd probably get at least 3 million for that. So it's a perfect example of where you like leverage these different resources that you have and you try to take full advantage. And I think if you know what you're doing, you can make a shitload of money. But the thing is that the more responsibilities I find the more risk adverse you have to be in order to make sure that you're sustaining everything,
Yeah, that's something else I wanted to talk to you about. What are some other projects that you're either into or you're looking at because you want to stay diversified?
I don't know if you've seen
that Cal, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't as much as a leap. I'll tell you about some of the other stuff, but I mean, I'm really bullish on that right now, man. I mean, I don't know what it is. Like, it's just the whole thing about like DC backed utility, like, and I feel like that's what this project's made of. And then the fact that there's only 10,000, and I feel like that was something nobody kind of anticipated. And we're in a bear market and all this stuff, so I feel like it's got like this perfect recipe to cause like a havoc and a storm. So I'm excited about that project. I'm also in a lot of other ones. I was huge into Zilliqa back in the day.
What's that?
It was pretty much like another like almost like Ethereum or Cardano, but just like a lot smaller, and it was like had a better sharding process. So it was like really good at like doing a lot of transactions simultaneously. And that was my biggest issue with ETH, was that like the gas fees were so high. And I was just like, how is this ever going to be sustainable? And we saw it with Bored Apes buying land the other day, like how much of a breakdown that was. So I got into a ton of projects. I was in VeChain. I was huge into VeChain. I was huge into Solana. I was huge into Polkadot. I actually got into Pancake Swap really early before that went on to Binance. So I was like I was big into crypto.
Oh, so you were staking that when it had like 225 APY?
Dude, 100%. Yeah. So I was into like a lot of stuff. In Cardano, I bought, like, that was probably my biggest move. I probably did like a 7x with Cardano over like a 4 or 5 month period when it went up to, I forget what it was, like $1 or something, like $1. And then I sold. And that's the thing that's hard though, is I've also done the opposite, where like I thought something was going to go to the moon. And one time I was in Binance Coin and I had a ton in there and then I was like, well, everybody hates it because it's centralized. And I was like, there's no way this is going to go. But the transactions were so easy. But anyways, I cashed out way too early and it just kept rising for like 4 days. I was so mad. So I've been in a few projects.
Yeah, the centralization, I think that, the original people that were in crypto and NFTs that they don't want, but they're going to be outnumbered. Like when you have an OpenSea hack or any type of hack, and they're decentralized and they can't do anything, I think people will really start to clamor for at least some type of centralization so that they don't get hacked. I mean, if we want mass adoption, mom or grandma, in like their 50s, 60s are going to be like, help, what do I do? My wallet was just drained. And if it's, they're probably going to want something like that.
That's a good point, dude. And I think that's why I was so interested in veve, is because I tried a lot of those OpenSea projects, bought in, things went to zero, and then like Bored Apes I missed. I mean, and the thing that I want to talk about too is like everyone's like, oh, I should have just got into Bored Apes because, like that would have been the right play. It's like, dude, there was so many PFP projects. For you to know which one was the one is just unheard of. And if you would have saw that thing go to 10K, most people would have sold it because it didn't make any sense at the time. So it's like, and veve to me, I was like, this is IP. These are licenses I know that are not going to scam me. There's some safety to it, and not many people believe in it. Let's take a risk,
Same. What's the ratio? Is like, I'm like 70% in veve NFTs and like 30% in Omi, like as far as the Ecomi ecosystem. I know you got other stuff.
Yeah. So for this ecosystem, it's actually more veve. Like I would probably say it's like 80 20 for me. Like I get Omi, but I kind of just put money in at the beginning, and just like every now and then I'll put some in, but I'm really not even looking at it. Like I know long term it's going to be a play, but I come from a collecting background, so I was just like obsessed with the NFTs. You know what I mean? Like I wanted enough though to make like a good tiering program for the OUP, but I just was like, I was all about the NFTs, dude.
Yeah, I think I will. I mean, I've been saying this for like everything, but when Omi moons and we have Omi to NFT, depending on what we have, I don't know if you were in my position and you just had like a
Yeah.
really good amount of Omi, would you go and you have Omi to NFT and add Moon a little bit? Would you go and just collect like every set? Would you sweep the floors of grails? Would you do any type of targeted things like, well, there's only 25 of these listed and there's 100 of those and these, and what would be your strategy?
So it's really interesting, first of all, kudos to you, bro. I always think about that because I'm like, oh man, Randy's in such a cool spot. And I'm like you said, once this thing hits a penny, man, it's already over for you. And people are going to be waiting till it hits $1. You know what I'm trying to say? So, what's interesting? Like if I was in your position, I think you're in a great place. Like, you can dabble in with the NFTs, but the majority of your flagship here is in Omi, and it's real tangible money. You don't have to worry about it. The issue that I have with grails is that, like, everything's subject to change. And as much as we can say that these things are on the blockchain, I say this to everybody all the time. What if they have every Disney princess in a rotating musical format, and any holder that gets it gets like Disney free access for life and Club 33? Like, then people are going to be like, screw partners, screw everything else, let's go into it. And I'm not saying that's going to happen, but that stuff changes. And so what I like about your position is you can focus on YouTube, you can focus on being involved in the community, but then your Omi is representative of all of veve and of the entire community. So, like, in a way, you're kind of have a part in every NFT, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I could go and get what. So I would love it if Disney would do something like that. Say like, oh, get access to the Club 33, but I dug really deep. There's less than like 2,000 people that are on that list. Like, that is stupid, like, exclusive.
No, you're right.
So if they did that, it would, that maybe like a one of one.
No, you're right, dude. There's no like, they're not taking 3 18-year-old kids and like, just say, oh, there's Chad with 7.5K subs coming, like, no fucking way. But I think it's like, I think my point is like, we still don't know, I guess, what the future is for what's coming on veve. And there's just like so much that every time I think I know, I don't know,
Yeah, no, I feel you. I just, I would love that. And I don't, I wouldn't, maybe I'd want the Aston Martin. Like, currently there's, the James Bond ticket, the Aston Martin, that are like, like one of 7. I don't know if I think it'd have to pay like well in the 6 figures for that. Like that dude that turned down, I think, like 50 and 75,000 for the Star Wars comic, he's holding out for 6 figures, like, for that 1977 mint.
Right.
Like, I don't think I could do that on any one item right now. If there was, what
no, you're right. You're right, man. Like, so here's the other thing too that we like, that I always think about is the whole thing with the sequential mint data on the blockchain, right? Like, so for instance, you've got the 1977 serial, but what is that on the blockchain? And then how are we going to be able to view these NFTs in the future? Is it going to be primarily blockchain data that we're going to see if we ever integrate into OpenSea or what have you? Or is it going to be primarily the serial number? And would that deter people? And then maybe somebody randomly that has like 42,000 is actually the guy that's got the 1977 on the block. So I would take those offers because, with 75 grand, there's a lot you can do. Like, think about, like, with that liquidity, then you could 4x from there instead of holding off for 100K,
Yeah, easily.
Right.
Now it was in gems, but still, it's, you sell half of those gems, so 37K. So let's say you get 18K, and you just, load up on Omi, and then the other 35K gems, you get a couple of Todds, you get a couple of partners, and like a reset. Like, yeah, just, I mean, for me, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
So as to Pavle Stanimirovich's question, I think we're on 5. Did you see Cavell's video last night or early this morning?
No.
So in Europe, they had, it's called cryptomat.com. Cavell covered it this morning. They had just the same way that gate.io, like, Ecomi didn't plan for. They just renegade listed. Omi, cryptomat.com or .io, they renegade listed Omi like last night, this morning.
Whoa.
So it's, I don't know too much about it. Cavell did a video on it, but I think he just like broke the news. I don't think he created an account or did anything on there as well. But hopefully we get we get some content or to be able to cover and people going. Like, there was a I had a buddy look into it that had said, like, hey, look what I just saw Cavell's video and look what I found. And it was is it on the Twitter? it has something called ISO, as an international or an information security certificate of compliance and integrity, and that's supposed to be like the measuring stick of something that's like a really good exchange with really good security.
Holy
So I
shit.
was like, oh, okay. I don't know how easy it is to do stuff with it, but I think there's going to be more of that. Like I don't think this was one of when Reese was on Akil Patterson's podcast, and he said he had 4 to 5 planned more exchanges by the end of Q1 of next year. I don't think this was one of them. So I think that we'll have his plus other exchanges I want to do this.
Wow, that's incredible. And with your experience in crypto, have you ever noticed that like when a lot of these exchanges are more accessible for crypto, that they actually end up having like more like advantages? Because some people tell me like, listen, if I want Omi, I'll go on Bit4X and just get Omi. So like, why are you so obsessed with Binance and stuff like that? So I'm just curious, like, do you think that would be really like a huge catalyst to kind of shake things up?
I don't know. Maybe I don't know about huge, because I never heard of CryptoMat before, and it is specifically for people in Europe, which is fine. But there's a lot of people that don't want to get a new exchange, that don't want to go through the hassle of like, all right, let me upload my ID, let me upload this and connect my bank and wait 2 weeks and put money in. It was like, for them, it's just like, it's like people didn't want to go and try to redo or rebuy their tickets for like the Jurassic Park double feature to get the NFT. Is like, all right, heck it, I'll just buy it off the market. So, to go through the whole thing with an exchange, get a new password and things like that, people just don't want to do it. So I think even though I don't think it really takes that much time in relation to getting something early.
Yeah.
I mean, every little bit helps though. So
true. Yeah, and it just brings that awareness too. A lot of people probably wouldn't even know, right, that it exists. So it's like that just helps with it. Yeah.
Yeah. So have you played the market? Like, are all of your stuff long-term holds, or do you be like, oh, I got this, I'm gonna sell now while the comics are still delivering, and I'll buy back on the dip, stuff like that?
Yeah. So what's so interesting, Randy? This is what I find this funny, how people think. They go, are you a flipper or are you a collector? And it's like, I'm both, bro. And and let me tell you, the majority of collectors are both. Like the majority of collectors will get something and be like, that's pretty sweet, but I'm going to flip my way into something better. And so it's like funny when, a lot of the people that are presuming that are just, but there's so many backgrounds. It's like, we have, the crypto guys, we have the NFT guys, we have the actual collectors, we have the people that are just here because they like Disney stuff. Like there's just so many people that are wearing different hats, So yeah, man, I flip all the time. The problem is now, because the market's not as dynamic, there's not as much things happening, that is actually it's more risky. Because you're like, before you would get a 6 serial, like a 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you just boom, $300 price increase, somebody would buy it. Now it's like you might buy that and you're sitting on it. And then the fees now, even on DC, the newer ones, are like 8%. So like, if you're flipping, you got to make sure it's a 20% margin or it's not even worth your time. So I've been chilling more now because it's other than like a few things recently, because the market's starting to pick back up.
You said you're both, and you were just a collector at heart as well. I see a lot of stuff in the back there.
Yeah.
Did you collect Pokemon cards when you were younger?
Yeah, bro. Pokemon was like the one. Yeah.
Did you get back into the stuff in later years, like buying PSA graded Pokemon cards?
Exactly. So pretty much had a huge collection when I was younger, and then got it all graded when I was like in my, I don't know, mid-20s, and then sold it all off pretty much 2018-ish to 2019, and then everything flew in 2020 with the pandemic. And we did it because I was like, okay, let me take this. And I still made money, but I would have made so much more if I waited.
Yeah, everything like 6x. It was nuts.
Stupid.
Well, when the government's sending everyone checks, everyone's like, Charizard.
Yeah. It was rough.
Some things were increasing like hundreds of dollars per day. And it's like, oh my God, like it was beautiful. That was like that. That's where half like my net worth came from.
Holy shit! So tell me more about that. So like that, because I remember you like, so did you buy a bunch of stuff right before that cycle happened?
Yeah. So me and my friend Joe, our vintage Pokemon, we've known each other since we were kids, and we never really bought like graded stuff. We just play with cards, play video games, whatever. And he started getting into graded cards in 2016, and I was like, I was in like another country. I was like, let me wait till I get back, wait till I, do whatever. And then in 2017, there's this guy in Jersey that we had went to that had a card store back in the day. And, he closed it down and he just does it from his house. And um, he had a lot of stuff. And he was more into like Beanie Babies and other stuff. So like we got really good deals from him. And this is like 5 years ago. I bought some stuff there, and I was like kind of dipped my toes into it. And then in 2018, uh, I had like I thought I was like dying. I had like a liver failure thing in like February of 2018.
Buddy, what the hell, man? Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, so I had like it was like my own fault. I was like drinking a lot, and I went to like my friend's retirement party, and we got trashed, and like I survived, but like a few days later, I started having a couple of beers, and I wasn't feeling well, and then I don't know, like the long story short, I like my liver was in not good shape.
Yeah.
Eventually, it like got fixed somehow miraculously, and then a few months later, like my appendix exploded. And I was like, oh man, my organs are just shutting down one by one. I'm gonna buy all these Pokemon cards and live my best life, for like however long I have.
Wow.
Thankfully, I was like fine. Like it was just those two random things. But at that time, I had the Chavez trading company for about a year and a half by like mid late 2018, and I was putting a good 15% of my income into Pokemon cards, and
Wow.
because I thought like, okay, I'll pay my bills, I'll have some stuff, but send a lot of money out to for loans like for other people. That's what I did. But the rest is just mine. Like I'm buying all this stuff. It's gonna be great. And in 2019, I took a bunch of LSD, and I went and was just looking through all of the eBay listings, and I was like, I went like, yeah, you ever hear of the story "He Will Not Divide Us" with Shia LaBeouf?
No.
There's there's like a thing he would put up like a white flag to for like whatever reason, and there was this community on I think 4chan called Weaponized Autism that had this whole giant um like like army trying to find the white flag and say like Shia LaBeouf, you will not divide us, we'll find it. And it was this really core group of dedicated, focused people on just trying to like ruin Shia LaBeouf's fun. And I was like, I want to be just like them and but take that energy and try to find a pattern in like sales data. And I found it. I went all like beautiful mind. I cracked the code that first edition PSA 10 hollows would sell from anywhere between 5 to 8 times of what the PSA 9 version was selling for. And in like extreme cases, it would sell for like 10x on the high end or like 3x on the low end. Anything above or below that is just stupid off. So Lapras first edition PSA 9, the 10s were selling for like, at that time, maybe it was only like $1,000 or something. They had reached like 5,000 at the high, but I saw the PSA 9s were selling for like $40. I was like, are you kidding? Like there was a bunch of first edition PSA 9s that were selling for like $20, and these are mint cards. They were hollows that if I were to open a pack, like buy a raw card and send it out and get it graded and it comes back as 9, that would cost me $20. So I'm paying exactly what other people are taking all the risk.
Jeez.
So I was going hard with that. I switched it to like half of my income by like late 2019 was going into Pokemon. And then I got the opportunity to buy a Trophy Kangaskhan in early 2020. So I started the Chavez Kanto project, which is a reference to the Kanto region. And I put in like an additional $30,000 into product, and then another $10,000 for a Trophy Kangaskhan PSA 4. And then the pandemic happened, and I was like, oh no, I just spent like so much money. I'm going to lose everything. So I decide that I'm just going to just try to focus on like the business, like the trading company. Where
So this trading company was more like just cards and stuff, like was more strictly Pokemon
the trading
cards?
company was high risk loans to business owners.
I see. Okay.
So I was just going to focus on that because like all like I had like I had a lot of money out like on the street, and all of my clients, the government said like, you got to stay home, you can't work, and they're like, okay, I could pay you or like pay my mortgage, and I'm gonna choose to feed my kids and pay my mortgage. So I lost like $100,000, and I was like, okay, I'm just gonna like track people down, grab what receivables I can, and then I'm just gonna do something. I didn't know what I was gonna do yet, or I was putting a lot of money into Tesla stock at the time. I was like, okay, the Pokemon cards I'm probably not going to be able to sell right now, so I'll just grab what receivables I can. I threw it all into Tesla because same thing, took a bunch of LSD, looked
You're like
at
a fucking
everything.
time traveler, bro. I feel like, what does LSD put you into the future?
Yes,
like,
yes,
bro, this is ridiculous.
More on the future in a second.
Yeah,
I go and I put everything into Tesla because I looked at everything there. I was like, yeah, this is, and I call veve like the Tesla of NFTs. Like they've won the decade already. There's no other company that comes close.
Right.
And I at that time, everything mooned, and I was like, oh, okay, so now I have a lot of money, and I had the opportunity to buy a trophy Kangaskhan PSA 10. And this guy Scott, I knew him. He had you might know him, SM Pratt. He's like the trophy card guy. He had two trophy Kangaskhan PSA 10s, and he had declined an offer for 65,000.
Jeez.
And like the last one that had sold was for like 30,000, but nobody knew that he declined one for 65. So when I told everyone, even in the Pokemon community, like, you're gonna pay $80,000 for that card, like that's too much. So like the normies were just like, you're crazy, you took too much LSD, like you're dumb. But then I knew it, and this is what I see in veve as well. People start to collect what they like. They start off like in Pokemon, start off like base set or whatever they grew up with.
Yeah.
And then they go into other things. So like older people will get like Steamboat Willie, comic book heads will get comic books, but eventually people will want the grails. Like people want the trophies. And I saw all the money go into like base set and like Destiny, and it's like, that's gonna roll into trophy cards. I know it only takes a couple people. So I sold some stuff. I got that trophy Kangaskhan, and
what'd you pay for it? Like 80?
80. Yeah. And then less than 6 months later, I sold it for, between trade-in and cash, sold it for 270. And that was like,
that's insane, dude. That's fucking insane.
and the reason why I sold it within 6 months of getting it is because I found Ecomi. And same thing, I took a bunch of LSD and I watched all of like the interviews from David and Dan. I over the tokenomics and the supply and the wallets that had it, and I was like, and I sold all my Tesla, all the Tesla stock. I sold all of all my Pokemon cards. And the only thing I didn't sell was Earth 2, and I went all in. So
that's just such a sick story. So like, and I was actually wondering like how you kind of got that money to like throw that much money in, right? So I was always like, what the heck, because everyone's like, oh, he did Pokemon. Now, like, yeah, you're a fucking Pokemon guy. Like, I can't take that away at all. Like, you're the dude, man.
Oh, I am a big Pokemon guy. 2014, I think.
Did you see the guy had the oh, look at this.
Yeah, Donkey Kong throwing the Pokeball.
Dude, that's legit, man. Wow. Did you see the guy I had on my stream the other day? I had a Pokemon guy, like similar to you. He had a Rayquaza PSA 10, 40,000, and he had the Neo Destinies or whatever it's called. Anyways, had the booster box, like perfect condition. I think it was like 60K. So we had like 100K, and he has like a $500,000 collection in total. So it was pretty cool to get his take on things. He was really analytical like you, but he didn't have a card that could, sell for that price. The
Rayquaza, that Gold Star Rayquaza might as well be a trophy card. That is like that is the Charizard of the third generation. That is something that is just, it's from space. Like, that's a space dragon. Charizard, like fire breathing dragon, not really a dragon type Pokemon, but that's a space dragon, and it's just so loved. And that's the first in Generation 2, they still gave us Gen 1 Pokemon, but in Gen 3, they did not give us Gen 1 or Gen 2 Pokemon. So a
True.
lot of people really love, Ruby and Sapphire. And yeah, that Neo Destiny case, that is the last set to ever have the first edition stamp. It never appeared again after that. So you have that. And it's the last set to ever do Shining cards. So like a Shining Charizard, has Shining Kabutops, Shining Mewtwo, and you can only get it in those sets. So those secret rares, those are, yeah, he did really well.
Man, dude. So I wanted to pick your brain on this. So
Yeah.
okay, so you sold that card, 270,000. First of all, how was that feeling when you sold it? Was it like, yes, sir, let's go?
Um, it was so strange because I had um I in February of that year, before I found Ecomi, I had offered 225 to that guy Scott I was talking about, SM Pratt, because he had one left, and I was like, I offered him 225 for his, and he said no. So I knew it was worth at least like 230, 240.
Wow.
So I was like, okay, let me go and I got some really cool things. I got but when I went to sell it, it was this guy that was in Colorado. It's called Bugcatcher Dave on Instagram. And I never been to Colorado before. And luckily my friend Brian was over there. And he took me to like a Space Force base. But he was like at work beforehand. Like I served with this guy, and he was at work beforehand. So I'm sitting, thankfully, like 150 or 100 whatever K was in like PayPal and Bankwire. So I only had like maybe 100K worth of Pokemon cards that was with me. But I had 100K worth of Pokemon cards in a city I don't know. I was like, oh man, this would be like the worst time to get robbed. So I held up in like a Chili's for like 5 hours. I was just drinking, waiting for my friend to get off work, and I was like so drunk by the end of it. That was a good feel. And as soon as the wires cleared, I couldn't do it from my phone. I had to call my friend Ty, and I didn't have my tablet at this point, so I didn't have like a laptop, or like this was the only thing that I had.
Right.
So I called my friend Ty. I was like, listen, I'm going to send you all my banking info. You have to send all of everything right now to Coinbase. And I walked him through like how to send a wire and how to do it. And then it finally happened. I bought Bitcoin, and because it wouldn't, Bitforex doesn't work on my phone. It always forces me out. I had to send it to my friend Steve, the Bitcoin. He would send that to his Bitforex, and then that's how I get the Omi. Like it still won't work for me. So yeah.
Wow, bro. That's such a cool story, man. It's nice to see it come up like that. And it goes to show you like the high risk, high reward aspect, and then also the parallels that you can draw into veve. And that's why I'm kind of glad, because like, that Kangaskhan was clearly a grail card. And it's like the same principles apply to veve. And I think that's what I keep telling people. It's like rich people that are going to come in aren't going to want to buy your like lumpy space princess, like, special mint lumpy space princess as much as you might think they want it. They're going to go after the heaviest hitters, the shit that nobody else has, the stuff that looks the best. And man, like we have the whole world of collectibles on here. So it's like, just do your homework, do your research, and see what's going to be those ones,
Yeah, I think the Aston Martin will do really, really well.
Yeah.
And I also think that there's going to be other car things, because like those sold out in second. Like what other company is going to be like, hey, take our IP? They get no risk. They don't have to manufacture anything. They don't have to new materials or nothing. And if it works, great, positive, line number. If it doesn't work, okay, well, we didn't have that line of revenue before. We don't have it now. It's fine. But I've seen people come in from baseball cards, from Magic cards, and from like old school collecting stuff come into Pokemon, not giving a fudge about Pokemon at all. And they would go and say, yeah, give me this Charizard, give me this trophy card. And it's nothing to them. Like there's a lot of people, there's a lot of newbies on here that, and to be fair, if you're working paycheck to paycheck, a couple $1,000, that's like a mortgage payment. I get it. It's a lot of money, but
yeah,
there are some people that like don't get into certain things because they're not that expensive yet. Like they only get like the top of the top.
right.
and they won't even have to be fans of Aston Martin. There's like, I want it. There's 7 of them. Like Trophy Kangaskhan, there's like 13 of those PSA 10.
Wow.
And people want the, if you're a rich person that likes to showboat, you don't want like a lesser version. Like you don't want that Aston Martin that's only worth $2,500. You want the one that's worth a lot. And a lot of these disappear from the market. Like Riso or any of that first set. Yeah.
Dude, that first, and this is the most beautiful thing, is about being able to see the future before it happens, right? And it's like we already saw a glimpse of what kind of could happen in a bull market, and that's when that first step really started to gain traction. And now, more saturation, fewer people are in, and you start to see things deflate. But the thing is that people should start to reminisce on what happened and do their homework and be like, go and look at the charts and be like, okay, this is all starting to pump. And my contention is that the more people that we have in, the more the popular stuff that also happens to be scarce is just going to moon. So it's like, it's just a matter of time, bro.
Yeah. Remember comment F down in the chats to pay respects to Bill Gardner, who's like $30 and finance. I love Bill. Bill's awesome.
Yeah, Bill's such a good supporter, bro. I see him everywhere.
Yeah, he's great. So yeah, that's some. What is your favorite set? Either that you have or don't have. What's something that you're like, this is my jam?
So the way that I see it is like my favorite set all time on the app is the first set, the black and white series. And the reason for that is not necessarily because it's my favorite looking or whatever. I think it's just so nostalgic. And I think that and also because they only minted after they only took the first 16, veve only took the first 16. So that means that there's people out there with the 17s that aren't like, that are in the public. And my thing is like, imagine if veve ever decided to sell like the number 1 set from the number 1 set, what I'm trying to say? Like the full serial number 1s, like that to me is an easy, $5 to $10 million set, especially if veve becomes one of the most dominant platforms worldwide. And I think it just like that's pretty much the starting point of like licensed IP NFTs. And so like to me that would be the holy grail. Like if David ever came to me and said, Chad, what can I give you? I'd be like, give me a sub 17 Todd,
Yeah, that would be, I'm trying to think. There's I forget his name. Legacy.
Yes, the guy that's big into cows, right now.
They gifted him a cow, like they made it specifically for him.
Same.
I think the first, like the first Todd, the first Riso, I think that should be in like a museum somewhere in the Veveverse. But yeah, if they wanted to do, I mean that would be for whales, and people would probably get a little salty about that. But if they wanted to, like, to really go and say, hey, we're gonna do like a charity thing, they could go and sell some of those, and they would make so much.
They would make a shitload. Yeah. And bro, I wanted to highlight what you were saying about the Aston Martin. I think that one got slept on. Like not many people did videos on that. It just kind of went right under the radar, but I agree with you. It's a grail. And you could also tell from like the retail price, $1,000, like clearly it meant a lot. You know what I mean? There was so much behind it. It's actually surprising to see that where it's at. What is it at now? Like maybe under 8K, I think it is.
Let's do a check. Let's do a look. See, I don't know where that would be. That's a secret rare.
Secret rare, yeah.
All right, let me go and filter this app by secret rare.
Yeah.
There's a lot more secret rare than I thought there was in here.
I know there's a lot.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, at least it is different, or maybe they're not on the market.
There we go.
Oh, there we go. Oh, do you have it?
Yeah. So the guy looked like 1.1 million. That's the 2 that are left.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
What are the other ones? The ones there were like 500 of them.
Let me see.
Yeah. Go that one, because that one I thought
3.2K. Yeah.
I think that one will do really well also, because that is not the first car. We had DeLorean, we had the Ecto 1 or whatever, but it's like the first major car. And I mean that top Aston Martin's out of reach.
Right. And it's also the community aspect. That's what I keep saying. When there's too few of people that have it, like 3 people, is anybody really going to get excited about it? Because there's not like a community behind it. When there's 500 though, you get voices in the community that have it. It creates more hype. Like sometimes these things that are just so outlandish.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different discords for, like, there's a partner statue, there's a Omi Kong's one, there's I think there would probably be one for a Aston Martin eventually. A bunch of guys. But I don't know. That might get a little lonely though. If there's, let's say, out of the 500 people, if there's 500 separate people that have one, if people don't double up or triple up, I think maybe only like maybe 20% of them get on there, which is still be 100 people, but it might not be that much.
Yeah. Bro, I wanted to show you something actually. Was these comics that I got for the back house. Did you see that? How they like pretty much like have, so basically here it is. So this is Detective Comics 1059. And then within inside of this comic, they have essentially a page dedicated to the back house with a QR code that goes directly to the website to purchase an NFT. And essentially what the utility is behind it going forward is that all these people that are involved in the project are going to be able to vote on the comic journey. So literally be able to like write the story. And I have this thinking that they're going to nominate like certain cows, like certain people with certain NFTs in the community that are like leaders and whatever, to be in the actual books themselves that are going to be published worldwide. And you imagine the worth of some of these things like after that happens, right? So like this is the kind of utility that I keep speculating on veve. And I'm like, some of it, and like I said this on my last interview, bro, but like utility is a difficult word for me. Like, because there's so much still that could happen that I have like, I'm not able to comprehend. But when veve starts putting that out there, like things are just going to start flying.
Agreed. That would be like to be immortalized in not just in print, but in a comic book would be like that. That's like a dream of mine. Like that is something that I would love. I dabbled in writing, and a lot of it's really for like the stuff that I would write would be really like stupid, really like kind of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia type things.
Right.
Just because I know I'm not talented enough to do those types of stories, or to make people like feel things, to make people like get them in the feels, or attack on like big social issues. To be a part of that would be, that's something that I would pay if they were to tell me that hey, if you buy one of these, you can get in there. I'd pay 3,000 for that. I'd pay more. Going moons, just YOLO.
100%, bro. Yeah. And one thing I wanted to tell you too, I'm going to be putting a tracker on your phone, bro. I want to know every move you're going to make next. I feel like you got like the magic pants. Like I'm like, I want to be a part of your journey, bro. If you're buying a new Pokemon card, let me know. I'll fucking join in. We'll spend a few $100,000 together.
So I just got a delivery of some Lucy. So I might make my next, I mean, all my moves would be public anyway. But yeah, I think that would be I mean, I can't really do too much until I go and until Omi Moons. And I told people when this reaches 25 cents or like 50 cents or dollar, whatever, yeah, I expect Omi to reach a couple dollars by the end of the decade. But if Omi's already at $1 at some point, okay, maybe it's 3x's in like 5 years. There's going to be other opportunities where you could put money elsewhere.
Right.
I don't know what it would be. I mean, Jeremiah Aoyang just had like a bunch of meetings with people that 10 years ago he had pitched on Web 2, like social media stuff. Yeah. And he said now that, he was there, he made a joke that, I'll be here in another 10 years to pitch you on Web 4, because he just pitched everyone on Web 3. So maybe in the next, like decade or whatever, I'll find some other opportunities. But this is still so raw. This is still so early in the space.
Yeah.
I don't know what it would be. I think maybe, I mean, we're going inward there, so it would maybe like Neuralink, to really be able to go and say like, oh, well, if you have a chip and, you can smell things in the veve-verse or in the metaverse, you can go and really feel like, the sun on your face, or like the sweat on your brow, like and just be sitting in a chair, just be stationary,
right? Which is insane, right?
Yeah. What do you think the future holds for the metaverse? Do you see, what are some problems that people might not be thinking of, like maybe like addiction to these types of things? Or something like that.
So I mean, I think there's a few different things. It's like I say the first thing is that, like, humans aren't necessarily designed to kind of take on this stagnant technology that, like, where you're sitting down and you're like, have these virtual glasses on and whatever. So I feel like we're in this transition phase where these next 10 years are going to be bulky, they're going to be interesting, they're going to be cumbersome, but then over time technology will be so immersive that you'll almost be able to talk and write an essay and move your hands and move into another dimension and go join you in, as a hologram in your office. And like, so it's going to be this place that will like be able to complement the physicality of what humans experience. But right now it's like horrible, and the anxiety, thought provoking stuff, and everything's really kind of, making kind of a disconnect between like the older generation and the newer generation. But I think, man, like, I think the majority of people in like 30 years, not even, are actually, everyone will be like metaverse, kind of in the metaverse, thinking they're doing their daily business. And one thing that I always talk about is like, I love Elon Musk, huge supporter of him. And I know he wants to go to Mars, but I'm like, I don't know many people that would want to go to Mars and, set up a dome and breathe out of this oxygen tank and go out for 2 minutes, look into the sun and almost get like sunburnt and then go back in. I feel like most people would be like, screw it, man, throw me into like a robot. I can experience it through there and we'll and do my thing. And so I feel like these metaverses and the virtual experiences are just going to be like the future of what humans are going to want to embed themselves in. And what better way than walking around in a secret rare Spider-Man suit?
Yeah. I think it's all about how you present it, though. Like, if you present it one way, be like, listen, do you want to go on this giant red planet where there could be, like, once you get on the surface, God knows what's there. God knows, like, if there's something that, let's say, a germ there that we don't have a cure for and it kills you, there's no internet, like, you're away from everything. Like, you're basically dying. Or you could present it to them as, listen, astronauts are rock stars. You're going to be able to go to be on another planet. And your name is going to be remembered forever in history, regardless, like, even if you like crash on impact or if you live a fulfilled life, you come back, whatever, you're going to be, just sell to them fame and sell to them that even if it's not fame, like the importance of what they do. Like, military recruiters are very good at this. Like, yeah, it's going to be just like Call of Duty. Let's get you a contract. Or they could be like, listen, and I'm just trying to put my mind like a recruiter right now and just be like, listen, this president we have right now is not, we need you. Your country needs you. This is, a lot of people, like, it's harder to get into the military than it is to get into college. Because you can go to like free college. You can go to like a community college and they'll take you if you're fat. They'll take you if you have like autism. They'll take you if you're colorblind. Military, you have to have this real, so you can play to people's like emotions, be like, you're better than 95% of the world. Like, this is why we need you, and we're going to make you better. Like, I think it's how you present the information to people, to go to Mars. I know I just went way off track there.
No, but I hear you though. Like, that is definitely an important aspect for sure. And there will be those people that will want to go, right? Like, to be those heroes or whatever you want to say. And like, that don't have much of a quote unquote good life here on earth and want to make a name for themselves. So there's going to be those people, but I just think that we are definitely in an area where like we're going to be more immersed into the digital sphere. And the other thing I wanted to talk to you about was, everybody always talks about, hey, you buy an NFT and the physical goes up and everything's going up together. But my thing is that like NFTs offer social capital. They offer more utility. They offer all these different things that a physical item can't. And I actually have this feeling that we're actually going to start moving away from the physical stuff where it won't be as important. Like, I could be wrong because you're talking about pure scarcity and the origin of things. But when people are showing off and totally in this social connection, those things that if you can flash your secret rare Marvel comic #1 and animated, have it, spitting out fire and like opening it up to people rather than just having it in like, a glass container and being like, look what I have. I just don't know. Like, I don't know what that future looks like. So I'm curious to what you think about that. If you think over time, when the majority of our world's operating in this digital realm, if physical stuff will start to deteriorate.
I think that it'll always have its place, the physical stuff. Yeah. And, people are living longer. So the people that, let's say are in like their 50s and above that are really hesitant to get into this, they might go and like, they're going to live another 30 years. So maybe when, the people now who are like 20, when, in like 30 years when they're older and, all the old school, people have kind of like died off, maybe that'll be true. It will probably be true, but there will still always be those people that appreciate stuff like
Yeah.
people that like I think there are people that collect like encyclopedias because the Encyclopedia Britannica stopped printing in a few years ago.
Right.
So if there are people like that, there's always going to be people that are gonna like the Bane statue. They'll like the
Sick.
Batman black and white
How
stuff.
does that look, by the way? It looks nasty or what?
I don't want to take it out of the box, so
That's probably smart. That's smart.
yeah. Because I look, there's only one on eBay, and it's for like 450 or best offer, and it was taken out of the box. I was like,
Yeah.
maybe I should keep it in the box, hold on to it.
Wow.
But there is, and this will appeal to your neurological side, that I think. Why do men go and work 70, 80 hours a week so they can get a lot of money? It's for better access to women. And I think that in that same breath, you get a nice car, it could help you attract a woman. If you get a really nice rare NFT, that's a good way of showing off what you got. And like I've seen this before in Pokemon, I've seen this now in NFTs, people taking on second jobs, taking on extra work so that they can go and buy these NFTs, and that social capital will be real. So I think a lot of it has to do with wanting to get it in, wanting to go and say, yeah, if I can get this, then she'll like me,
Yeah. See, it's interesting for me because I'm married now and I've actually been dating the same girl for so long. So it's like my take on like you're right, like 100%. It's to increase, like even like that, what people think of you is such a huge component. Like even right now, we're like, oh, should I get a Range Rover? And it's like, oh, that would be pretty sick. But I'm like, I don't really need to get it. But I'm like, oh, I want to look good in front of people. I want my, if I'm doing a business transaction, somebody would have a higher regard for me. All these things pop in your mind. But the thing that people forget is that when you get something that you like, you actually like wake up in the morning like more confident, like you're happier, like those little things, like a nice car, getting into nice leather seats, feeling good, feeling like on top of the world. Then you approach that whole day differently, which makes you then maybe make better moves that day instead of getting your shitty little car that's like rusted and you're like, well, I'm just trying to save money. Like it could actually affect your potential in a sense. It depends on the person, but for me, I'm like that,
Yeah, feel good, work good type of deal.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is I think there's that works also in medicine. Like when I was working at animal hospitals before I joined the military, there was this thing where if you were to give animals baths, like it has nothing to do with like their like the medicine that they're taking, the disease that they have.
Yeah.
But after the bath, like their spirits are like lifted. Maybe it's like the warm water. I don't know what it is, but it's like, oh, hey, they're clean. They feel better, and now I don't think I can prove it, but I've seen a lot of cases where I think that the acceleration of healing is due to like warm baths that you can give pets, and I think for humans as well.
Wow. Makes sense, man. And bro, I just want to revert to what you were saying. Like you're so right about like, getting like, more and more money to impress women. And like the other thing too is like, okay, you're in the metaverse or you're using augmented reality through your Apple glasses at the mall. And now you're walking around in avatars or you can put different things on top of you. Imagine they know, oh shit, that's Randy. He has like one of, 500 Austin Martins that he's walking around with or whatever.
Yeah.
And like that would like, and people would stop and look back at you. Do you know what I'm trying to say? And that's the type of future that I'm envisioning. Not like it's going to be so much more elaborate than what I think people are thinking. And I have a fear that like, if I have a daughter or a son and they're wearing these glasses all the time and they're seeing flying pink whales and all these crazy things, and then I take them off and I'm like, hey buddy, we're just at the park today. If my kid's going to cry because they're going to be so depressed by actual reality versus these crazy worlds that we're making for people, that's going to kill the dopamine, man. Like it's going to make this whole world change for a lot of people.
Yeah. Even now, like they're, play some of those games like the HT Vive. I don't know if you ever played that. Like anything on the Oculus Quest is similar. Like you're playing these really cool games where you're like a ninja or you have like a slingshot and you're making things explode. It's so cool. And then you take it off like, man, I wish This like sucks. I wish it was back there. Um,
Yeah.
they they touched on that. This was a brilliant cartoon. There was something called Gravity Falls. Have you ever watched it?
No, I haven't. I'm gonna look it up though.
It's a Disney cartoon. It's a little like it's kind of kid like, but there's this one episode where it's brother and sister. There's these two kids. This is like a allegory or simile for drugs, and they go and they eat this sugar, this special type of candy that has the sugar in it, and they basically they take acid. Like it's sugar high, but they're seeing all these crazy things, like she's flying on a unicorn. Like it's
Yes.
the most psychedelic thing ever. And like, of course, adults know what's going on with kids, and they just tell the kids like don't eat sugar. But it's a same thing with some psychedelics. You see things and you're laughing, and going back to reality is you get that serotonin dump, but then you also sometimes people hit like a low afterwards. I think though that with that, and I know I've talked about Neuralink a little bit. I keep bringing it up, but I think there would be a way to help regulate that. I think
Oh, I see.
SSRI.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, like you're totally right. I agree with you.
Yeah.
To be able to monitor it.
But I also think that SSRIs and and amphetamines don't do as well for like depression as well as psychedelics or like ketamine. I think that actually, and again, I don't have any like proof of this, but just I've seen some people not do so hot on SSRIs, and I've seen some people do really well on like mushrooms or like psychedelics and or acid. And I think it could help the opposite way, where let's say you have like criminals or whatever. There was a movie about this where they didn't call it Neuralink, but it was Neuralink. They put someone like to sleep, and they turned like the machine on in their brain to make them think that they were in prison for like 1,000 years, even though it was just like 8 hours. So I think that could be like a prison reform as well.
Wow. It's amazing how there's such like a negative stigma towards all these different things, yet like they could be actually doing wonders. Like my dad, like I know this is a bit off topic right now, but my dad is a guy that like had a good time, if you know what I mean, back in the day.
Yeah.
And his memory is impeccable. Like this guy, man, will remember like people's names that he met like casually 3.5 years ago on the sidewalk. Could be like, yeah, remember that time we met like Bob Tyler and he was talking to us about like this tree he just planted, but it died because he didn't give it enough soil. And you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like and he's got this brain, right? So he just like remembers everything. Sometimes, and I forget most of the things that he talks about, but it's just like, it's so incredible. And he's 66 now. And I'm like, there's no way you're going to have dementia. Like if you're comparing me and him, I have severe dementia compared to my own dad. You know what I mean? Yeah. And so it's like, I just think about that because he's really able to like, dig back into the past. So it's really cool.
Yeah. Does it worry you that, and I assume you could have like a button to turn it off, but would it worry you that like some people are trying to like showboat and like, oh, he's got a secret rare Spider-Man skin, or he's got this skin. Yeah. Like, I think you could only do that in certain areas. Like, you can't do that in the hood, and you just get robbed.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Would that worry you that someone, the kid like maybe tries to show off like at school or whatever, and then like he like loses it, or he gets in a fight because some kids are jealous and they want it.
Well, the good thing is it's all in the blockchain now, right? So it's like, unlike a stolen car, you just be like, well, there it is. There's Chad right there. He got jumped by this guy and then he's put it in his wallet. Now we're just going to track him back, So, I mean, that's the good thing that I think about. But you're right. I mean, you got to be smart with this stuff too. But I also don't know what it's going to look like. Are we going to be like more like surrogates and like be in a room and then living in these other places? Or are we actually going to be more walking around with the technology kind of attached? Like the way I see it is more like you're wearing these glasses, you meet somebody, you can see all these different things about them, where they went to school, depending on what information they want to show. And most people that have like a PhD would be like, sure, I went to Yale, fuck, look at my PhD. That's the way that I see it, and so it's going to be a really interesting future. And the other thing too with the social credit system, I don't know if you know a lot about that, but I mean in Canada it's really bad, like in terms of what they want to do with like the digital ID and stuff. And essentially what they want to try to do long term is be able to essentially minimize risk for every person. So if you commit a crime, they can see where you're at, they can locate you. You get like a negative credit score, so you wouldn't be able to pay your mortgage on time, shit like that. And so you would be less like you wouldn't make as many mistakes,
I so I'm from Peru. Like I'm not I'm an American citizen, but I feel like I helped like adopted this country, and I am so anti-government having having any control over like life. Yeah,
Same, bro.
and it's just maybe the government, like let's say you have someone that is just like the purest best person, Captain America, like a Mr. Rogers type, like that wants to do good and to, cut down on crime and say like, hey, this could be an overall net positive for people, but that person or that government will not be in power forever. And, that next person that takes over will have an agenda. And that next person, that will fall into the wrong hands at some point. I'm absolutely against that. Now, again, I love that premise of trying to like. I love the premise of a like a universal like paycheck. For people that like, oh, hey, extra couple $100 a month might help them pay rent, or maybe it might help them afford better food, so that they're not just eating crap and they could live longer. But I don't know. Just again, anything that government has, they can eventually take away, and they can use that against you.
Yeah, and so like COVID made me understand more about like the types of mandates they can put in place that and I'm not going to get into like left or right or whatever, like but just an interesting perspective was like in the future they could be like, okay, guess what, guys? Greenhouse gas emissions are going too high, meaning we're actually going to limit travel to every citizen in Canada to twice a year. So you can, and you have 2 passes twice a year because do you care about the environment? And you'd be like, yeah, I care about the environment, but I want to travel more. They'd be like, screw you. We're going to dock a point off your credit score. And then all of a sudden now you're again confined. And then and if you speak out, all the media and everything's controlled. So that's why I'm so ecstatic that Musk at least went and bought Twitter, because I was like, dude, like we got to have these real conversations, so like that's the kind of reality that I'm worried about kind of happening.
Yeah, I agreed 100,000%. Government making too much power, too much of that is that for them to have it is not good. I hope that, and this is also why I think people should try to make as much money as possible, because you can help more people, more animals, whatever, with more money. And also the government will probably only have so much power over you until you reach a certain amount of money, and then it's like, okay, deduct my credit score point or whatever if you want to, if you have cash or crypto,
right?
I think that helps. So pivot here, we're like almost an hour, like 45 minutes behind on comments. They're talking about Coinbase would be epic. It would drive up things. But did you see that Coinbase NFT in like their first couple days had like a couple hundred sales?
Yeah, I saw that.
So this is why I think that every platform in the world is going to want to integrate with veve, because where the average, let's say, of NFTs in general outside the Ecomi ecosystem might be like 19,000 sales a day. We do that in one drop. Coinbase having a couple hundred sales in like the first couple days, they need veve, because we have so many sales. There's so many things like that interoperable.
And HRO and even these back cows were largely more successful because of veve. I would argue that, I don't know about the cows, but I'm pretty sure Hero was like a massive proportion of veve users went there.
Yeah, this is but the cow, because the cows only had like 2,500 people mint. Yeah, I'm pretty sure most of them, if not all, were veve. And it's not a lot. And same thing here, like that. And other companies are watching. Other companies are taking a look at what DC, Marvel, and Disney are doing, and and I like what both of them are doing. DC marketing for the cows, and having heroes spreading their IP around, because that just lets other people come in, and eventually they'll find veve. But
Right.
they're looking at Disney and Marvel also, where they're not doing that. Like, oh, why are they just sticking with veve? It might be because they have something in their contracts, but also I'm pretty sure if Disney really wanted to, they could eat whatever penalty that they would incur by going out, and
Yeah.
they could probably make. But there's a reason why they're sticking with veve,
Yeah.
and other companies are noticing that.
You're right. And the other thing too is like people are thinking this is so easy, dude. We saw it from Recur. We saw it from like now Coinbase. We saw it from so many different companies, like just try and fail. And so like you said, VV's needed, man. And
Yeah.
and they're gonna be like the main, in my opinion, the main power kind of coming up in the next 5 to 10 years, so they could be dominant. Like I see VV on your Netflix, right beside Disney, being like, oh, you watched this movie, would you like to purchase the NFT? Like that's how I see VV.
Agreed. I
Yeah.
think that. Oh yeah, answer that real quick. I mean, I got mine's over there, but mine's it's way
Yeah,
back.
so VV sent it to us. When did you get yours? Like October, I think it was, right? Last year. And it was pretty much whoever was kind of like doing a lot of I guess the influencing at that time got one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which was nice. But again, I guess I could tilt this up and I could put it above my fridge or whatever, but it's
Yeah.
so mine's over there for now. There's a so I think that in the future, when the VV like Netflix documentary comes out, I don't think it'll be on Netflix. I think
Mhm.
that within the next 10 years, when VV starts getting its stuff together, they have MTL, they have global payout, they've been profitable for a few years. I think you'll see that particular documentary on Disney Plus, because I do think that at
Right.
some point, now it has to be a sweet timing for it as well, because there's going to be a point, I think, where VV becomes too big for Disney to buy. It won't be like in the next couple of years, but I think by at some point, maybe like 2030 or a couple years after that, Disney might not be able to buy it because VV would be too big. So I think
Wow.
there's going to be that sweet spot in there.
That's insane to think, eh? It's so cool, like just like kind of going back to what you did originally, right? With all the way that you made money through your investments, and having that conviction before it took off. And it's like this is exactly like you're seeing it from a guy that's went there and he's like, okay, VV's the next thing, and here we are. And it's just like, does that not give you the confidence to start stacking? Like, I mean, now I'm feeling more bullish after this. Like after this is done, I'm gonna go back in the market tonight. You know what I mean? Like, it's just cool because a lot of the people here, are intelligent people and they could see these things. And it's just like other people haven't been exposed or haven't taken the time to actually understand what's happening here through VV.
Yeah, yeah. I mean there's a bunch of reasons why I invested. I like the tokenomics. Like it's going to be burning a lot. I like it has a low market cap right now, but the team I think is like everything.
Yeah.
And I think that I don't know if they'd ever publicly say it, but I'm pretty sure David and Dan had done psychedelics while they were thinking about this idea. Like there's a meme where it says like Ben Franklin definitely did drugs, because like how high do you think you have to be to think about electricity when there is no electricity? And could you imagine, like, let's say you wake up, I like that you and all of VV was a dream, and you go
Yeah.
and tell like your best friend, tell your dad, like, listen, there was this app in my dream where there was Disney and DC both had these digital collectibles called NFTs. Marvel was there, like all of the major brands were there under one banner, and your dad would say like, you couldn't tell that was a dream. That's impossible. That would never happen. That would
Right.
never happen. None of these giant companies would come together, but they did it. Like part of me still thinks this is a dream. Part of me still thinks this is not real,
Right.
because maybe nothing's real. I don't know. But this
But you're right. Like because you remember the intentions we had back in the day. Like when I saw VV, I was like, I know that this shit's gonna pop one day. and I was convicted, and then boom, it did, right? And it's like, now that I saw that glimpse, I know it's going to pop again. But bro, going back to your story, like, do you ever hear about Albert Einstein and how he pretty much solved like the theory of general relativity by sitting in his friggin' desk chair, looking out the window into the night sky? Like, come on, understanding how light was bending and all these different things. It was like insane, you know, like you said, like, and this, to me, it's like, to just think that he was just there with a glass of water after like a nice dinner doesn't make much sense. You know what I'm trying to say? Oh yeah, OBL's in here.
I could picture his face. Like, have you seen the it's like a guinea pig that has like this existential crisis.
Yeah.
It's these like two guinea pigs are like eating, and this one guinea pig like is eating the carrot and then suddenly goes, and like he stops eating and he like has this existential crisis, like he's real or whatever. I think that Albert Einstein or people, like, I know he had an additional amount of like glial cells that might have helped. But I think there's some people like Nikola Tesla or like Paul McCartney or people that just are so in tune with whatever like they're working on or obsessed with. You know, Nikola Tesla's electricity, you know, Einstein with physics, and like Newton, who like invented calculus on a freaking dare. Like, yeah, I'm just gonna go invent this new math.
That's ridiculous.
Or Paul McCartney that just bangs out those like there's got to be some type of I think, I mean, the psychedelics talking, that I think we are a game, and there is some people that have avatars that are just really good at this game, like that aliens or whoever created us, and they just put, and every now and then you get a really good player that gets a really good avatar, and they just they change the world.
You're so right, bro. Like that. It's funny because, you know, like I look back at these successful people, right? And like, you know, when I look at like Elon Musk, I look at like some of the people, like these crazy professors I've met in my lifetime. You know, one thing they all have in common, they have zero anxiety, dude. They just break through walls. They just continue to go through things. They just like nonstop focus, nonstop, like, and they're not worried about like moving forward, even if they piss people off. They just take steps forward and people get mad, and they just kind of keep moving the ball forward. As most people kind of retract and they stay down. And like, you know, even for me, like if I look at like perfect examples like Cavell, like it doesn't matter what's going on, he's making videos. Whether people hate him, whether they like him, he's just putting out content. And it's like through a FUD, through a bear, even if his Secret Rare Spider-Man goes to 10 million or if it drops down to $0, he's still making 2 videos a day. And like, that's like success. Even you, bro, with streaming, like you're always streaming, you're always doing videos. You know, it doesn't really matter what's happening in the market. And it's just such a good trait. And something I think a lot of people can learn from is like, despite what's happening, you got to show up, you know?
Yeah, Cavell's very good at getting people to view his stuff. Like I remember once he put out 2 videos within like an hour of each other. One was like, you know, don't buy Ecomi. Ecomi's like, and then the next video is like, why you should invest in Ecomi right now. And I was like, get out of here.
Did you imagine somebody dumps all their Omi and then they like see?
Man's a genius. Man is a pure genius.
I know. That happened to another guy that was Cody Thrive, I think, did the same thing. Something about like Spider-Man. He was like, sell Spider-Man, and he's like, buy a Spider-Man. And I was like, I was tearing up.
Yeah, he did it with me. Is like, you know, like, is Randy Chavez manipulating like the alligator Loki market? And the next video is like, why you should buy alligator Lokis.
These guys are awesome, man. I love seeing those videos. It's funny because a lot of people get pissed off about clickbait, but what they don't understand is that like your video will not get views if you just title it very, like if I just titled like interview with Randy tonight, looking forward to it, people would be like, okay. But if you're like, what's Chad stacking or whatever, it's more intriguing. Like I did a video today or yesterday, and I was like, you know, what crypto cycles can tell us about veve cycles, you know, like trying to understand what the correlation is. But really we're talking about crypto. And it's like, okay, well, what is the insight that I'm taking away? So I think it's just funny because, you know, these clickbait things are, as much as people get mad at it, it is a way that you become successful and get people to watch, you know?
Yeah. I'm not too good at those videos. I'm not too good at the clickbaity titles. It's just, I don't know why. Like I know that would be a net positive for people because whatever gets them to click, it's like when Apollo Creed talks to his trainer and, you know, he's like, and his trainer saying like, if you do this, you're setting yourself up as a bad guy. I was like, look, man, whatever gets them in the ring, like whatever gets people to view and you can educate them, it's probably good to do that. I just can't bring myself to do the titles that way. And I know I probably have an extra 1,000 subscribers if I were to do that. I don't know.
You're better than me, bro. You're better than me. Let me see. I'm gonna read some of my titles here, the last ones that I
okay, yeah, let's go do that. Let's read some of these bad boys.
Okay, let's see what for all the veve futters, this is one of them. So this is the last one. For all the veve futters selling right now, it could be the biggest mistake ever.
That's good.
I feel so bad now. Is this Star Wars comic really a grail? Will your veve investments continue to go down from here? Even though I think it is, and it's going to go up. Like, it just, you don't try to say, it's like just to get people's attention.
My last one. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Pokemon expert with $500,000 card collection discusses veve NFTs and what trends we're about to see. You know, like just like taking it, like it's not lying. It's just like taking the highlight. You know.
Mine was just my last title of the video was responding to Callum Upton talking about Ecomi and the NFT market at large. Has almost 69 likes. It's got 58.
That's good, bro. That's a good title. Yeah,
but it's just like a normal thing. Whatever you want to know what Cavell's title to the exact same subject was. It was in all caps, mind you. Callum Upton caught lying about the end of veve NFTs. Nothing said about Ecomi was true. It's just all caps. It's just Callum Upton caught absolutely calling about.
Yeah.
And yeah.
People respect you, bro. I got to work on the titles because I feel like I'm just so used to trying to think about what the highlight is that that because the thing is too, you got to feel for these people's time. Like you don't want to be misleading anyone, so you're good for that, bro.
So there's a question for you here, Michael Gazillion, saying the view of the project now. We're entering the multi-month year bear cycle. Comi's not positioned to do well. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, man. So I mean, to be fair, I think that there's a larger thing at play right now, which is the economy, which is the recession, which is the world war, which is all these different things that I really kind of see affecting people's bottom line right now, especially with little things like gas prices and stuff like that. And so I think, to be fair, veve or Ecomi is going to need a really massive catalyst in order to kind of, bring things up to a higher level, or they're going to need some huge IP to drop like Pokemon or something like that. But I don't know. I don't think there's enough interest right now to kind of keep things where it is. I personally think that things are going to dip even further. And then start to resurge again, probably in the fall or near winter. And then I think in a few years, if people have a long-term vision, 3 years from now, that's where I think the real money is going to be, in my opinion.
People say, when I was going over that story, you're just like, what the fudge?
By the way, this Jerry guy is cracking me up, man.
Jerry Claw. I saw him up there. Jerry Claw.
I was freaking crying at his comments right now.
He's fun. There's a bunch of stuff that's people are always really saying. What is your opinion that people will sell the bat cows for when you can sell them?
Yeah, so here's one thing I know for sure is that utility is the major catalyst behind this project. So if they come out and the utility isn't what they kind of said it was, and it was just I don't know, kind of a miss, I could see people selling it off. But I know enough whales that are looking at stacking. I myself, not a whale, but I want to have at least 5 to 6 in my collection. So I'm going to be looking at getting some of the rare ones. I'd be happy to pay over $1,000, for some of the cooler ones. And the other thing that people got to keep in mind is Todd had 7,500 editions and went to $14,000. That's over a $75 million market cap, and that's one NFT out of hundreds, if not thousands, of NFTs on veve. So even if we take 0.5% of veve's market share, stick it in the cows, that's just veve. I'm pretty sure these things will do quite well, especially if they go to OpenSea. So a lot of people are speculating, could be a few ETH that they eventually get to. So yeah, I'm hopeful. I think they definitely will be over 300, because if not, I'll definitely be stacking them, man. I'll be happy to do that. And I know, like I said, I know a lot of whales that would do the same.
Yeah. Oh, so Reese said the other day on Taps' stream that eventually people might be able to buy stuff in ETH or in stable coins. What's your opinion on that? Do you think that might take away some things from OMI? or do you think that'll only add to it because they could have Omi transactions in the background?
Man, it could take away from it in a way too, because it's like I know for myself, like I have some ETH that I would capitalize on for this stuff. And I would probably, like, to be fair, like potentially switch out some Omi for ETH unless there was more opportunities for Omi. I know like they have the game, but I think like that staking and all this thing that they showed would be important. And I think Omi to NFT, as much as like ETH to NFT would be sick, I think like having Omi to NFT is going to be the number one reason why you'd want Omi. So I think that if they were smart, they would like make sure that that's the only bridge, you know?
Yeah, not same.
Yeah.
What do you think is going to be the first marketplace that will accept veve? You think it would be OpenSea, Coinbase NFT, Immutable X? What's your thoughts?
That would what? veve? Sorry?
That would accept veve NFTs,
Oh,
like
I
on
see.
their like GameStop NFT or something like that.
Yeah. I'd probably say Immutable just because of the partnership that's already there, and I can just see it as like an easier way to adapt things. I think that with the licensors, one thing that people I don't think realize is that how difficult it is for them to be interoperable. Trevor's talked about interoperability, how hard it is. I've talked to tons of game designers. They say the exact same thing. Super difficult to take something out and another. And then licensors are really picky as to where they can keep those NFTs. So I think there's definitely a lot, man.
I think some companies might be okay with it as long as they put in the smart contracts. Well, every time it's sold, we get a little piece of it. I feel like people might be like, yeah, sell wherever you want.
Yeah.
I think DC might be good too, because they're, like I said, they're on Hero and they have cows. I feel like they would be okay with, but we'll see.
I hope so.
Are you going to any of the meetups, Anaheim or London or any other place?
Like I know London's is in September, I think, so that's a possibility. And then when's Anaheim? Is that June?
Well, they are doing something in, I think, LA in June.
Yeah.
But the decon is in November.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah. So that was that. Are you gonna go? You're gonna try to go to the one in November?
Yeah, I'd love to, man.
Sweet.
Let's do it. Let's you know what I mean? Yeah. So you went right to the last one?
Yeah, that was great.
Wow. So that's when you saw Taps and all that stuff. He has long hair, right? He always like tucks it back.
He had long hair. He just cut it.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, Taps was we roomed together. That was great. He was to people I went live to do one of the drops on one of the days, and me and Taps were like recovering. It was Saturday, we were recovering from Friday night. We're just like, whew, so he's on his bed. We have separate beds. Just probably had to clarify that. He was on his bed just preparing, going over notes for his interview with Reese later that day. And he just had his like pants on and a shirt, but he didn't have socks on. So everyone in the comments like, Taps first appearance beat for Taps. And I was like, oh my god, you guys are insane.
That's hilarious, man. It's cool seeing these guys like being so connected to you guys, because I remember watching you guys way back before I started. Like just insane. Like I remember Taps video that went viral. That one was like only just 16 cents or whatever when it first came out, and that's when I was like invested. It's just crazy now to be kind of part of the crew with you guys. Super. Yeah, cool.
It's so fun. It's so and that type of thing. Everyone is so chill, and everyone is so. I mean, you're all happy. You're all in the same boat, trying to get the same things, and it was great networking too. I met Luke. I met the team there. Alex, Reese, Trevor, and then we got to meet the Omi homies. Got to meet Wendy, Sparky. They're just everyone that was there. It was just all the content creators and people that are just fans. And you'll get be advised. People will buy you drinks, and you will get drunk. It is
pretty cool.
Yeah,
man, I'll be honest, it'd be sick to meet you guys in person. One thing I always talk about is like, as much as I love the cyber spirit, when you meet people in person, just adds a whole another level to that bond.
Yeah. It was great. It was one of my that was one of the best weekends I've had in like a long time. Wow. Like that was really good. I want to definitely go and do that. I'd love to go to London this year, but I have another con in September called Dragon Con. So unfortunately, I will not be able to go to London, but I'll go there again at some point.
Yeah.
As your stuff moons, and when you take a little bit of profit, what are some well-earned comforts that you want to get? You want to get like a Tesla? You want to just get like
Yeah.
a physical grail or something?
Man, so it's actually funny. Like I come from a bit of a sports background too. So my brother, he played semi-pro. I played like university soccer, which obviously isn't the same caliber as the States. But and then I played semi-pro here, so it'd probably be like a D1 level in the States. But that's like my background. So like I love anything to do with sports, cycling, all that stuff. So I would get myself like like a $10,000 road bike, like all that kind of stuff, a mountain bike. Nice car, like but it's right now I took already over 100K from veve, just from profits from veve.
Nice.
Yeah, like just like incrementally, and so I've been using that for X, Y and Z, but for the majority of it, it's just funding trips and stuff like that, like yeah.
I did that too, but I sold it all for Omi. Like I
Nice.
sold 2 low mint secret rare Captain Americas, or 1 Captain America and 1 Storm. And then I sold the secret rare Spider-Man for Omi.
I remember when you sold that. That was actually a good move though, because at the time, right?
At the time, it was great. Yeah, I took a lot of profit. It was great.
Yeah.
And then the Omi went down. It's like, oh man. So, if I would have just put it into like USDT and then put it in, oh god, that'd be insane. That would have been amazing. But live and learn. The other thing that I was gonna ask you about is, I know you said sports bike or whatever. What are some other investments that you might get into to diversify a little bit? I know you went over a little bit like the Cal before.
Yeah, well, also stocks. Like I've actually, like, since Elon took over, like I bought a shitload of Twitter, and it's not just because it's not just because I believe in his vision, but I think he's going to make more out of it. Like I think as time progresses and there's all these metaverses happening, I feel as though that would be the stock to start like moving into that space. So I'm excited about that. I also have Tesla, but I didn't have as much as you, but I still got a lot of Tesla. And then I just have a lot of like RRSPs. Well, in Canada, they call it RRSPs, a registered, retirement savings plan, and a TFSA and all this stuff. And then just like like bonds and stocks, and a lot of like mutual funds too, like just there sitting there. And I know you can't make as much of like a high risk, high reward out of them, but it's just like a good safety net,
Yeah, at some point you definitely have to go and say, hey, this is, you just have to maintain. You're not looking to like ball out and try to grow, 3x. You can at some point. At some point you can't, like, unless you want to put in all your funds into one. Like this is the last time I'm putting all my funds into one thing. I don't think I'll ever do that again.
I was gonna say, like, that worked out for you really well, but for me, I'm usually really diversified. But then like I said, man, if you make the right move, like you're balling. You know what I'm trying to say? You could really make something of yourself. So like, and like, look at your case, right? You did the right thing there.
Yeah. Hard work, but did it.
Yeah.
It was good times.
Yeah, if only I bought more Tods, bro. I bought 18, but I should have bought like friggin' 150, like silicon.
That's so amazing. That's beautiful. If they don't have it by the time we reach $1, I'll put on a veve like con by itself. But right now I don't know if that would be a good idea. Do you think just a veve solo con?
I don't know, man. Like, I just don't even know what that would look like right now. Like I think it'd be pretty cool, but it'd be hard to get everybody in the same place. And what are we gonna do? Like rent a convention center and just like set it all up? Like Randy Chavez here, NFT Pirates. Like I just don't know what like the major benefit would be, other than it'd be cool though to have like different meetups. Like I think we're actually talking about a lot of guys getting together in Toronto, like 20, 30 of us, and just kind of like having a field day and just like a fun thing just to meet up and talk about NFTs.
Do it. I think that'd be really good. You just reminded me, there's a show I wanted to make, or there's an app I wanted to make, but there's a show. And let me know if this is like too like American and too mean. I want to get Canadian perspective on this.
Okay.
The idea for the app was called Buddy, I don't know, like Buddy Friend or something like that, where you go on, and if you have like, or Life Buddy, where you have big life energy, but let's say like your partner is just like sick, or your friends are having company over, and like your best friend, like whatever, they're just in for the day, and you have nobody to do something with. And I think it would be really cool to have a certified cool person to go like play frisbee with or go to like an adventure park together. And it's like, well, Chavez, how do you know who's certified cool? Me and my friends, what I want to do is we want to interview people, like take them out to do stuff. Like, let's go skydiving, let's play mini golf, let's go bowling, let's go to a baseball game and see if they're cool. And at the end of a couple of days, after we pay for them to do this amazing stuff, we'd be like, he's cool, he can hang, or loser, can't hang. And then if they are cool, then they will go on our roster and they'll get paid to have people hang out with them. And if they're not, they just go home.
That's actually interesting. I mean, put it this way, I feel like it would be hard to come up with like some kind of objective way to be able to understand what is cool, because it's like a subjective concept. Like I might think somebody's cool and you're like, that guy's an idiot, you know, like like, you know what I'm trying to say? Like right now, like we got Jerry Clow in the comments here. I'd be like, you know, that guy's pretty cool, I like his comments. But somebody else would be like, yo, he's trolling. But I'm like, I find it funny.
One person takes over. I'm getting to his comments now. There you go.
Yeah, he's cracking me up right now.
You can run for office. I cannot run. Well, I could run for like Congress or Senate. I cannot run for president. I was not born in this country. So yeah. Motorcycle gangs be making the rules. Okay, I'm getting to his comments now. That was good. Yeah.
He doesn't like my Twitter investment.
So I think that at some, like, thank God Elon's a good guy. Like, he's not, he's like, if he was evil, like, oh my God, we'd be so screwed.
Dude, can you imagine that was like Klaus Schwab that was like Elon, and he was like, I'm taking over Twitter. I'd be like, I'd hang myself by now. I'd sell my veve NFTs and just fucking head for like Antarctica.
Oh, rip. I wonder, what do you think makes some of these people able to do, like not that they're just smart enough to do it, but like they're able to physically tolerate the pain, like Elon, like sleeping on the floor factory for like 3 years, or you know, like, and he doesn't just do one thing, like he's done like 5 impossible things.
I know. That's the amazing story about that guy. It's like he just went for like, you know, one thing after another with PayPal, and then like, you know, could have bought his own island at that time, but instead decided to start a rocket company, and then every rocket except the 4th one didn't blow up, and it's just like insane, right? Almost lost Tesla. Like it's just wild to hear his story. I think it's just like the determination outweighs anything else, you know? Like when it outweighs your physical health, it outweighs like, you know, how tired you are, it outweighs, you know, what disadvantages are working against you. It's just like that willpower is like almost like changing the universe around what you want to see and believe, you know. It's incredible. Some people have that gift.
Yeah. You said you had done soccer before. Did you do any other stuff? Like, bringing your arms back, like, did you do weightlifting?
Oh yeah, like I used to like I did kinesiology, was my undergrad, so like I was all into personal training and stuff way back, and then it kind of changed, man, like just over time, you know, like once you get into that office life, you make more money other than personal training. So I was like, oh, I like the money better than I do the lifestyle, and then it all kind of shifted from there, unfortunately. But I do miss it for sure.
What's your take on keto?
So I mean, I don't know what to think about it, like, because you know, at that time when you're depleting like glucose and you're using like your fat storage, I don't know enough research as to, you know, how that energy system works and if it has like long-term detrimental effects. But I know that like from an aesthetic perspective, anybody that does keto, man, looks like, and they look amazing. Like they like lose weight quick, and you know that with intermittent fasting, like it seems to be something that works. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty typical, bro. Like, you know, breakfast, lunch, dinner, main food groups. Yeah.
Have you ever? So intermittent fasting is relatively easy. You know that you just have to do like 12-hour thing. You know, just not eat for 12 hours. But what about like fasting in general? Like, what are your thoughts on fasting for a day or 3 or 5 days or more?
Yeah. So one thing that I think is amazing is like there's a lot of research that talks about fasting like for 5 days and how it could actually kill off like all your cancer cells and pretty much like rejuvenates your whole system.
Well, you can kill cancer cells by...
Yeah, because you're like I mean, I'm not a scientist here, but like, you know, people can look up the research, but if you look up like, you know, PubMed and stuff, a lot of research talks about after like 5 days of fasting, you know, cancer cells in your body would die before, you know, your other cells, like as an example.
That is... Which type of cancer?
Like, bro, like lots of different types of cancers. Like there's actually like legitimate studies done. And you know, one guy you should follow is Rich Roll. I don't know if you know who that is. He's like a famous ultra marathoner. He's got the Rich Roll podcast. And I forget the guy he interviews, but it's like somebody that's a longevity expert. And he's the guy that like talks all about this research. And that's where I kind of learned it from and then did some further research on it. I've never done a 5-day fast, but I've heard some amazing stories from it. Yeah.
I did a 2-day fast like a month or two ago. And that just sucked. Like I've never done it that long before, I don't think. And that was rough. I heard once you get over the 3-day hump, it gets easier, but that was that was so rough.
Yeah, I can imagine. You're probably so exhausted, right? Like
I was tired.
Yeah.
I also had to pee a lot too.
Interesting.
I was drinking like a normal amount, but I was just like going right through me. I don't know why.
Yeah.
It's strange. Let's do some fan service here, and let's give an open mouth thumbnail expression. I wonder if they'll make us a meme.
Yeah.
At what point? So I did talk about when you were going to, what you would do with some of the funds, but at what price points are you going to sell some of these things? Are you going to hold them to like not selling the Todd below 10K, or it's like, all right, when it goes up to 7K, I liquidate one.
Yeah, like so I did sell a lot of stuff when things were peaking. Like when everybody was buying like a lot of stuff back in January, February, I was selling. You know what I mean? Yeah, like I wasn't like, selling off everything, but I was like, okay, I could let go with this, I can let go with that. So then I got a lot of gems. And so like my price point for like Secret Rare Spider-Man's 250K, because at that point it's enough money where like I think it's like it would have a substantial effect to take out and to use it for other investments. Yeah. And it's not enough where like, like it could still moon from there, but I think that's a pretty significant price point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a fair point. Oh, your team's going to the World Cup.
Yes, sir. Canada's there. It's pretty sick, man. First time in like so long, friggin' nice. Over 30 years.
The stream made me stack comics. Oh, all right, good. Well, I wonder which comics he's stacking. There's the last two have been great. The Tales of Suspense and the Star Wars. How's your guys' internet up there? Do you get drops often? I mean, now I think everyone gets drops.
Yeah, like now it's not as bad, but back at like, man, for a good 5 to 6 months, 0 drops. Yeah. Like I've never actually landed a secret rare on a drop ever.
Damn.
Yeah. And I've hit I've participated in every drop I could, and I've never hit a secret rare comic. And I've actually, the best I've ever done was the ultra rare Star Wars comic that just came out. I got a 415 mint. That was the best I've ever done in a drop.
Nice.
Yeah, and it's just funny though because so many people I've met they're like, "Oh, dude, I actually got the Marvel Comic 1 SR, or I got the Secret Rare Spider-Man off the drop," and I'm like, "You don't understand like how much moves I had to make to get in your position, you know?"
Do you want to know something that's not really messed up, but you want to hear something crazy?
Yeah, I do.
There was a guy. So I used to do all the drops, like all the streams on that first Marvel comic drop. There was somebody, and he messaged me. The pictures of it. He got 3 Marvel comics, and all 3 of them were secret rare. And he still, he messaged me. And I think he still has them.
Wow.
Yeah, he literally spent $21, and he got 3 secret rare Marvel MC1s. And
that's insane, dude.
Yeah, it's absolutely bananas. And the dude's like a good guy too. I know him now, and he's a cool dude.
Wow.
But yeah, that was nuts. I had 2 that I got. I got the Journey into Mystery, and I got the one where Green Goblin's like riding on a syringe.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so I had that.
Pretty good then overall. Like that's not bad at all. Yeah.
Yeah, those are legit.
Shit.
So you haven't gotten a secret rare comic. Have you gotten other secret rares on the drop? Like, I got a secret.
0.
Oh, damn, 0 at all.
Yeah, like nothing. Like I never like what is I bought like man like some things that I got were like a death way back in the day, or I had like the ultra rare dad bod Batman. I got that like stuff.
Nice.
Yeah, so I've got like a few things, but nothing that was like a major one, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, VV Magic's here. There we go. Orange Bag Lady. Yeah.
Where are my peeps at? Lucky Clover, OBL. I'm with you, Chad. No secret yet. Your days will come. Whoa, everybody. Are you going for the drop tomorrow?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, you
Yeah,
going for it?
yeah, I'll go for it.
Yeah.
There's a what do you call it? There's some people. I think one of the guys is here that he had bought the last battle statue at the peak at like 2200,
Shit.
and he's like, yeah, like oof, rip.
Yeah.
Um, what's your take on the fact that so there's people that have different takes on this. The first appearance of Flash on the blockchain belongs to Hero,
Yeah.
but the first appearance of the Flash statue, well, that might actually belong to Wax as well because Wax has the Funko Pop Flash, but
Right.
I don't know which ones were actually minted first. I know that these were minted, but I don't know if they were minted like a week ago or if they're minted whatever. What's your take on this Flash? It is a first appearance. Is it just on veve? Do you think
Yeah.
it's just yeah?
Yeah, so no, I hear you. So I mean, for me, I see it as whatever one hit first wins. I know that kind of sucks because it's like, veve does have like a large proportion of it, and there's still, like, don't be wrong, it's not like it's not going to hold significance, but I do think that, like, yeah, whoever got it first, like, that's why Hero came out with a lot of those cards, and I do think that they're significant. But then some things like, Action Comics #1 on Hero, that card, I'm like, okay, what if they come out with like the actual comic book version? Like, how does that integrate? And there's just so much questions that we still have. And I think Cavell did a pretty interesting video when he talked about utility, and he said like utility can really like drive different price points in these collectibles, because at that point it becomes more like convenience. Like, for instance, like if you get an NFT that can get you like park access or movie theater access, then you would want it just for that reason and be willing to pay a lot more money than just something that's just scarce and popular.
Yeah.
But I do think first in the blockchain matters. And so if Wax has it first, or veve or DC or what have you, I do think that like long-term people will take that into account. And I'm not saying each one's not going to be important, because veve has such a huge fan base. But like, for instance, like tomorrow I'm going for it for more like as a fun thing, but not necessarily because I want it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I'm stacking those alligator Lokis not because I think they'll be like the greatest returns ever. I just like I just like them.
Yeah.
What are some things that you're hoping get utility, and what type of utility would you want?
Yeah, so I think the biggest utility that everybody keeps, thinking about is the Disney aspect, like the theme park, or like something to do with Disney discounts, whatever. And I think it's just because it's the most glaring. Like, you just think, okay, you think Disney, you think like, Disney theme park. But I think that there's a lot of other things that, again, people haven't even seen yet. So for instance, like when we talked about, being involved in a comic book story, like in the back cows, I'm like, what can we do on the veve side of things, where like if you have something, maybe you get like special access to something in the metaverse, that then you're able to like, unlock something that gives you like a secret rare, whatever, 1 of 7, NFT. Like, that's the kind of thing, like this almost kind of, you can't even comprehend what could happen because there's just so many opportunities. But I think a lot of people think movie tickets, they think discounts at stores, but they're not thinking like the metaverse application.
That's a good point. I would want have you ever been to Harry Potter World in Florida?
I have, yeah.
So you
Pretty,
know that ride where you go from Hogsmeade to Diagon Alley? It's just
yeah.
like you take a train there. I think I would love it if we would get something like that, and like, oh hey, you have let's just say Disney, because Disney filed for their own metaverse as well. So let's say that we have uh, in the VVverse we have a Walt, but then a Walt gets us a free ticket on this ride to the VVverse, and it's like an actual thing, and it's animated, and then we get free entry into their metaverse.
Exactly.
I mean, I think that their metaverse would probably be free to. It's like free. It's like those freemium games, free to play, play to win.
Yeah.
That's what I think a lot of these big companies are, like gaming companies. They're all going to be NFTs, because if you can have like a skin, but you can't sell the skin, if I'm like Fortnite, what if Fortnite decides to make it an NFT, and then you can sell the skin, and then they make a transaction on each one. They get a fee for that. So I think a lot of big gaming companies will come in and make NFTs, and they'll want to partner with veve, because this is where
It's all
we are.
here, baby. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Good point.
So you have said you are you're an athlete, or you seem like a tough guy. Is any of the NFTs, have any of them made you emotional? Like, wow, look at this art, or wow, look at this.
Yeah. Like the few, like I think the biggest one was the Mickey and Walt, or like the partner statue.
Yeah.
Cause like, dude, when that like went into my vault, I just like, I'll never forget like being like, dude, this is nuts. Like, this is the first time Mickey Mouse is on the blockchain. Like this character is so massive. Like, it's so nostalgic. It's such a huge point in history. And the one thing that like NFTs became so important to me is that I always like was envious of these people that had like the Hulk #1s and this amazing Spider-Man fantasy #15s and all these different things. And I was like, oh, that'll never happen in my lifetime. And then blockchain became a thing. And then now this became a thing. And I'm like, holy shit, new opportunities are arising. And guess what? I get to have this statue. And then I made this, like, I don't know if I actually, you know what, I might even show you. Like, I made this intro to Mickey and Walt, and I put this like song behind it, and it was like a Disney theme song. And bro, it makes it like just so special. Like, I've got to show you.
Okay, I can't wait.
Yeah, because it was like I did it a while back, like in November when it first came out. But it was just, yeah, here it is. So I just, just let me play it quick, and then I'll show you guys. But it was such a cool thing. Like, when I first saw this, I was like, yeah, this is it.
That
Like,
was so cool.
Like, how is that not special? You know what I mean? Like, when I first saw that.
That music was like nostalgic as well. I don't even know what music that was,
Yeah.
but just those keys, like that melody, that brought me somewhere. Like, almost like that was like the end of like a story where like two people reunite, and it's like,
Right.
oh man, that got me good. That was what music was that?
Yeah, so it was the Disney like theme park. I forget what it was. It was like the opening intro, but it was like in a just a piano version. So like, I just like got rid of all the other, like an instrumental, you know what I mean? And like, bro, when I saw that, there was just something about it that I was like, hey, wait a second here. Like, this is huge. And then Disney, $200+ billion company. Like, I was just like, okay, wait a second here. Like, it really hit me. I was like, holy shit, I'm really part of something,
Yeah. I think that people are really underestimating certain nostalgia things and music. Like, anime, music, sports, like we don't have, like, we have a couple verticals, but nothing compared to what we will have. Like, the lenticular cards are the first, appearance like music that we have.
Yeah.
But that is, yeah, like there's, I think that love is a drug, and I think nostalgia is another drug that people will do things like people, like if they smell gas, like let's say their dad owned like a mechanic shop back in the day. Every time they pump gas, maybe they go back and their brain takes them to where they were little, hanging around their dad's mechanic shop. I think certain sounds can do that as well. I think that so yeah, I'll like attacking people's hearts, like going and attacking their heartstrings,
Right.
going to be worth. This is why I think that Disney might not be able to buy these guys eventually, because they will be worth hundreds of billions of dollars.
Yeah. And it's like, it still blows my mind that veve got Disney. Like, I'm still like, wait a second, like, why didn't they do their own thing? It's like, okay, yeah, veve does it so well that they thought that they were the right person to let it go. So, but it's just amazing to me. It's like their first NFTs, and like, to me, Walt and Mickey encompasses Disney. So any future Disney products is like all going to be under that umbrella,
Yeah, easily. I think partly because again, I can't prove this. I think we had the Pokemon license before we got Disney, and I think that's how we were able to leverage ourselves to be able to get it. And also because Disney's not really good at making games. I don't know why they don't just buy Square Enix, because Square Enix is like a couple $1 billion, like $5 billion. So Square Enix is what makes the Kingdom Hearts games.
Wow.
And I think that eventually veve will make a purchase of another company as well, like maybe like a Capcom or or a Square Enix, because those Capcom's also only a couple $1 billion. So I think that, and some of those video games are pretty cool, and they've always had like Marvel vs. Capcom games, so a lot of licenses are shared. I think that's something that we'd be able to go and that would be majorly bullish. Veve does like a capital raise, they buy a company, it'd be nuts.
It'd be so crazy.
Would you want them to buy anyone, or do you think that they don't need to? That they can just get the partnership?
Yeah, I mean, I think like maybe they're. I feel like once they kind of get everything under their belt, everything's working, the whole loop is open and closed, and there's not as much hurdles. I think at that point, sure, like you could start looking at like even buying other NFT projects and just embedding them within veve, right? Like I think that would be pretty epic as well. Yeah, I
think so too.
Yeah,
people saying back held. My boy's showing so hard.
For sure, bro. Let's get that back hell in the frame, man. Let's go.
Did you get any rare like traits for the back hell?
No, bro. So my material is good, like my material, but I think if I'm not lying, everybody's material is pretty solid. Like it's like 1% on each. It's like I forget, it's like polished nickel and something else.
Yeah.
But the thing that you're looking for is like the earpieces and the head apparatus and all these different things. So yeah, I didn't get that.
Okay. Yeah, I know. I forget who it was. I had a buddy of mine that bought like 4 of them, and he said like 3 were like kind of okay, but there was one that was just like less than 1%, like on all of them, and it was like the earpieces were like one of the earpieces was different than the other, I think. So it was, yeah.
Let me see if I can show you the craziest ones that are there.
Oh yeah,
because I like took a quick video of one. Oh, here it is. Yeah. So this is like, so if you look at mine quick, right? You see how basic that is. Yeah. Still cool, but pretty basic overall. And then look at this one, bro. This is like next level.
Oh.
Yeah, so that's how they look. And this guy doesn't, and he even has like, so you see there's like something different in the head. The materials are a lot more rare. He's got like, a whole different jaw. Like it's just insane, right?
Is that wait, show that again real quick?
Yeah.
Is that what's in like the mouthpiece?
Yeah, that's like a Batman
that's a bat symbol, right?
Yeah. And then there's so many cool ones. There's one made out of all glass.
Oh.
Yeah, so like there's some that are super rare.
Yeah.
I feel bad because these are like actual people's like PFPs. They're gonna like sue me now because but yeah, I screenshotted a lot of them because I liked them so much.
Yeah, that'll be great. Be like, yeah, show my stuff on there. Like,
yeah, exactly.
I think that depending on the scenario, maybe somebody, veve starts popping off, and maybe this utility for this doesn't happen as quickly as someone that's maybe like really impatient. They might sell it at like retail or below, but I think something like that, like the 2 you just showed me, and probably go for like 10K. If you pitch that somebody the right way, but like, listen, there was a limited amount of them, only 2,500 holders. There's 2.5 years of utility, and DC's actively advertising for them. Yeah, I think you can get someone to get like 10K for that.
I agree with you 100%. Yeah. And the cool thing is like, we don't know how unique these are. Like I've only seen like 3 or 4 that looked like super unique. So they, who knows, right?
Have you looked at a lot of NFTs on OpenSea?
Yep. I mean, put it this way, I wish I got into like Bored Apes and those ones, and like a few others, like even like what is it called, like RFTK and like the Clone Project and like all that stuff. There were so many good ones, but the problem is that people don't realize is like the majority of them went to zero or went really significantly down, and a lot of them were bugs. Exactly. And as you know, I'm sure you get emails. Like I get at least 2 emails a day about some bullshit PFP project on OpenSea. Right? Come with squiggly wigglies, cow nipple 6. Like I'm like, dude, like it just never ends. Like every day, right? And then everybody says, "Oh, we've seen your videos," and it's all fake. It's just like a pre-scripted template.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I mean, so I get those like all the time. Have you ever met anyone that you looked in the project like, oh, like this actually doesn't look half bad?
Yeah, man. Yeah. Like there's a few that like talk about like giving to charity as well, especially like health related NFTs. Like there was this one that I saw, it was actually a university that put it together, and it was essentially like raising money for like a cannabis project. that was like a natural, like, herbal remedy, and that they couldn't get the funding from like the government of Canada. And so they're like, oh, let's like just like use like NFT projects to raise funds and then do this scientific project and give people utility during the scientific method, to be involved in the research design, to get the results, like, and all that stuff, to be invited to special events. But I think it was expensive, man. It was like, $1,700 to buy, I think, a fractionalized NFT up to 2,500 bits.
Oh,
So I was like,
damn.
that's a lot. That's like, I'm like, I don't know what kind of project. It was like a $17 million project, and I think they only had like 25 buyers. So, but it's happening. It's like, it's exciting.
How do you feel about fractionalization of some NFTs? Like, let's say the Aston Martin, that there's 7 of them. You say, okay, now there's one that you take and you split it up into like 100 shares, and you could buy a share or a couple shares of it. Do you think that something like that might happen on veve?
I think so. The only thing that I think about is like utility, and then using the utility. So like if you fractionalize it between 100 people, does that mean like 3.65 times a year I get to use the utility for it? And like, like how does that play out? But in terms of the share aspect, I think it's like wise, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
Like there's a bunch of people that have DAOs, like DAOs that go like that. People tried to like have a DAO to like buy like shares of the Constitution.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah, that was sick. And they didn't get it, but they tried. Yeah.
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 Jeremiah Aoyang was like the leader in that, and they missed out by like not that much money. It was like
Jeez.
I think by like less than $1 million they missed out on.
That's
Somebody else
insane.
scooped it up. What are you most excited for? Is it for these things to start mooning? Is it for new partnerships?
Yeah, I think for me, it's the engagement. Like the whole reason I'm in this is like, obviously I'm in here to make money, but it's like the journey for me. And so like I'm looking forward to like holding things and getting like airdrops, or like, going up for socials, and like, kind of being more involved in the project, like just like, leaderboards, MCP program, like that kind of stuff. Is kind of where my heart's at, because I think eventually this stuff will moon, but I just think like the engagement is low for me. Like when I first started, I was like so into it, and now I'm just kind of chilling, and I miss like just feeling like attached to veve more. You know what I mean? Like it's just a big turning wheel now, and I don't have the same enthusiasm.
I still, I mean, it depends on what it's for. Like the Strange Tales, I was pretty pumped for because that's like a grail.
Yeah,
So I was pretty pumped for. Yeah, it depends on what it is. If it's just like a normal comic, like I'll go try to get the secret rare, ultra rare, whatever. But yeah, a lot of them, I agree with that. There is, I'm giving utility to the secret rare Storm. If you have one, and you're on Long Island, I'll take people to see Black Panther 2. And if you have a secret rare Alligator Loki, when I go to Florida, I would pay for people's tickets to go into either Harry Potter World or Disney.
Jeez, that's sick.
Have you heard of any other utilities that people are doing like that?
Man, so I actually wanted to start an SR Spidey Club.
Ooh.
Yeah, and I was gonna have all this utility, but then I was thinking about the type of the holders right now, and I was like, I just seems like such a pump and dump that I'm like, I just don't want people coming in and being like, I started Spidey to the moon. Like I was actually gonna like create merch and do all this stuff and really create like that, what you're talking about, like special utility, for instance, like pre-access to videos that come out, like all that stuff, and see if any other influencers wanted to get involved. But I just think it was just so complex, and I was like, do I really have the bandwidth to do that? And I think that's what veve's thinking too for utility. They don't have the bandwidth to like take on this whole other venture. And I think like even these back cows, like I feel like, okay, great, like they talked about it, but like now the execution's the hard part,
That's a good point. There's a lot, and the partner statue, Jay has done really well. I got a partner statue sweatshirt, and there's the Discord, there's a Telegram group, so it's they do pretty well with that. I don't know any other, and again, I know there's telegrams for like the Omicron, or the little friends, those little apes. And I think there was like a professor club back in the day, like the I don't know what happened to them. The Professor Gang, that's what they were called. I don't know what happened to them, but yeah, I think you need to be. I think they need to be rare, but they need to be big enough where people like partners is good because it's rare, it's expensive, but there's a good amount of them. There's
right.
I think there's only less than 4,000 available because Dr. Profit has like 350 of them.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's pretty wild, eh? When you think about it, like how many whales stack these things, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Him
it's
and
crazy.
him and Ray Fixie, they go hard. They go.
Dude. And Profit's a cool guy. Like he moves, man. Like and like I've heard like through some of the black market deals that he just sends. He's just like, all right, let's do a deal. Boom, big amount shows up in your wallet, you know?
Yeah, he bought my secret rare Storm and my secret rare Captain America, and he bought my Riso.
I remember
The
that.
Storm, the Storm and the Captain America was Omi, and the Riso he paid for in gems. So
Jeez.
yeah,
I
it
remember when you
was.
sold it and you did the right move because remember he's like, oh, I'm coming after. I'm gonna like make sure Rizzo goes higher, and then you're like, it's okay. Like I forget what you said. Like I have another one or something, but
Yeah, I did, and
yeah,
I sold that for the partner statue. So
right. It's a good
yeah,
move. It's a good move.
yeah, it did go higher. Riso went to like 24K or 25K
Yeah,
before it took that dump.
I remember that.
Yeah, they talked about buying studios. Oh, they did. I don't know if it's talking about veve or it's talking about Disney. I forget.
Yeah,
Um,
I think he's
it's,
talking about
it's
Disney.
costly. Are you caught up on like Mandalorian and Book of Boba Fett?
Yeah, man, love that.
Oh,
The
dude, that's
final show was so epic. Like when Boba Fett was there, like I watched that episode like 3 times over because I just thought it was like so crazy. Like it was nice to see, and I was so happy that the Mandalorian showed up in that series because I'm not gonna lie, Boba Fett to me, I kind of like I don't know, like I was so excited for it, and like the way that they depicted Boba Fett just always getting like beat up, I just didn't like that. Like you know,
yeah. I mean, he's a little older now. You know, he's a little.
yeah,
But I love that they got the guy that played Jango Fett to be Boba Fett now, because
yeah,
that was supposed to be his clone. You know, so I was like, oh,
right.
that's great. Um, all the whole thing. I don't know if Mandalorian season 3 is probably going to come first. This is like
Mm,
Mandalorian 2.5. You know, uh,
true.
what do you think is going to happen with Baby Yoda? Do you think they're going to put him in like the movies
Mm.
when they speed it up another 50 years and he's like 100 and he's just this like a Jedi in his prime, like prime Yoda?
Yeah, I feel like they have to because it's kind of like going a little too long now with that character. It's kind of like okay, like we're all waiting for something, you know?
Yeah.
Dude, look at this. I just bought this what is it? Yeah, Darth Malgus, like the action figure, and
Oh, sweet.
it's unpinched. So I don't know if anybody knows what unpinched means, but essentially what happens with action figures is that like a lot of times when you put it like at a store, you like hang it up, right? On the shelf. So you hang it
Yeah.
up and inside of the cardboard there's like a thing that they like have to take out to hang it up on the shelves, and when it's unpinched it means it was never actually put on a shelf, so it was always just in a box. And so like I've got a ton of these, but I just got this guy, and
Nice.
it's so sick, man. It's cool like going back in time and being able to like pick these things up.
Dude, you know what I just learned the other day and it like pissed me off for the whole day? It was like what's Boba Fett's ship?
Oh, I
It's
forget, I
called
don't know.
it's called the Slave One.
Oh yes.
And they canceled the Slave One. Like that no more toys are going to be made called the Slave One. It's
What?
just Boba Fett's ship.
Sorry.
And so yeah, they got like woke. They say yeah, we can't have Slave in there. So they discontinued
Oh
all like the Slave
shit.
Leia toys and the Slave
Yeah.
One, and they just made it different things. And apparently, as soon as they did that, all those Slave One ships, like any type of toys, were just immediately bought, like
Wow.
on Amazon, on like whatever, because they're discontinued now. But that made me so salty. No, like kids aren't going to know the Slave One anymore. They're just
I
gonna,
know the language thing is difficult, right? Because it's like sometimes you get rid of history so much. But the thing that I always tell people is like, what are we doing now? Then 100 years from now, they're gonna think we're crazy. So for instance, like these doctors that invented like that are using chemotherapy, it might be such an obsolete practice in the future that they're gonna be like, fuck doctors and people that ever did this to people. And like burn all those doctor statues when people have to understand that like it's the times that people went through. Like I'm
yeah.
not advocating for fucking slavery. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that like people have to give a little bit of a grain of salt as to like how much stuff we want to get rid of now.
I love it when things are taken out of context. Like
Yeah.
Biden had said that he was just talking about like amending the Constitution, and he said like there is no amendment that can't be like amended. Like we can take an amendment, we could make a new amendment to make that amendment obsolete.
Right.
and somebody just said like, "Oh, Biden just put slavery back on the table." Talking about like that the 13th Amendment or something like that.
Holy shit.
But
Yeah.
yeah, making it illegal. I was like, oh, okay. I love out of context stuff. That's really
Right.
fun.
Yeah, and I think that's like the big thing for me is like I'm just kind of like as much as we're moving forward as a civilization, we can't completely eradicate our history as humans, because as much as a lot of the stuff we did that was totally, insane and volatile and just, furious, and but we have to understand that that was a part of who we were.
Yeah.
And man, like even back in like the 70s and 80s, we were doing like trials on people with like drugs that would actually kill people, and this was like published research. Obviously it's not now, but it's like this happened. So like as much as you want to deny it, like this was a real thing.
I like I forget who it was. I think it was the owners of like Tom and Jerry. They had Whoopi Goldberg go in and make a statement before the video was played, because it wasn't even like bad. It was the owners of Tom and Jerry. It was like this bigger black woman. I think I forget what her name was, but Whoopi Goldberg, they had her go on and say that even though that these can be seen as like racist depictions, to ignore what had happened in the past would be just as bad as saying that it never happened at all.
Interesting.
So I think that they took the right approach with that, saying like, hey, it's here, we have to recognize it. And that's not even stuff that it wasn't racist at the time. Like there was some racist stuff that people did like for fun, like Blazing Saddles and just people doing blackface. Just at the time, that was just the comedy.
Like Trudeau, right? Like look at our prime
Yeah.
minister,
Yeah.
who's like the supposedly the quote unquote king of equity, diversity, and inclusion. Meanwhile, he was like literally the most racist out of anybody I've ever met in my life.
Yeah,
and it's just so first of all, it's so hypocritical, but it's just funny how like 10, 15 years ago, totally normal.
yeah. This is, I tried to get my friends. It was like 2018 or 20. I think it was 2019, where we went on this little Harry Potter cruise on the Hudson, and so it was like a 4-hour cruise. You're on a boat, but it was Harry Potter themed. And we got brown shirts, and we got this long collar. We went as the three-headed dog from Harry Potter.
Oh,
And I told them like, you guys, that their way is like, you should do brown face because the dog is brown. It's like a Doberman, like Rottweiler. And they're like, no, we're not doing brown face. I'm like, come on, it'll be fun. You're with me. It's fine.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't do it. I was like,
yeah,
it's funny.
yeah. And that's kind of where I'm like, where do we draw the line? Because if we're so serious on this line, then how, like, because sometimes the best jokes, in my opinion, are kind of sadistics or have like dark humor. But if we're gonna cancel that, like, what are we gonna joke about? Like, it's gonna be so lame, like I didn't say shirt, Randy, I said shit, and you're gonna be like, ha ha ha, like it's just so stupid, so I want to have, and I think people need to have that. Like even comedians now are getting literally slapped on stage for saying jokes, right? So it's like, how far are we gonna go, man?
That's so wild. The wildest, craziest thing I saw was that Jerry Seinfeld was apparently like too harsh for like some of these college campuses, and they banned Jerry. Like this dude is like the most vanilla freaking dude that I've ever seen. Like, and he was too extreme for some of these college campuses. Like college campuses used to be like Animal House. It used to be like party century. Everyone was doing drugs. Everyone was just blinking every night. And now suddenly it's like this weird safe space where, and like I get it. New things happen. Kids like have anxiety. They have, this micro. But I don't. I don't know. I feel like we're in that generation. You're on you're what? How old are you?
I'm 30 right now.
Yeah, I'm 31. So we're in like that generation where we still have some friends that are like old school, and there are some friends that are younger than us that are just like everything's woke. Like, and like I remember telling this girl one day as like a joke. She just happened to say something that I like didn't like agree with, and I was joking. It's like, first off, like check your privilege, and she's like, I should check my privilege. Like, no, dude, I was joking. Like, girl, like this, it's fine. Like
You're saying, yeah,
I'm messing with you.
right?
It's so weird. I don't know how I feel about that. I almost kind of worry. Like on the one hand, I'm really glad that kids that are, let's say, like like gay or trans, whatever, like they're growing up in a really accepting society, but also like they are, like I feel like they're not being prepared for like the real world and like what's really out there. Like they'll get eaten alive, but is that what the real world's becoming in the next 20 years? Will we all
I see
be
what
like,
you're saying. Yeah, like you can almost be soft and still get away with it. But you heard that quote? I forget what it is, but it's like, hard times create strong men create easy times create weak men, and then it just keeps like going from there.
it's hard times? Yeah.
Yeah, and then it's like, that's kind of where I feel like we're at now, because I'm, perfect example is this, right? Like the whole thing that happened in Ukraine. We're all talking about, for instance, equal rights between women and men and all these different things, and all of a sudden war happens, all the men are like drafted, and they have to stay there, and all the women flee, but you don't hear any civil activists being like, hey, how come women and men aren't in war? And it's like, that's what I'm trying to say, is like, as much as we make progress, when shit hits the fan, you start to see like these real, almost like animalistic traditional things come out, you know what I mean, like that.
Yeah.
Like challenges the status quo again.
There's this lady that I follow on TikTok. I forget her name, but she's like she does these like camping excursions, like they're hiking camping excursions, and they last like a week long.
Right.
And it's like a survivalist thing. And she says, without fail, every single time, at day 2, but most like day 3, people revert back to their original like purpose for being. Like men like hunt and they fish, and women like gather wood for like the fire, and it just goes back to the normal gender roles, like as they were.
Right.
And there was a study done, I think it was in the Netherlands, where they tried to make the most equal society, the most equal society of giving you the choice. And once people had that choice of what they wanted to do, they thought that more women would go into STEM fields, and they thought that men would go into like childhood education or nursing, whatever. But it was the exact opposite.
Right.
Like it was like a liberal study that did this thing, and they thought that men, now almost all of men went into the STEM fields. Almost all women, like they did the exact opposite of what they thought. They went further into their specific gender roles. Thought that was very interesting.
Super interesting you bring it up, because I remember Jordan Peterson talked about that as well.
Oh,
right?
I love him.
Yeah, exactly. So good. And he's good, bro. Yeah. Yeah. And the other thing too that I think is interesting to kind of talk about is like, have you ever looked at your YouTube analytics, bro? 98.5% is males between the age of 25 to 41. That's literally who watches my show. I know we got VV Magic in here, I know we got OBL and a few others, but like they're rare exceptions, and don't get me wrong, they're incredible people, like are
I love them.
But it's just like funny that we don't have more females, and it's like, as much as I try to like empower that space, it's hard like not having that representation in it. And it's like, I don't know what that means. It's like more guys are into crypto or whatever, but that's what I find interesting about like equality and like, and diversity and inclusion is like, I remember, I'll never forget this. I saw a fishing boat channel, okay, and it was talking about, like, it was advertising a boat, and it had a Chinese guy, a black guy, a white guy, and an Indian guy all up in a boat in North Canada fishing together. And I started laughing, because I was like, as much as like you're trying to do the whole EDI thing, I'm like, the chances of you seeing 4 guys in a boat all from different backgrounds like that, all with like, like I was just like, it's just so fucking rare. Like, just white guys up north like to fish, it's okay, you know what I'm trying to say? You can depict that without always having to have such equal representation. And I get like we're trying to move the thing forward. And there's other things, like a perfect example is like socioeconomic static affects like sports. Huge study done in Canada saying that if more black people were given the privilege to be in sports, that like there would be a way more exactly. They would fucking kill it, right? And there'd be a way higher representation. And so it's just like those things, are important, but I think it's just like, where do we draw the line? You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's so, I'm so like, I wish people would lean into them instead of trying to like go away from them. Like I would love to, and maybe I'll do this at some point. It'd be a really expensive social experiment. Be like, okay, who's the best at this? Any one thing. And if it happens to be that, let's say like for an accounting, do like this accounting thing, and you get to be my accountant, I'll give you, whatever. If I have a team of like a dozen Jewish accountants, and there's no there's no Spanish people there that are saying that you need to file an extension, senor. Like there's not going to be, if they're the best at what they do, they're the best at what they do.
Right.
Like I've seen like TikToks of like a bunch of these, younger guys or like his like white guys, like, man, we're never going to get this job done. They're on like a construction site. And this like large guy, Jesus, comes in and lays all this wires, like done in like one day. Like if that's what people are good at, I don't know, let them. Like,
yeah, man, I agree with you, bro. And that's like, it's just getting more and more difficult now. And even like moving things forward, I work in a hospital, so everything I do has to be like super like engaging, and everybody's moving forward at a slow pace. But I'm like, sometimes the execution is so low and the optics are so high. So from an external perspective, you look great, everything's doing well, but like the actual work being done is so low. And that's why I respect somebody like Elon Musk, because he's getting so much shit done. And like, I don't really care what the optics look like, but like, look at like what he's accomplished in like 7 years. It's ludicrous,
I mean, he does have, well, he's got a lot of advantages, but one of the main advantages is that each year graduating engineers are asked, where do you want to work for? And Tesla and SpaceX are always number 1 and 2. They are never anything but number 1 and 2. So he's got his pick of the litter when it comes to talent, like graduating engineers that are just like the smartest. And it's just, like money goes to money, like, well, brains go to brains. Like everyone wants to work with him. And I'm hypothesizing that I don't think Neuralink is anywhere on there yet. I think that he can go to people and be like, okay, you want to work with me at Tesla or SpaceX, give me 2 years at the Boring Company, or give me 2 years at Neuralink, and then you can come work with me here. Like and people would say yes. People would go and be like, yeah, I'll do it for you. So that's
100%.
Yeah, big advantage. When do you go and do you retire? When do you go home? When do you be like, hey, I got enough NFTs now, enough homie, enough money, leaving this job?
Yeah, man. Like I would actually like, so for me, I kind of see life differently. Like, I don't know if I'd ever actually like retired. I would just want to do something that I love. Because I feel like, I don't know if you like, I'm the kind of guy that like, I need like constant stimulation, energy, things happening to like, for me to feel like happy. Like I need to be busy. Yeah. I find if I start having too much time on my hands, I start thinking like introspectively, and I'm like, oh, my heart feels a little weird. Or like, why does my back feel this way? And then I get like too much in my head, and like, you know what I mean? And then turn into like a hypochondriac. So I feel like I need like this stuff to keep me going. So I feel like for me, man, it would actually be just starting like some kind of business, like in terms of like NFTs, and actually, like kind of creating a community around it, and being able to like make a, like Houdink, or what's it called? The watch brand, Houdinki or Hodonki or something.
I don't think I know them.
So essentially it's like a company that like just basically reviews watches, talks about watches, does YouTube videos on watches, and they have like membership fees, newsletter, blogs. I'd love to do that with like NFTs, like licensed NFT projects. Okay. And start a company around that, like that'd be such a sweet like thing to do. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, you're saying?
I was just gonna say, like, I think I'd have enough money probably in like 4 to 5 years to be able to, to like actually like stop doing all this stuff, Yeah.
Yeah. I think you're one of those people that will always want to remain busy, because I retired last year, and I thought, okay, make like a video here and there, and I'll do it. And then I got obsessed and hyperfixated on this, and now I'm like, this is basically like a full-time job. This is basically like,
it's so sick.
Probably more than that. And like, I don't need to. I could, but I don't know. It's just fun, and I get bored. I'm just gonna, I would just sit there and play Polytopia all day.
Yeah, exactly, dude.
Yeah.
And the thing is, it's like it's so cool to be a part of the community, and like, just like having people that respect you, and like being like, I've never been in a position where people are like, thanks so much for putting out that video. It's like, it's cool, because in real life, I've just got a few friends and whatever. I'm just a normal dude, so it's kind of neat to have, a little bit more respect in this community. It's cool. It's a cool feeling.
Do you ever get weird super chats, like people super chatting you like butt stuff? They just
man, it was cool. The coolest. I got $100 tip one time. I don't know if have you ever had some crazy tips?
Yeah, I've had a few of those.
What did they say? And that, I think actually veve Magic was there for that. It freaked me out. I was like, what the hell? Like, what are you doing? It's amazing.
What did it say?
It just said like some guy tipped me like $20 and then another guy tipped me $50. And I was like, oh, that's the most I've ever got. And then the other guy upped the other guy and was like, oh, now it's the most you've ever got, you know? I was like, holy shit.
There was one night I had a podcast with this guy, Ty McDonough, who's like a comic book specialist, anime as well. And then my girlfriend is Dr. Danielle Moso. We just came back from like a wedding, and we just had a podcast in the hotel room, and there was these two people from Australia that super chatted like $50 each because they like love me. Like, hey, you know, it was late at night, but for them it was like during the day. And then there's one guy, Ernie Malas, comes in with $100 super chat. Like, can't have these Australians tipping you more than Americans, America. And I was like, yeah, yeah, baby.
That's so sick, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I had a bunch yesterday. I had a bunch cryptos with Taco. He said like, hey, I just made a video, and then like, and he's like, share my tweet or like share my video, and he tipped me like throughout the night. It was like it was like $250. It might have been like $300. So I like during the middle of my stream, and this is why the stream went for like 4.5 hours.
Dude, that's crazy. Yeah.
So I was like, okay, give me like, I'll share your tweet, I'll share your video. So I like liked and subscribed, and I was like, hey everyone, go like and subscribe to this guy.
Man, I think Silicon's actually in the house right now. I think he just showed up, and dude, that guy, every time I do a video or even other videos, he tips me every time. So much so that I literally had to text him and be like, dude, stop tipping me. Like, he's just like, oh, you want another $30? Here's another. Like, I was like, dude, like I'm good, man. Like he's a legit dude. I think he's got a ton of back cows too. And
nice.
Yeah, he went from Todd, he's gonna be the master of Todd. Now he's gonna be the master of back cows.
That's amazing. Yeah. Yeah, some people that just and this is why I tell people that be advised when you make a lot of money, whether it's going to be with Omi or if it's going to be with NFTs, that opens doors for you. Some of those doors are really cool, but some of those doors are not so good. Like once the Omi moons or NFTs go to the moon, and suddenly this person that maybe invested a couple $1,000s now it's like $30,000, and there's almost nothing that they can't do because they have that, you know, solid 5 figures of money, just expendable income. Sometimes that translates into just like, I'm gonna mess with it, just super chat, you know, forever.
Yeah.
Sometimes I can go to drugs, and not the good kind. Sometimes I can go to like women and not like, and you know, ladies of the night, and you can get addicted to that. Like there's just a lot of different things. But yeah, get someone that's worth, you know, like 8 figures, 9 figures, and $100 is nothing to them. They just go,
yeah, just goes, dude.
Yeah,
and it's crazy being like some of the people that we're surrounding ourselves now, right? Like Lewis Morgan, I think his net worth is like, you know, 1/5 of $1 billion, right?
He's got 9 figures, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like it's insane to see how he thinks and how he operates. He's like very quick, makes rapid decisions, goes all in, gets out, and then it's like, you know, it's like insane. His like level of productivity is so high.
Oh, there's veve Magic. It's okay, veve Magic. Wow. We'll do it together on a podcast one day. And speaking of giant donations,
yes, Patrick, I love this. I love how we're just chatting about that. It's fucking epic, dude.
Yeah. Okay. You go. Do you want to go first? Price prediction.
You go first. You're the expert in this more than
okay. Me. I don't know if I've been consistently wrong on my price predictions, but I will say that cheers, mate. Because we were delayed, that is the only reason why my price predictions were wrong, is because we didn't get anything that we were supposed to because of the moving to different blockchains. But I want to get you a detailed one, not to go too much of your time here, Mr. Patrick Rodriguez. I think that Reese had said that we would probably we will get Veveverse, but we will not get land this year. So that does bring my price prediction down. It was like 5 cents by the end of the year. I think it would be probably around 3 cents now, because Omi to NFT, they're definitely getting. I don't know if that's going to be in Q2. It'll probably be in Q3. That's going to be really big, because you're going to have some Omi whales that are just going to have a couple drinks one night. Like me and Mr. Pags, we've already decided we're going to be having those fish battles. I don't know if you've seen that fish game. where you can battle each other, where you eventually be able to wager Omi, that we're going to go in and we're going to be like, hey, let's bet like, 10,000 Omi on this game, like each game, and half of that gets burned, that's put into there. Or part of that gets burned. So I think there's going to be people like your Ray Fixies, like your Dr. Prop, people that have a bunch of Omi. Like I'm in 3 different whale groups, and there's one of them where I have the 3rd least amount of Omi. The rest have like hundreds of millions and billions of Omi. You think someone with like 2 billion Omi is not just going to go and absolutely sweep up all of these floors that we are at right now? Because again, these people got this Omi when it was 4 zeros, 0.00003. They've already like 80x their money. So I think that there's going to be a lot of fees taken out. I think that you're going to have specific Omi to NFTs. People are going to wager Omi. There's 4 different types of Omi now. There's the GoChain Omi, there's the layer 1 and layer 2 ERC20 Omi, and there's going to be Polygon Omi for Epico. So a lot of people they're going to lose some. You're going to have at least 3 more exchanges. One just Renegade listed, last night or early this morning, which was CryptoMat. So I think between that, you see a minimum 10x. So I would say 3 cents by the end of the year, and that would be why. What about yourself?
Yeah, so I think for the interim, like for the next like 3 to 4 months, I think like, we're going to start to see even more of a decline than what we've been seeing now. And I think it's just basically, because if you talk to an economist, likely because of the outside factors, like again, the recession, the summer, the fact that like there's less engagement a little bit now. And then I think you're going to see some pretty big upswings when people start, kind of coming into the NFTs a little more next year, when we start seeing the first waves of interoperability. So if we start seeing some of these artists actually go offline and finally be off the platform a little bit. But I think it's a long time before we see other than DC, potentially see like anything like Disney ever go off the platform. And then in terms of, the utility aspect, I think that's still a whiles off. So I agree. Like, I think it'd probably be like something like 2 cents, but come next year and maybe even the year after that, I think there's going to be like a huge jump. Like I'm talking like a massive jump where it's going to be a huge ride for like maybe 10 cents. And then also we'll be at a whole different ballpark. And then everyone's going to be crying that they didn't invest more now.
Oh, I think so. Well, the utility definitely would start this year. Again, Omi to NFT, wagering Omi, and stake. Staking will be a big one.
Staking will be huge. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, especially now, like in order to get $50,000 of Omi for that highest staking tier, that's so much Omi now. That's like 20 something million Omi. It's like 28 million Omi that you have to put in or whatever. Back I remember putting $50,000 worth of Omi into the app when it was worth 50,000, and now it's not worth 50,000. But I think what we have is the burn. If the prices stay down here and we have Omi to NFT, and this is burning from the circulating supply, 2 cents is only like a $6 billion market cap, and you think that we're not going to be like 8 times bigger than like Sandbox or Decentraland. I think the KPI for Sandbox is actually bigger. Like, take a look at Decentraland and Sandbox's Telegram groups, and take a look at their Discords, and take a look at their Twitters. Like, every single one of our social media apps is on fire compared to everything else, the exception of Earth 2. Earth 2 has a very good Discord, but yeah, ours just completely outclasses them. And like I said before, the veve app is the Tesla of NFTs. They've won the decade already. Massive IP. No one else is catching them. And there are people like Hello K argues that, well, there's a lot of people, or that there's not a lot of people that have a lot of the Omi. If you have, let's say, 10% of that 300 billion that's out there in circulating supply, so let's say 30 billion, and let's say that's all going to be sold. 30 billion Omi wants to be sold at 1 penny, let's say. So at $1, that'd be $30 billion. At at 1 cent, that'd be $300 million that would have to be picked up. okay, well, that seems like an impossible mountain to climb right now because we do like less than 1.5 million of daily volume. But when we're on Coinbase and Binance and all these other, and we have utility, and we're listed as a metaverse token, not just a like utility and metaverse, and we have $100 million of volume each day, that 300 million, that gets eaten up in a couple weeks. That gets eaten up in a month.
Right.
So that's if 10% of the circulating supply needs to be sold at once. That's I think this goes really, really hard next year, and 2024 goes Bitcoin halving.
Yeah.
25 cents maybe by that time.
And one thing I just wanted to share too to Patrick, since he's so generous here. I want to obviously, again, Randy's the leader at this space for how much Omi he has, but the other thing is Reese keeps telling me, kind of making hints about how much NFTs are on the way, and he said that we're really going into that next cycle, the next iterations, and that these new NFTs that are coming, I think, are going to be things that people will want to keep forever. So just to give you a bit of hint there, that it's not like the party's slowing down or the train's slowing down anytime soon. Chad is a total chat. That's funny.
Did you see Reese's or essentially crypto, his interview?
Yeah,
with Reese?
I saw that. It was cool. Yeah.
When Reese says that he's never been more bullish on Omi and that they want to annihilate the coin as far as like burns.
Yeah.
Oh my heckin' goodness.
Yeah. And do you remember when they did that in March last year? When all of a sudden it like did a 6x almost overnight. I forget what they did, but like I know there was a lot of like new money coming in, but there was also like a burn, if I'm not wrong, right? Like 100 billion or something like that, or I forget what it was.
No, there was one thing, and it was taken out of it would have been out of the reserve wallet anyway, that there's one particular smart contract where like 94 billion Omi is locked up for like 1,000 years. So it's considered burn.
I see. Yeah.
I mean, if this continues on for 1,000 years and it gets unlocked, and okay, 94 billion come out of nowhere. But
yeah. So it's a burn.
Yeah. It's a long ways away.
Yeah.
I did not get a DC back Cal. Not yet. I might buy some extra ones.
You got to do it
that people are selling. And how many did you get?
Just the one, man. I went in last minute. I was gonna buy more, but after hearing Matt talk about like how you just needed one to be part of the experience, and so I was just like, and I wasn't really sure how many were minted. I was kind of a last minute thing. To be fair, Silicon and a few others gave me a heads up to be like, go buy like 10 of them, but I was like, just get one for the fun of it,
I don't know if you've done this. I did this with Mr. Pags once. We're on stream. I had a couple of the spiked Arnold Palmers. So it's like, yeah, so I had a couple of those, and this is where I bought a bunch of my Lokis. I was drunk, and I had like 20 something thousand gems, and I was like, you know what? And I start going through this thing of like how, and this wasn't an LSD purge, it was a drunk purge then, but I still think it makes sense because at the time you had this channel called Emergency Awesome, has a couple million subscribers, say that Alligator Loki was like the superior Loki, and IGN's Instagram went and they said like, who's everyone's favorite Loki, and overwhelming majority everyone's put Alligator Loki on there for all of it. So I was like, you know what, YOLO. And that night I drank a bit, and I bought like 12 Lokis that night. It was
now I know where that comes from. That's hilarious.
Yeah. It was for that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
These guys are crazy.
I was gonna say, man, my wife's been knocking on the door. I think she's missing me. So I was like,
you gotta bounce. You gotta go.
But bro, I could talk to you all that. We could be on here for 8 hours.
You got responsibilities.
Yeah, no, but thanks for having me on, bro.
Like, yeah, of course. Someone was saying up there is like, you guys need to warn me before you do the next podcast so that they're not busy, so that we'll plan it in my channel. Yeah. When do you want to go on your channel?
Man, like I do it this weekend or I do it next week, whenever you have some time, man. I'm pretty open. Like the work's not as intense for me these days, so I'm trying to put up more content.
Okay. Deuce, are you doing anything for Mother's Day?
I am actually, yeah.
Okay, so I'm free that day. I think on Monday I'm free.
Okay, let's do that. Yeah.
All right. What time for you on Monday?
Like, could you do like 7 p.m. EST?
Yes, I can. 7 p.m.
Okay, done.
NFT Pirates podcast is Chanel. Okay, copy.
Sweet, bro.
All right, legit. Thank you so much for coming on. We did 3 hours. I'll stay and still answer the rest of the comments.
Yeah, thanks,
and do
man.
whatever. But yeah, you have a good one, Senor.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me on. It was a blast, bro. You're a smart dude, and I had a
All
ton
right,
of fun.
you too, man. Say bye bye to Daffy.
Yeah. See you,
All
buddy.
right. Peace.
Peace, bro. Thanks.
So that was good. Shout out to him for doing that. Next time, phone a friend before you make those decisions. These four should jump together. Chad, you, Magic, Secure, and Randy. Such different. I'd love to. I'd love to. Does anyone want to jump on the podcast? Does anyone want to come on? Like, I have the link. Let me know if you want to come. Come join. And I'll send it to you. Comment down below. First one to like super chat that want to come on. I'll bring them on. Let me see the thing. Oh, is this the? Oh, yes, this is the thing. I can do it. Everybody's talking. Chad. I mean, he's a good looking. How do I? Okay, I'm gonna open this in Chrome. I'm gonna copy it from there. Copy. Okay, all right. I think that should be good. Okay, moving on. So look, Secure, what's going on? Look on the real deal. Teach me the ways. He's this is the way. I love you guys. Hit me. What's up, Yuki Strike? How's it going? Love me some back house. Yeah, the back. So I was talking with Yostef before. Me and Yostef were at Doctor Strange, and she was talking about legacy and how they made a whole different. They looked through his profile and made a whole thing for him. Like they made a specific how there's like less than 10 of them, and one of them went to him. I was like, dude, that's nuts. The fact that they were doing that is just absolutely bananas. When it comes to money bags. What's up, sleeping? I'm not that far behind on the comments. I hope you're doing well. Sleeping. We were talking about you before. I should get you on a podcast with my friend Ty. He's really fun, or just in general. You should come on. So I thank you again for that super chat. I already gave my prediction, justifying the 3 cent price prediction, and again, that's before land. I think land will go and become one of the. I mean, if $100 million was burned just in gas fees for Yuga Labs, that what are they going to do if they have like this, like, and even Reset on Essentially Crypto's podcast, I like, yeah, I might want to get some land, next to like Disneyland and VV, or it's like, Jesus Christ, man. This is, what do you think they're going to get? What do you think they're going to get? Like, let's say like there's going to be, I guarantee there's going to be competitions. Guarantee it. There's going to be Disney peeps versus Nintendo peeps. And it's going to be like, what land is going to go for more? The land around Peach's castle, Princess Toadstool, or the land around Disney castle? Like, I don't know whose castle it is. Cinderella? There's a bunch of those castles that Disney had, but for Nintendo, yeah, that's Peach's castle. Yeah, you got Bowser's castle in there as well, and that's pretty cool. That's pretty fun. But it's just different. Peach's is more iconic. It's in Mario 64. It's in Mario Kart. It's in that raceway on Mario Speedway. Here for it. So when I have chatted with Randy in Spaces, and it's always a great discussion. Yeah, it's always fun times. We have also seems to wow. Silicon Secures heart you too. Cheers. Oh, dude, I heart you as well. You are my fire. Okay. Yeah, it's good times. Let me just send this here. Come on. You guys keep your OMI in MetaMask? I do not. I keep mine in 6 different trust wallets. And there is and then obviously the veve app as well, but there's not that much in the veve app. The 6 different trust wallets are, 5 of them are GoChain OMI, and one of them is ERC20 OMI. That's the that's what, just because I did that for 2 reasons. Partly because I didn't want to be like, I tested it out with one wallet, and I was like, okay, if it goes wrong, it goes wrong. But also because now I cannot sell, like let's say it averages out to like 100 million Omi, maybe like 95, whatever. Figure like 18, 19 million per wallet. There's no way I can sell that. So it prevents me from making a stupid move. It prevents me, like, I mean, I still could do it. You just go on the bridge and you convert it to layer one, and then you put it on the exchange. You can still do it. It's just, it makes me really think about doing that beforehand. What's up, Jinferno? I hope you're doing well. Howdy, 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 howdy. And Gus, right? Gus is the name of your dog. Veve Magic is sleeping in the house. We do love the sleeping. He is Bay. His trust wallet. Yeah, I have all mine in trust wallets, with the exception for the little that I have in the veve app. Trust wallets. Sleeping. I hope you're so cool. Pags versus Randy. Who you got? Tough one. Yeah, I don't know. In the fiche, I am not good at the fiche game, like, at all. So I'm very good at rock paper scissors. I am not good at all at the fiche game. It's just, I don't know why. I typically lose at that. I'm gonna lose so much homie as I bet people. Sup Silicon, how's it going? Veve homies for life. Conspiracy theories are low min. Live on forever. Kinda. I used to be one of the biggest conspiracy theorists, and I think that is what helps. I think that's what helps with going deep, doing deep dives into companies, because you connect dots that other people wouldn't think to try to connect. And you make the argument that, oh, well, you're connecting dots that aren't there. And sometimes maybe that's true. But I think it has neurons fire that otherwise wouldn't fire. And, sometimes you try to, make mountains out of molehills, but sometimes you connect things that no one would think to. And it's really cool feeling. I really like that. Those are real whales, lots of real whales. All good. J Baz is in. Yeah. Champ, what's going on, Champ? How's it going? Veve Magic says, "What up, Champ?" Oh, hello, friendo. Casey Pirano says, "I'm trying for 10 million Omi. I can be at 5 million right now, but I'm waiting for a bit to drop." Yeah, there's a good amount of people that are waiting, so God's entry is really good technical analysis. Makes a living out of that and makes a lot of money. Said that Omi could go lower, but it will not stay there for long. He thinks that Bitcoin can go down to 20K though. And so here's the thing. If he thinks that Bitcoin goes down to 20K, and let's say it does, and you think that Omi's not going to get cut, I think that Omi would get cut in half. I think that Omi might go down to 3 zeros. Or I don't think that it will. I think it could. And I would so much. Because again, like, what happens when suddenly we're on more better, more exciting exchanges? This is it's either gonna go up or the price is gonna burn like a mother flapper. We're burning an average of like over 1 billion Omi a week. Once that goes to once that starts happening from the circulating supply, dude, it'd be nuts. Let's take a look at Puddin Cheeks' website over here, his chart. Oh wow. We got, all right, so let's do the 29th to the 5th. Let's see how much Omi we have there. Let's see, that's 450, 6, 7, 8, 10. So we had only about 1 billion. So let's say it's about 360, so it's 400, so it's 550, 580, 880, 960. Yeah, so actually about 1 billion, which is not a ton. If you do the 22nd to the 28th though, for April, there's one day we had 600 million, 700, 800, 900. Yeah, so we had like 1.4 billion that week, about a billion. But today we had 138 million go. I thought it was pretty good. And tomorrow we'll probably, well, let's take a look at tomorrow. Was there 8,000? So let's say out of the 8,888, let's just do 8,800. Let's say they take 88. They're probably gonna take more, but let's just say 8,800. Let's do 8,700. All right, times 120. So that it's $1 million that just boom out of thin air. And let's say we times that by 0.002. Or I'm sorry, we got to multiply that or divide that by 0.002. That's, oh my God, that's $500 million OMI. That's right. Is that right? Yeah, that's $500 million OMI that's gone tomorrow. I just got to make sure I do that again. 8,700. That's about how, and that's conservative. Out of 8,888 of those statues, let's say 8,700 are there, and we multiply that by 120 because that's how much it is going to be per statue. That's $1 million or $1,044,000. Divide that by 0.002 because that's about what OMI is. Yeah, it's $500 million OMI. My God, this week is going to be nuts. Waiting for NFT to OMI in the easier ways to get liquidity in and out of veve. Yes. And there's some people that think that, oh yeah, MTL or people are going to cash out a lot. And there's a fair point. There probably are going to be people that are going to cash out. But I also think that, oh God, my bad. You know what? I'm gonna get some. It's been 3 hours. I deserve some cheese. Okay. Where am I? Okay. Gotta put the cheese. Okay. You know what? There. What was that? Oh yeah. There's going to be people that, but there's like a barrier. Like you have to do KYC and you have to do X amount of things to do that, and you're going to have people that right now that do not want to go in because you can't cash out, and they're going to go in. So I think there's going to be some cross trading happening there. Dude, mozzarella cheese is so good. I think you see a lot of cross trades. A lot of people that get out are going to cash out, are going to be replaced by people that are finally going to come in. I want to build my OMI as well. I see so much upside. I just get distracted by the NFTs. Yeah, it's hard because it's hard to buy OMI. Well, like it's boring to buy them. It's okay, I got some OMI, but you could have like some of these really cool NFTs. You could stack them. There's pieces of history. No, OMI. 1 million OMI is completely interchangeable with another 1 million OMI, but getting certain mint numbers and getting a limited amount of these things, they're very, 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 very hard to say no to. Very nostalgic. Yeah. Same. I still want to have 100 million OMI by the time this reaches $1, which I think can happen by 2026. But even if it doesn't happen by 2026, it'll definitely happen this day. Again, it has to. Let's say there are no burns at all. Let's say there are 0 burns at all, which is absolutely ludicrous. OMI would have to have a $300 billion market cap to be $1. Okay. Well, when Ethereum is a $20 trillion market cap by 2030, you don't think that OMI is going to be at, well, it was 10% of that. It's 2 trillion. 5% of that would be $1 trillion. 2.5% of the Ethereum thing would be 500 billion. You think OMI is not going to be at least that? Like, my God, man. I so bullish on this. I think OMI will be the biggest part. It will, and that's what they're focusing on first. When Reese says he wants to annihilate the coin, yeah, very, very bullish. I think we'll be able to as well. Let's say there's something that's not popular. Let's say something like Kripken. There's a Kripken thing that nobody really cares about, but there's a Kripken Veveverse. There's a Kripken Metaverse inside, operated by the Veveverse. Let's say in order to get something in there, you need a Kripken. Or there's not even 100,000 of those, 50,000 of those. Not even that. No, there might be like 50,000. Maybe not. Maybe like 30. However much. Actually, let's do the math. Let's do the math on this. Let's see how many Kripkens there are. And we could do this 2 ways. We try to figure this out a couple of different ways. But let's go to Kripkens. All right, Bigfoot. All right, so there's commons. There are 9,000 so there are 9,000 Bigfoot. So Chupacabra, Yeti. Okay, so there are only 27,000 of the commons. Go to uncommon. I think those are there's 6,000. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. There's 3. All right, I'm sorry. There are 4 commons, so it's 36,000, and then there are 24,000 uncommons. So that is a total of 60,000 on there. Okay, that's a lot. There's a lot. There's 60,000. But how much are the rares? Let's take a look. There are 4,000 of the rares. So 1, 2, 3. There's 3 of those. So there's 12,000. So there's 72,000. Wow, that's a lot. Cosmic Cthulhu, the last one. 2,800. Okay, so there is a total of 74,800. This might have been a mistake to use Kripkins, but let's say it's a good game and it's fun and there's 100,000 people that want to play. Well, you can't. 100,000 people can't play because there's only 7. If you need a Kripkin to do that, there's only 74,800 of them that are available. They physically cannot play all at once. So let's say if you want to play, you can't, or one person that also wants to play can rent theirs for money, and because there's a lot more demand than there is supply, you'll be able to go and play. Not including people that just stack those. Like, I have the full set, but I don't have a what do you call it? I only have one of like everything. Some people stack that ultra rare. Some people stack. Yeah, that's nuts. I think it'll be 0.015. Oh, 1.5 cents. It's possible. I should have really weighed this to see how much extra calories I was taking in, but I did not. Yeah, 1.5 cents is possible. I mean, anything is possible, but this could reach somehow. They do marketing. This could reach meme coin status, and it can go. 10 cents would be 30 billion. That's a lot. But that's with no burn. So we'll see. I've been talking about rental for Omi for 6 months plus. It'll happen. It'll happen. It was a contract mistake. Well, contract mistake. To me, in LA, I'm House S. Oh, it was 18,000 years. I thought it was only 1,000. All right, well, that's gone forever then. I don't. There probably will be a meetup in LA at some point. I don't know who would be putting that on or where it would be. Was a point of rental in your opinion that utility? Oh yeah, I mean you wouldn't do it right now, but when there's a game, and you can only get access to that game if you have an NFT, that would make sense. I'm old though, so I need this stuff to pump to quit my job. Casey Brown, I don't know how much you need to go quit, but before 2025, you should be able to retire. Oh my God. We got a special guest here today, and the special guest is veve Magic.
What's up?
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing all right. I'm just hanging out. I'm eating some cheese. Let me tell you, I'm gonna be gassy AF later. I'm sorry if that was TMI, but
Best thing on the planet, man.
Dude, mozzarella cheese is so good.
Any cheese is good.
That's true. There's I once thought that there was like when you go to those fancy parties, you always see like there's little fancy mousses or there's fancy like chocolates or whatever. I thought that this was like a type of mousse cream cheese thing, and it was apparently just brie, and I never had brie before, so I was just eating it by the spoonful. I was like, oh, this is good, and it's it happens.
It's funny because when I go to Disney and I go to the there's like a specific club area for people that hold passes, and they have like drinks and appetizers, and they have a charcuterie, which like I'm all about charcuterie.
What's it called?
Charcuterie.
What's a charcuterie?
Oh, what?
What's a charcuterie?
It's like for cheese addicts. It's like a cheese and meat board. And it's become like a whole thing, dude. There's like videos like around Halloween time. There's like ways you can make it look like a skeleton. Like it's a thing. Like charcuteries are a big deal. And it's all like meats and cheeses. It's basically It's basically a way for meat and cheese addicts to like have a niche.
That sounds
It's like,
amazing.
it is. And so when I went there and I saw they had charcuterie, I'm like, oh, I'm getting that. And it was funny because the board came out and they had all these different things. They had like some olives and different like prosciutto and salami or whatever. And they had like this grade looking cheese. And I'm like, I don't know about that. Like, is it tuna? Is it cheese? I don't know what it is. But I tried it and I'm like, I don't know what this is, but it's good and I'm gonna keep eating it. Like, I still don't know what it is.
Dude, I love that. There's this thing at 7-Eleven. They have mozzarella wrapped in prosciutto. It's just so good. It's just I eat that all like far more often than I would like to admit. Just
Oh yeah. At Costco, I buy like all the meat and cheese selections you can get. Like, and they're getting smart. They're getting all sorts of different varieties. I'm like, I'll take one of each. Let's go.
why not get 4? Oh, you buy 5, you get the next one half off. You get the 6th one free. I would totally do that. So big Disney park person. There's so many different. There's what 6 different parks?
Well, it depends on where you're at. I'm in California, so I have 2.
Okay, gotcha.
In Florida, there's 4 main parks, but then they also have water parks. Wait, 4, right? Magic Kingdom, Epcot, Disney Animal Kingdom. Yeah, 4 Hollywood Studios, 4 parks, but then they also have like 3 or 4 water parks. So Disney World's huge.
Yeah.
Disneyland California is much smaller, and there's just 2 parks.
Yeah. Do you have and you've gone to the one in Florida, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I actually am in the midst of planning my trip. I'm going in the fall. I'm going to go in November for Thanksgiving.
Oh, nice. Oh, like on Thanksgiving, like the weekend?
Like the week of, yeah. I'm going to be there.
What do they do for Thanksgiving? Do they have like different food items?
I'm trying to think of Thanksgiving time. I don't think so. Like, yeah, different times of years bring like different activities.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's anything for Thanksgiving, but I'm not sure, so don't quote me on that. I love going for Halloween, and I actually might be there for Halloween as well, but I'd only be there like a day or 2, and I like hit the Halloween party, which is like, that's my
What's the
jam.
party like?
Oh, it's so fun. So like it starts at like 6 p.m. and goes to 11, but you can go to the park starting at 3 p.m. and that's just Magic Kingdom. But it's like it's super themed. All the characters are in costume. Everybody for the party wears costume. There's trick or treating for the kids. There's like a parade for the kids. Like and then everybody's so entranced with like trick or treating and the shows that the ride times, plus it's limited capacity, that the ride times are like 10 to 30 minutes tops. So you can get
That's
like
great.
so much. It's so fun. You can get so much done, and fireworks and all that. Like I love the Halloween parties at both parks, like both California
That's so
and Florida.
exciting.
Yeah.
What do you always dress up as? What do you cosplay as for?
I do different every year. So I tend to go with my like close family members, and we each have kids, and we try to plan something that can like be inclusive to all of us, so we can like do a whole theme. So like the last one we did was Peter Pan, and so like we did the kids did like Tinkerbell and Peter Pan and like the Lost Boys. Well, no, I was actually one of the Lost Boys. Like I dressed as like a raccoon or something, and then like my cousin, he was like the crocodile. Like yeah, we try to plan a theme where we all fit into one genre, which is really fun. And a lot of people actually do that. Like they actually plan their whole theme around a group of people, which is like I feel like that's the most fun, is when you see a whole group of people dressed as one like movie. That's super fun.
Yeah,
And
I like that.
I've seen some wild outfits. People go all out, like spend a lot of money. It's really fun.
I've seen that at Comic-Con. Some of my favorite ones are like the gender benders. Like there'll be like 9 guys as like the Sailor Scouts, like Sailor Moon, Sailor Mars, and they're in like high heels. Like what? Like it's ridiculous, and it's fun. They do a lot of good times.
Yeah, I'm for it.
Yeah. You said you and like close family. Like, what's been like some of your favorite ones? I know you said Peter Pan, or what's ones that you haven't done yet that you're like, we got to do this soon.
Um, it's kind of more off like, okay, so the last time we went this past year, so it was canceled for what, like the last 2 years,
Yeah.
one year? I don't know what it is. Like that's my event I always go to. And it was canceled, so we were bummed. And this last year we went to, I feel like everybody went all out because they couldn't do it in previous years. And there was this group of girls that did all of like the evil villainesses from all the movies, and these girls had to have spent like at minimum like $200 each on like the costume, like looked like ball gowns, just makeup, and they were head to toe. You would have thought they were like in the park, like entertaining you. They were so good. And so like that's the stuff I wish I could like go all out like that. One year my family, we did so I love Nightmare Before Christmas, and we did like Jack Skellington, and we had like I think we did mini me versions. So we did Jack Skellington Mini, and then Sally and Sally Mini, and that was super fun.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
There's this something on Disney Plus. It's called like Behind the Scenes or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
And like episode 3, they go over Nightmare Before Christmas, and they go over like behind the scenes, like the original Jack Skellington and the original, like they have the voice actor. It's really cool. It's really. Have you seen it?
Yeah. I think I have, but it would have been a while ago, so I need to like brush up. But the seeing Danny Elfman in concert is one of my like must do's. I almost did this last year, and I didn't buy the tickets, and I should have, because Billie Eilish played Sally, and my cousin went, and he sent me videos, and she was phenomenal. Like I kind of was like, oh, she's just gonna be Billie Eilish, like do her shtick, like whatever. No, she like did Sally, and she was good. But like I want to see Catherine O'Hara. Like I want to see her play Sally. And
Yeah.
so I really, really want to see that. And so I have other family members that have gone before, and they want to go again. They're like, oh, this year, like we're gonna do it. And I'm like, I'm here for it. Let's do it. Like they play it. He does it every year for like 2 or 3 nights at the Hollywood Bowl in LA. And I really, really want to do it. That's like that's something like I have to do one day before, because there's gonna be a day where Dan Elfman's like, I don't need to do this anymore. I don't want to do this anymore, and I got to catch it before that happens.
Yeah, that's such a that's such a weird moment where I've done that as well. Where I go to Comic-Con, or I used to go every year before the pandemic. I would gain and lose weight for cosplays. I'd get really jacked for Bane. I'd get really lean for like Crow or Spider-Man. And after like the pandemic, now it's just like it's like a chore to try to get back into shape again. You know, I'm trying to like lose weight. I'm trying to like and it's like, do I
Have you
really
done
need to
San
be?
Diego?
Yeah, San Diego's great.
Yeah.
Have
Yeah.
when was the last time you went to San Diego?
I've been there when it's going on. I've never gone to it, but I know it's a big deal. So that's why I was asking.
I went in 2017. That was like some of the coolest. Yeah, that was it. Took over the whole city, which I wasn't really expecting.
Yeah. Well, that area is kind of small, so that's like right in the heart of Gaslamp, which is a really, really, really fun area, and it's easy to overtake, but super fun. Yeah, I like to go visit there often, and there's lots of restaurants and clubs and all that. Super fun. I was gonna ask you something, but I'm blanking at the moment what it was. Oh, are you gonna do? I'm sure you're gonna probably do like New York when they have the meetups. Are you planning on going to UK at all for the decon over there in the fall?
I was, but there's something called Dragon Con in September that I'm already going to. So like I already have a con that weekend, and
Gotcha.
if it wasn't the same weekend, I totally would have gone. I will go there at some point. You know, when Omi decides to moon, I'll just go and just do like a Randy Con. I'm like, all right, guys, I'm here this weekend. I'm here this week. What about you? Are you going to?
I'm debating. I really, really want to go. I think it would be, I've never been over there, so it would just be a cool experience in general. And then to like go meet people I've never met before, but I've talked to a bunch, like would be super fun. And then of course I want to pair it with going over to Disney Paris, because it's like a 3-hour train ride. And
Yeah, that
Why
was fun.
not?
Yeah, I was there a few in 2019. I had like a 9 hour layover in Paris, and I was there. I went, and it was strange. There's like they had those like yellow vest riots at one point, so I took like a cab to like a restaurant, and then like the riots were coming. I was like, oh god, where do I go? I tell the cab like, where should I go? I was like, well, to Disney World. I was like, you guys have a Disney World? Like I had no idea that they had one. I'm like, yeah. I was like, get the
Crazy,
fuck out
right?
of it. Yeah, it was great.
So you
Um,
went?
yeah, it was fun.
That's amazing.
um, it was a. I only stood there for like a little bit. I was pretty drunk too, but it was because I had a plane back to catch, and I didn't speak the language. But there's a um, I'll be in not say I'll be in Anaheim on for Designer Con. You go to Designer Con for the California one, right?
That's November?
November, yeah.
Yeah, I will certainly make a point to try and be there. I mean, as long as it's not around Thanksgiving, because that's when I'll be in Florida,
Yeah,
but I hope so. I would love to be there.
it's really fun. Last year was great. What month did you get into VV?
Oh, so I've been in since March of 2021, and I knew about DesignerCon, but like I wasn't involved in the community at all.
Mhm.
So like I knew it was happening, but I'm pretty introverted too. So I just like I didn't partake. And now like I'm like, I wish I'd gone because I would have met like so many like the people that I talk to every day on spaces I would have met.
Yeah,
So I'm bummed that I didn't go, but I was just like so early and like my VB journey in terms of like the social aspect that
I feel you.
I didn't. Yeah, I wish I had.
We might have scared you off. There's a lot of hardcore people there. It was like VV, so
I know. I see the pictures. I'm like, whoa, they were into it.
yeah, people might have thought we were doing like rituals. We're all standing in a circle with our phone, like trying to smash that buy now button. Just
Hey,
like
but now
everyone's.
like I get it because that's like I envision that now. Like I used to the first time I started using my phone and like in the parks and like putting my collectibles, I've literally tried to explain myself to cast members and they're like looking at me and I'm like, never mind. Like never mind. And I like get shy about it, but then like I just now envision like a group of us all like having our cameras out, like taking pictures of NFTs. I'm like, I don't give a fuck. Like it's cool. Like I don't care. But yeah, it's I actually really want that. Like that's a new like that's the thing that I'm really sort of driving towards right now is community engagement and community utility and like us getting together and doing things together because I feel like us doing that from like a grassroots perspective from the ground up can really get the attention of the companies. Like there are days that are legitimate days at the parks now that that they're not official Disney days, but like Disney knows they happen. Disney's like supportive of it. And like that's what we could have a VB day. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Like this could happen. This could be a yearly thing. So like that's kind of like what I'm driving towards now is like it just takes one thing like this, like all of us getting together and wearing VB shirts for somebody. Like the last time I was at the parks, Josh Tomorrow, who's the chairman of the parks, but like big guy up
yeah.
there, he was there and I walked right next to him. And like I was just sitting there imagining like if there was 30 of us that walked past him with VV shirts and that guy owns a Walt.
Yeah.
If there was 30 of us that had walked by him, you don't think he would have taken notice of us and
Wait, he
been
owns a
like,
Walt?
so I've been told.
Oh,
Yeah.
so okay, so I gotta
And
know like
I'm not hearing this like via like, oh, he got one of the like first 10 minutes. No, like what I have heard is that he bought a Walt.
okay, so he obviously knows what's going on,
Yeah.
and he knows. Well, I mean, I guess the team was there last year. I don't know if they had. I mean, there were pictures of them doing stuff, but I don't know if there was anything along the lines of them like, oh yeah, we're gonna sneak off a little bit and we're gonna go meet this guy and in a hush hush meeting. I guess that could have happened. I don't
No, like
know.
the Walt, like from what I've gathered, and I don't want to like I feel like my sources are pretty credible, but I don't want to also put them on blast. But from what I've gathered, he like went in the market like the rest of us and that weren't fortunate to land on drop and bought a Walt. And when I heard that, I was like, oh my God, I'm bullish.
So do you have one? Do you got a partner statue?
I do, yeah.
Yes. Okay, good.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
do you have multiple? Do you have one?
I only have one right now. My goal has been to
Same.
get a second. Yeah.
Yeah, same. So I guess I know what your answer would be. If you buy 2 Walts or 1 Seeker Spider, you'd probably get 2 Walts, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I've been working since I got the first Walt. I've been working towards the second Walt like this whole time.
Yeah. What are
I've gotten really, really close. I actually had a trade deal that was about to happen, but I got undercut because of person. So I was like doing a little like an actual trade with, and Silicon was helping me because I had like, oh, I'll give you 10 of these. And he's like, just give me those 10 things. I'll give you like, we'll do an equal trade. Like you give me a Todd for the, like, it was equivalent, right? But like, instead of that person dealing with these 10 separate items, let me give you a Todd. It's easier to transact or whatever. Like it was so close. But then a person came in with cash and I was out of the picture. Which I get it.
That day I was trying to get my Walt. I had a stream with Mr. Pags, and like throughout that whole, and I didn't expect for that to be like a 3.5, like 4-hour stream, but I was selling my stuff like Captain America. I was selling like Secret Rare Storm, and I had the reso that was and the lowest price was like I think like 8.3, so I would put like 7.9. But there was this one mother flapper that kept undercutting me by like $100. He would put it like 7.6, and we wound up going. So I went to like 7.3. I got it. I sold some other stuff, and then I eventually got it. But I bought it on stream, and I didn't know until like the next day when I got into the partners Discord. People were saying like, "Yo, Randy just bought a Walt on stream. Randy just bought a Walt on stream." It was exciting.
That's cool.
It was fun.
Do you mind me asking like what your range of buy-in was?
For the Walt?
Yeah.
12.4, I think. 12,000.
And how long ago was that?
It was like not even a month ago. It was really recent.
That's a good price then.
Yeah, it was like 12,000 or 12,004. It was one of those, but it was really recent. Maybe not even a month ago, and it was fun. It was good. Outside of the that, what was the guy's name that was like head of the park or one of the parks that has one?
Oh, Josh Tomorrow.
Josh Tomorrow. Outside of him, who's like the biggest person that that like has one? Like, oh, this person has one. Really bullish.
I know a Club 33 member that has one.
Oh. So you might be able to tell me this. I have learned, and you maybe confirm. You can confirm it, that there are like are there less than 2,000 Club 33 members?
I would say probably. I know that like I don't know how they work, but like I know they are kind of always adding new members, or I don't know. Like they do keep it very small. So it's like I don't know if it's like the amount of members go out, that the number of members come in. I don't know the statistics on that, but I would say it's probably around that amount. But Florida, I think, is much bigger because like there's a whole area of there's a whole location where you can own homes in Florida, and they're obviously like high class homes, and owning a home in that area gets you a membership. That does not exist in California. Like I feel like California is probably, for one, much harder to get into, and two, much smaller. But and there are people that have memberships on both sides. Of West Coast and East Coast. If they're separate memberships, like
I didn't know that. I thought it was just one whole thing.
No, they're separate memberships, and I don't even know how out of the country works. But like for I know West Coast and East Coast are completely separate memberships.
Oh, okay.
And so different cost levels and everything, different utility levels, the whole thing. Yeah.
I thought it was. I'm learning. I thought it was like a $30,000, 33,000, whatever, and that was for like the world.
Yeah. No.
Oh wow. What are some levels like? Do you know what it gets you? If you get in like Cali
So
where
I
you are.
do know a lot of the perks, but like I can't say because like they're not allowed to share, and so then again I'm not allowed to share because
Yeah.
it's just that's why I had somebody that works at Disney that like when I did my first video had commented and said like, you're making it seem like a secretive club. I've worked there for 15 years. It's not that secret, blah blah blah, like this is how much it costs. And so I know a member and I sent them sort of this message and all this stuff, and they're like, everything they said is not true.
Oh,
Like,
so they even
yeah.
keep it secret from like some of the staff. Like I
Yeah,
guess.
like so just because you work there doesn't mean you know everything about it. Like you don't. Like if you think you do, you don't.
Yeah.
Unless you are literally working in that space. Like that's
Yeah.
different. But just because you work at Disney doesn't mean you know. Like
Yeah.
yeah,
I
there are different there's certainly like rules and you know all that stuff. Like
they
it
probably have
is.
NDAs that they have to sign as well. As I like,
Yeah,
hey.
I don't know, but I assume so. Sure.
Yeah. I even because I have Steph Celentano and Justin Pierce on, and they used to work at Disney, and yeah, like they had some similar experiences, but some of them had like completely separate things. Like, oh, you guys did that, and so it would make sense that depending on what parks you work at or wherever, you just have
Right.
different, and some people might not know.
Yeah, and that's kind of like where I go with utility too. It's totally different depending on where you're at. Like, you know, like different parks, different things get you different utility, and that's where like I see so much growth in terms of the NFTs. Like, it doesn't have to be all about Walt. It doesn't have to be all about golden moments. Like, how about just owning one Disney NFT? Like, if you're in this new age right now and you're early to the game and you own one Disney NFT, that could get you something. Now, if you own like a whole set, or if you own multiple sets, like then you like can talk about different tiers and how like those different tiers can get you something. Like, I just think there's like so much value to be added in this space that I just don't think like Disney is there yet. Like, I think they're thinking about it. I think they're talking about it and exploring it, but I just don't think they're there yet. But I think there's a ton of potential upside for sure.
Yeah, easy. What other sets do you have? I know you have the wall. Like, what other Disney stuff are you currently trying to get?
I have probably every single Disney set.
Oh,
Except
damn.
yeah, except the one I'm waiting to finish is the villains, which is super easy. I could go finish it right now because all I'm missing is the evil queen. Um, and she was like at $42.99 the last I looked, but I'm just like, oh, she's gonna dip more once we get the next Star Wars announcement. So I'm just being patient because
Yeah.
I don't need that bad. I know it's gonna happen, so I'm just being patient. But yeah, I think I own every single Disney set, not Marvel, but every single Disney set.
That's amazing. I have like maybe like half, like, I got the Walt, I got the duos, I got both the duos. I got the Ducks and what was the other one? What was the other Valentine's Day one? The Lady in the Tramp.
Yeah.
I got those. I have an Elsa. I don't have the hat. I think I want to complete the Star Wars one though. I don't have that. I should get one. I don't have it.
Yeah,
But
that was my major goal, was to just and like will continue. My goal is just to, especially with the goldens, just to complete those. Now I will stack where I can and like see potential, but the yeah, there's certain goldens I did get more than one of at the time because they were so low cost and so easy to obtain. But I did make missteps. Like, I bought in way early on Lady and the Tramp and Donald and Daisy because I just,
same.
you know, if I don't have them and those are the things I really want, I will FOMO into them because those are things I really, really want. And so I did. But it's okay. It's fine. Like,
Yeah.
DCA, you know, I bought in low on a lot of the stuff I have, so it is
Yeah.
what it is. I'm not worried about
There's
it.
a couple of these that I like. The Flounder and Sebastian I just looked at. It's 117. Like, I don't think those should be lower than like a Cosmic Cthulhu. Like
No,
Cogsworth of the Mirror is $105 right now. That's a Disney golden moment. That is so cheap. Like, I don't know.
I know.
What do you think it's going to be like, or do you? When do you think Disney would market? Like, do you think they'll go on like D23 and they'll be like, "Hey guys, we're finally announcing full-on fledged partnership"?
That's what
Or
I'm super interested to see is so there's one person that's I have two 33 contacts, and one of them, I told them I ran into Josh tomorrow. Like I walked like brushed shoulders against him, but he was talking to other guests and I'm shy and I didn't want to interrupt. And I didn't want to sit there and wait. Like I was just like, oh my God, I saw him. Like I was excited to just even see him. And because he used to be in California, but he's now based out of Florida. And he said, like, did you talk to him about the metaverse? Did you talk to him about NFTs? And I'm like, oh, I would have loved to, but no, like, oh, now I'm like kicking myself because that would have been super cool to talk to somebody like that. Like, you never know, like, right? You could like a minimal conversation of he just thinks he's meeting a stranger, and then I ask him about this stuff. Like, you never know what I could get out of him, right?
It's true.
And so, like, now I'm kicking myself that I didn't like sit there and like kind of wait to have my moment to talk to him. But yeah, I think that they are definitely exploring the space for sure. Like, based on even just the stuff you hear and see and read, like, there's a lot happening. And so, you know, I know a lot of people are pissed off that like we don't have utility and whatever, but like, who's to exactly who's to say they can't add that? They can add that whenever they want.
No.
So I remain hopeful. What
do you think of Bob Iger going and start working for Genie now, the Meta's company?
I didn't research, but I'd like to know if he's still on the board for Disney. Do you have that answer? Because I don't. I haven't looked at that.
I don't yet. I thought that there would be a. I think, and this is like super wild conspiracy here. You know how sometimes college kids will apply to schools that they don't want to go to, so that the schools that they do want to go to see that, oh, they got accepted here, and it might make them want them more. I think that Disney is, and I know Bob doesn't really work for Disney anymore the way that he used to, but you said still like on the board. You know, he's had like a seat on somewhere, I guess.
Right.
I think that they'd say, hey, go work here, go do this, and this way it gets us our foot in the door of another company that's in the metaverse, because Disney filed for their own metaverse as well. So I think that between veve, Meta, and their own metaverse that are all going to be built on Unity Engine, or are currently being built on Unity Engine, they might try to at some point make a play for veve, and it would be easier for them to do so if they have their foot in the doors elsewhere, saying like, hey, we might go and if we're not going to be able to buy you, we'll just partner with Meta and we'll try to put you under or something. And not that I think they would even ever try. Like if the Walt and Marvel Comics #1 is all on veve, you know, I think that Disney and veve are sticking together forever. I just thought it was curious that they did that.
Yeah, no, I agree. I still have not researched to know the answer, but I feel like he didn't just up and leave. But I feel like he's still somehow a part, right, of Disney. I just like, first of all, the benefits are too good. I mean, like the benefits are too good. Why? Like your retirement is set. Like, why would you leave Disney completely? Like, so I feel like there's still a tie-in. And so that's what I would love to explore more, is to see like, okay, is this more so a partnership where he's taking the lead of this project to integrate it? Or is it that he left? Like, that's kind of where I would like to explore a little bit more, and I haven't. So that's, you know, my fault on that. But yeah, I remember when all the talk came out, what was that, like 2-3 months ago, of Disney looking, this is before his announcement of doing this Genie's project or whatever it's called. And everybody thought that Disney was buying veve or buying some other NFT project. And I'm like, I don't think so. Like, I didn't give much credibility to it. One, I think they didn't know what they didn't know. And so, like, why are you going to go buy something when you don't even know what you're talking about? Yeah. And then two, you're already partnered with a company giving your best IP. So why are you going to leave? And three, like, yeah, why not partner with the company you're working with, like, exclusively at this point, and then do something either to get, like, if you're going to go buy a project, partner with the person you're working with and buy a project.
Yeah. I didn't give it much thought, because I I don't think I mean I guess people maybe would try, but Vivi's got a lot of stuff working. There's no MTL yet, and there's no interoperability, and so like I feel like a company like Disney would definitely want to wait until VV gets its stuff sorted out,
They're
a year
like the
down the
rest of
line.
Yeah, they're like the rest of the human population. Like nobody's gonna want to buy into to VB until it's successful, and then everyone's gonna be like, "Where was I? Where was I? Why did I know about this sooner?" Like I feel like it's the same thing. Is it like human nature is you want to see something succeed before you delve into it. You don't want to like go into the darkness, right? And a lot of us are in that dark space, but if we've done enough research or believe in the company enough, then that's enough for us.
Yeah.
And that's where a lot of people have left, and that's cool, but I feel like a company like Disney is kind of like the user that like, let's see this succeed and then we'll be interested. I mean, look what Elon Musk did with Twitter. He could have bought Twitter in the early stages for fractions of what he paid. But a lot of people wait for something to succeed to then buy in.
Yeah, because then
I
there's
like
less
that
risk.
I'm early. Yeah, I
Yeah,
like that I'm early. I'm willing to accept the risk and be early.
same.
Yeah.
You don't have to answer this. You could tell me to like heck off for being too nosy. And you don't have to say how much, but like what percentage wise, like, oh yeah, like 5% of my net worth went into VV, or like 15% went into VV or OMI. Like in that Ecomi ecosystem, how much did you ape in? Because I went in like 90%, like 95% of my net worth in Ecomi.
Yeah, I know. Props to you. I'm probably the transverse. I'm probably 90% into VV and 10% into OMI, but I do want to balance more. I would like to buy more OMI, especially like the prices we're at right now. I just like this huge buying opportunity. So I'm actually like waiting for my tax refund to come in, and then I don't know what it is, but depending on what it is, I would like to put that towards more OMI.
Oh, that'd be great.
As opposed to NFTs. And like, who knows, like that could get me a wall, but I think it's important to balance. Like, I think it's important to have, your feet into different waters. Like I would like to be diverse in my investments. And I do believe in the token, so I would like to have more of the token. But I am millionaire status in the token.
Nice. Oh, be millionaire. So there's some crazy things that people want, which are not going to happen. Like people want like, if you have a Walt, you get immediate Club 33 access, or you get like a free Disney pass. Yeah. But what type of utility would you like to see? Like what type of utility think like they could do this and it would work for either all Disney NFTs or for Walt holders specifically?
Yeah, again, I think that goes back to like the tiering system. Like I think it'd be cool if just owning a Disney NFT, like say they put a timeline out. If you bought in in the first 2 years, like you were an early adopter, and that gains you some access. Regardless, like you could own an Ursula, like regardless of what you own, I think it'd be cool if you own something prior to like their mass marketing. Let's say they're mass marketing. I feel like that could gain you some access to something. And I think that's really, really cool. And then I feel like you could have tiers based on sets or certain collectibles. Like I think that'd be really cool, because like that's how they do their annual passes, is that there's different tiers. Like what you pay for gets you certain advantages. And so I think that's how it should operate, is like the more you have, the more you get. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like I don't know, that's kind of how I see it happening.
I think so too. I think they would have something like that. I mean, I think they might conceal it to like golden moments, because, or they're like limited to that, just because like they have Ursula, they have Pixar Pal, there's going to be a lot of those that aren't golden moments.
Right.
And I mean, golden moments are still tens of thousands, people that could do, which is a lot. So I think they might limit it to that. But yeah, I would like something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly going to be a unique number as to how many people can truly have like every single golden moment. That's going to be relatively small number.
Yeah.
Like owning a single golden moment, yeah, that's like
Yeah, that's kind of what I meant.
Yeah. So again, that like comes into tiers. Like even, one golden moment versus one of the Disney villains could get you, more access. And so like that's the kind of utility I would like to see, is that just like the different, say you own every single golden moment and that gets you the like highest level of access. That would be really cool. And yeah, I see it happening in a lot of different ways. I'm actually saving part of the conversation for a video I'm going to do probably next week about like the things that I could see happening like in the metaverse with utility.
Yeah.
But in terms of, because the thing is with parks, like parks is cool, but it speaks to a very certain concentration of people. It doesn't speak to everyone, right? Like there's people all over the world that own these NFTs.
Yeah.
And there's people that live in countries that don't have a single Disney park. Now there's ones in China, there's ones in Japan, there's ones in France, there's, the United States, but, there's none in Canada, there's none in Mexico. Like there's a lot of countries that don't have Disney access at their disposal. And so I could see those people being like, well, wait, I own every single pair, or, singular golden moments, but like, I can't just go to the parks. So that's where like, I think in my head, like, okay, where can we grow outside of like parks access to give utility to these people? And I think, especially when you look at the metaverse, there's a huge realm of opportunity there for sure, because that applies to everybody. Doesn't matter where you live.
That's a good point. I mean, they kind of did touch on it with like, hey, you can get 3 months of free Disney Plus or 12 months of that, and yeah, something like that. I mean, they grew so quickly that Disney Plus, all of that. There's like 127 million users already, which would be great once they're able to market for us, and suddenly they have like veve advertisements in there. Be super fantastic.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Also, I got a Patreon member that just texted all a bunch of the cheese and meat plates that they just, because we were talking about the charcuteries from before. I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
Dude, charcuterie, look into it. That's a good time.
I will.
That's a Friday night right there.
Sounds great. A little bit of whiskey and some cheese and meat. Oh,
exactly. Exactly.
Oh, frontline pass. Yeah. How much are frontline passes?
So they have a new system that they implemented after COVID. It used to be like a free system, but you'd have to like time it well and kind of know what you were doing. You still have to time it well and know what you're doing, but now you have to pay for it. And so I think it's different. I think California is $20 per person. I think in Florida it might be $15 per person. But then certain rides you have to pay extra for. But I've tried it twice, and you don't have to do it. But I've tried it twice, and it's like if it's you going as a couple or you going as like a group of adults, it's super efficient and like the way to go. If you only go, like, even if it's a family of 4, like, or 5 or whatever, it's the way to go if you only go to the parks once, twice a year. But like I go so frequent that like I'm not going to spend $20 per person for 4 people every time I go. It's nonsensical, right?
Yeah.
So, and I don't have to get it all done in one day because I go enough that, okay, that time we didn't do Matterhorn. So like this time we go, let's do Matterhorn. Like I can do that, but a lot of people can't. So like there's still huge upside. And yeah, like that's a cool utility. Like if you had certain pieces, say you had the whole Steamboat Willie set and you check into the park and they're like, oh, you get free Genie Plus today because you own a Steamboat Willie set. That's cool. That just saved you, say you're a family 5, that just saved you, what is it, $100 bucks.
Yeah, great.
So yeah, so it used to be free, now they charge because that's just the name of the game. But again, another total potential for utility.
Yeah, I think this is where renting comes in too. If they have something like
for
that,
sure.
And it's like, okay, well, I could save $100. They wouldn't mind renting the set for $50 because they're still saving that $50 savings. And Disney would love that too, because Disney would get, like 6% of that $50, every time. So that's.
Plus they get utility. Like they can take those NFTs that they rented and put them with the parks and like take pictures of their kids with those NFTs and like have a whole completely unique experience. Like, dude, there's so much applicability. That's why I'm just like, one, I don't think like Disney's sleeping on it, but two, I think it's like if we haven't heard about it yet, like it's on us to help spread the word and help like drive towards that. Like let's help them get there. If they like, I think it's already happening. Like I think the talk's already there, but like let's help move that along. Like let's progress it further. Like let them realize, hey, we're here and we're ready. Like let's get this ball rolling, you know?
Yeah, they're even doing it on the veve side. Did you see that new hire listing that they put out?
Veve or Disney?
Veve.
I had seen the marketing ones, but I know that they filled them, so I don't think so.
There's a social media one that they're looking for, and they're paying good money, like 75 to 100K like a year to be like their social media expert.
Huh.
And I mean, it's not like this is like a dev listing or like marketing thing. We're like, oh hey, we're going and we already have a bunch of devs. Let's hire another one. I think
Right.
this is something that maybe Alex and Reese kind of have like a hand in because they help out with that. But this seems like they want them not just like a Discord mod. They want people that are
Right.
familiar with like TikTok and YouTube and Instagram.
Right.
So they want to go pretty hard with it.
Yeah, I mean, I know that like at one point he was hiring two people. I was under the impression, like I've heard him say that he filled positions that he was looking for. He, Alex. So I'm under the impression those are filled. I had actually expressed interest in the marketing role because I studied marketing in college and I enjoy it and I like look at it from like I'm more of the like the intellectual perspective of marketing rather than the creative. Like, you know, I've liked to look at everything that's happening and sort of speculate about what's happening and like see pieces coming together rather than the like, oh, we could create this. Like, so I take on like a sort of different stance, but I had expressed interest in that. But my awareness was that they had filled those. So this might be a new position I hadn't heard of.
Yeah.
But where'd you find it?
I'll let you know right now. It was sent to me. It was on. I think it's on LinkedIn.
Okay, I had seen one on LinkedIn, but yeah, I thought they had filled it. Yeah, and I would love to be part of that, but I know that you know the problem is that when you do become part of the team, it limits your ability to move in the market, and that's tough, right? Like,
Yeah, that is very tough. And also, I mean, I feel like you do a lot of that already with like spaces, and like I'll do a lot of it with YouTube, and it might impede on our ability to kind of do what we want. Now we have to do
you'd have to
what's
take on
needed
a different
and not what we enjoy type of deal. Which,
exactly.
I mean, I
And
guess
that's the other
for the
thing.
greater good.
Yeah, that's the other thing is it's like you could get paid to do what you love, but it can turn into something you don't love. And that's like, people ask me like, are you going to do YouTube? Are you going to do this? Are you going to do that? And I'm like, I've been very hesitant because right now, like, this is all just fun for me. Like, I enjoy this. Like, I don't get paid to do anything. And I'm cool with that because I like talking about it. And it's like, once you have the pressure of then having to create content and people are sitting there waiting, then it becomes like a different animal. Like, is it still fun at that point? I don't know because I'm timid to go that route because I don't know. It may not be fun at that point. I like doing it because I love it.
Yeah. It's so this part is still fun, like going and talking and having conversations with people like that I'll always love. Like I hope I can do this. I don't care if Omi's at like $3 and I have like $250 million. I'll still this is just fun. Like go and just seeing how people think and how you got here and the videos of like, hey everyone, veve today, Alex tweeted this and this, that gets a little boring every now and then.
Right. Redundant.
But like you say, like people expect that and they'll go and so it could be.
That's the thing. That's the thing I love about your feed is like it's super organic and it's just easy and natural. You're not spending like, well, I don't know, but I get the gist that you're not spending hours upon hours of creating content. Like that's hard work. That's super super hard work. Not to say like also sitting in front of a camera is hard work, but it's more natural and not as scheduled. Like like the whole deadlines and all that. I'm like, that's hard work, and that's a lot of stress as well. And so
Yeah.
like I've thought to myself, like, if I did do that, what would it look like? And like, yeah, the whole deadlines and creating like meaningful content that people, find useful, like that's hard. That's hard. Especially there's a lot of great content out there already. Like,
Yeah.
If you're going to do something, you want to do something unique, but there's a lot of great content. Like I'm satisfied with what's out there.
Yeah, there's got Foster Health, the Coin Wizard, Taps Trade. Like there's a reason why Taps Trades has a lot, like almost 20,000 subscribers, because he edits his videos and he's very articulate. I don't have an edit button. I just, hey guys, how's it going? Everyone say hi to Dashy. I go through the thing. There's like no production value at all. I'm eating cheese on the stream, Yeah, it's but it's still, I think it's still good because everyone has a unique perspective.
Absolutely.
There's only thoughts that you would have.
Dude, I'm stoked to like have helped you learn about charcuterie tonight. Like,
yeah,
that's amazing.
I'm learning new things here. I learn on every stream.
Just wait until you Google it. You're gonna be mind blown.
I bet. I'm gonna send you a picture tomorrow. I'll be at like ShopRite. Guess what I just bought?
Exactly.
Oh, so QR codes at the park, golden moments that take people right to the lowest price listing. Kids beg their parents to get them. Oh, yeah, that would be nuts.
Ouch.
Costing parents lots of money. That'd be costing a lot. So there was a thing before it said Walt's down to 9.9. What's your price point that you could get them at that you'd be like, hey, I can get them?
I'm not there yet. I think I'm at like 3,500 right now. Now I got like a secret rare on the drop. I got a secret rare Star Wars comic. And
did you sell that, or do you still have it?
I have it.
Nice. It's up to like 2K.
I know. That's wild. I know. But that's something that I could use as a bargaining chip. As much as I hate to let that go, because I get it. I understand the value. Like, I know it's gonna be a huge piece, but that's where I go like, okay, which is gonna be more valuable? It's funny though, because like I have the UR Spidey, and I've always told like I will not sell that. I don't have the secret rare, but I have the UR. And it's funny that like I will consider parting with the comic of a secret rare that's hugely valued, but not the UR Spidey. So it's funny how you're like you notice like what your brain becomes attached to, right?
Yeah.
So I'm still not there, but I decided to load up more when I saw it hit 8. When I saw it hit 8 something, I was like, okay, now is a potential time to make some moves. And I started loading up gems. I started selling some stuff. I sold a common Spider-Man. Like I've been trying to make moves to get there. I'm still a ways off, but I'm interested for sure.
Yeah. So there's a part, I don't know if you saw before, where NFT Pirates he showed me a video. It's like a 15-second video of his partner statue, and it was one of the Disney themes, but played like in a weird way on piano.
Oh yeah. I listened to that.
That I got almost like emotional, like, oh my God, like that. What is something that makes you feel emotional when it comes to Disney music? Is it like a song that, like a Let It Go song? Is it something like from Fantasia, something old school? What's something that makes you feel emotional?
It's enough. It's ridiculously enough. It's a lot of things. It can be like the littlest thing. Like, definitely cried the first time I went in after COVID. Like because the parks were closed in California for 9 months. Like, so that was a big deal for me. I can't go in. So they have like a repeat. It's funny. I go enough that like I know the order of the songs when I either walk through. Downtown Disney has its own order of songs. California Adventure has its own order of songs, and Disneyland Park has its own order of songs, and I have them basically memorized. And like a song will finish, I'll be like, this one's next. And I can't help but get emotional to like the Up theme anytime I'm in Disneyland Park, especially walking down Main Street. Like, that's a big one for me. But I actually commented when Chad played the audio of the music. I commented that it wasn't my initial thought. I think it was Sean from Comics and Crypto that had said, or maybe it may have been Chad. It was one of them that said, I feel like it was Sean. Can you imagine pairing like the opening day speech that Walt gave of Disneyland to the partner statue? I would melt. I would be a puddle.
Yeah.
I would be a puddle of emotions because if you could pair, and his mouth doesn't need to move because that'd be like actually kind of creepy, but like if you could just like press a play button and you hear like the opening day speech, oh man, like that'd be crazy. That'd be crazy. And that would make that piece all the more valuable to own a piece of history that has audio coinciding with it, and you own like the audio associated with that. There's nothing like that exists. There's nothing like it.
Yeah, it'd probably be like an instant doubling, if not tripling of it. Yeah.
Oh yeah. And that's easy. Like, right? Like, I mean, I don't know what goes into the back end of negotiations.
Yeah, it should
and all
be
that,
just
but
add
like
an audio clip every time you hit play.
yeah. I mean, they have to get rights and all that stuff. Like, I understand, like, it's not easy, but like the actual technology behind it is super easy. Like, just one day you wake up and it's animated, and you press play, and the animation is the sound. Like, the technology itself is easy and would be just a game changer, total game changer.
Yeah. I mean, they could still do it. They have it in there. Like they could go and render or re-render anything and make it.
Absolutely,
whatever they want. So that'd be nuts if they could do that.
Yeah.
I'm never gonna stop buying Omi. I mean, I'll stop buying Omi when it goes, I don't know, to like a 3/4 of a penny again, or a penny, whatever, or I don't know when. First ever charcuterie NFT coming. That'd be great. So yeah, the "If You Wish Upon a Star" would be. I don't know if that's the name of the song. That's what he had. Maybe that's why in my subconscious I got all like, oh, interesting. Have you ever? I mean, I imagine you've done it so with like drinking, like go on like a ride or go to a bar and go to Disney while tipsy. Have you ever done it with any other substances?
That's the time. But no, I'm pretty clean, crisp, and clear. I'm like pretty virginic in that terms. I've not experimented much at all, but I love me some tipsy Disney for sure.
Yeah, I'd imagine.
That's the thing. That's the thing that's great about the California Adventure side is there's like alcohol wherever you live. Like you can mobile order it and walk up. Like as soon as I enter the park, I put in a mobile order and then I walk up to my like favorite spot and pick up my champagne or beer or whatever it is that I want.
That's great.
Yeah, it's a good fantastic
time. Have you been to Harry Potter World?
I have not. No.
So they have butterbeer, which is great. So what I would do is,
I've heard that.
I would take like cargo pants like this with a bunch of pockets inside. And I would get those like airplane alcohols, and I would just stack up, with like 6 of them, and I'd put like a couple in each drink, and it's so good. It's so good because they don't like allow alcohol there, but it's like, oh, well, I do. It's amazing.
It's like there's a name for those things. It's like those are the things you take on cruises, like the little plastic. It's like a camelback, basically, but like without the backpack portion.
Oh yeah, that'd be. I could picture people doing that. I'd be like, oh yeah, I got my water backpack here, but they fill it with like tequila or something.
Exactly.
That would be great.
There's one gal that met up at the decon, and she said like she basically had those filled with like wine and tequila. Grubbs, did you meet Grubbs?
Probably. I met like
she goes by Jen, her actual name is Jen, which I know she like tells people her name's Jen, but she's part of like Women of Veve.
I'm sure I did. I met a bunch of people there.
Yeah, she's cool though. She like came with like those bags filled with like wine, like 2 bottles of wine in each bag.
That's amazing. I would. Oh God, I gotta think smarter next time.
Right?
Yeah,
I said she was ready to party.
There's a bunch. Oh, dude, we missed the karaoke night. We missed,
dang.
And there was one part where I don't know what it was. Every now and then I'll have like an allergy attack or whatever, or like and my eyes will start to water. It happens if I'm playing video games, like a really like Mario Kart or whatever, and like I don't blink. So it happened when we weren't doing like karaoke, but someone on the jukebox put in like not bye bye bye. I Want It That Way, by Backstreet Boys.
Yeah.
And we were all singing it, and I had one of those allergy attacks, and I was like, oh man, my eyes are watering. And of course, people got it on film. It's like, oh, look, Chavez is crying. It's like, no, I swear, it was one of those things.
That's amazing.
But
that's
next
so
time,
good.
we'll definitely find a karaoke place. We'll definitely find
it. I wish you had been to I did Alex has spaces every Friday. He didn't do one tonight, but he has spaces every Friday where he does like a music thing. And he had me on one for his week 7. I think he's on like 14 now. Like it's been doing them for a while. They're fun. They're super fun. Yeah. But like that week was so unique because he had messaged me and said, do you want to do space with me about like, your top 10 favorite songs? And I'm like, okay, do you want like Disney or do you want like songs in general? And he's like, it's kind of up to you, but like it's about like it's your night, like what do you want to do? I'm like, well, okay, like my thing is Disney, so obviously I love all sorts of music, but like I feel like it'd be fun to sort of stick to the theme. And so we did like a Disney themed space, and it was his idea to incorporate karaoke, and he got people to come up and sing karaoke to all Disney songs, and it was like freaking magical. Like it was me, and these guys didn't even have background. So this is when Spaces was super glitchy and the music wasn't working. They were doing all a cappella, and they were like leaving it out there, and it was like vulnerable and like amazing. It was just such a good time, and it was just like they still talk about it, how it was just like a super special day, night, like it was just a super special event that was unlike anything else. And I'm like, this is what I'm telling you about Disney. like it just brings people together in a different way. Like regardless, like yes, there's drama with the company and everything, but like my whole thing is like I fell in love when I had a very special moment with my child at Disneyland. Like I went like growing up, but I had a very special moment with my child that like changed everything for me, and I've never been the same. And I had somebody that I helped plan their trip to Disneyland, and they went, and I hadn't heard anything, so I'm like, oh, I hope they had a good time. And he just messaged me like last week saying that it was like a life-changing moment for their family, because like their daughter was like slightly delayed in communication skills and whatever else, and they went on that trip, and they got home, and she has never stopped talking since then. Like wasn't speaking, and now doesn't stop. And they're like, it changed her life. Like, this is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's like that's magic. That's just something that
there's no other way to describe it.
Yeah, and I don't think there's anything else like a Disney World or Disneyland like else in the world. Like there's other amusement parks. Harry Potter World.
It comes down to the cast members. It comes down to, the employees. It comes down to the culture and the way that they have trained people to deal with their customers is incomparable to any other experience. Incomparable if they do it right. And you don't always hit a cast member on their best day. We're humans, right? So you might catch somebody on their bad day where they're a little grouchy. But if you catch somebody that on a good day and they want to brighten your day in the slightest bit, that can mean the world to any individual. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's what Disney's really, really good at. I will say that.
Yeah, that's. I know that drama, whatever. That'll come and go with like the CEO. That'll come and go with the times. But yeah, they've definitely held true to the essence of who they are as a company. And if you wouldn't mind, tell me a little bit about that special moment. Unless that special moment with your kid was like something you want to keep private.
Oh no, that's fine. Yeah, so like my uncle was an exec at ABC, so like it's owned by Disney, and he got tickets and stuff. So growing up, I would be able to go to the parks with family and enjoy it, and always had a great time. I always loved it. I never was like obsessed, so like I'm definitely obsessed at this point. And I actually took my son when he was 3 months old, and that's a journey in itself to take a basically newborn to a Disney park. It's not easy. And then I took him again at 9 months old, and that was like just the game changer. I have this picture of him and I sitting on the merry-go-round and him looking, oh God, I like get emotional even thinking about it. Him looking up at me and just having this like smile, like this just gleeful, joyful, happy smile on his face looking at me. And it was just being able to experience everything through him and going on every ride and seeing him. Like, I always say that Disneyland is the best babysitter and like park in the world, because like, you know, people are like, it's such hard work. How do you do it with kids? I'm like, are you kidding? They're visually like stimulated the entire day. I don't have to do anything, you know, assuming that your child like is fairly well behaved, like it's easy. And I just remember him, like watching him take every single moment in, being on rides and him just, you know, looking around and soaking it in and just thinking that everything was just amazing, nothing he'd experienced before in his entire life. And like that was, I went home that day and like told my husband, we need annual passes right now. Like, and I said, I can't explain it, just wait and see and experience it and you will understand. And yeah, that was like game over. But yeah, I've been to the park since I was a kid. It was just, that experience was life changing for me, for sure.
I haven't gone in a while. I will definitely go. Maybe this year.
Do a Halloween night. That's fun, especially if you enjoy like the whole like Comic-Con thing and dressing up. You should do a Halloween night and commit yourself to a certain character. And there was a guy, I will never forget this. It was like probably like 5 years ago, that on Halloween night he dressed as Lumiere, and this fool had like head to toe 18th century, 19th century like dress, like, you know, the whole 9 yards. And he walked around with both arms up like this and lit candles.
I wonder
the
how
whole night.
Oh my God.
And I was like, that's dedication. And I've seen like a whole tribe of people being dressed up as like mariachis from Coco, and they're in like all white dresses and suits, but the whole everything is LED lit. So they turn a button and the whole costume lights up.
Oh, that's epic.
I can't even describe to you how much people go out on these costumes. Like, dude, they plan this like a year in advance and go all out. So like if you're gonna like, and the Halloween stuff is like for 2 months. Like it's you know, nights from like September through October 31st.
Yeah.
And that's a one I would recommend for sure. Like if you just kind of want to like visit and have a fun experience, I would recommend that, because that's really cool.
I definitely want to meet. So me and the girlfriend want to move down there, and I wanted to live in Orlando. She wants to live in like the West Palm Beach area, which is a few hours away, which is still not bad. You know, if I go like once a month to Disney or Harry Potter World, that'd be enough. I think for me, until I get down there and be like, no, I want to go every weekend.
Yeah, that drive too is like straight. You're like on that highway that's straight for like 3 hours. We had friends that were living in Fort Lauderdale, and so we would go to Orlando and then drive down. And it's not too bad, but it's monotonous, that drive.
Yeah, I think I would have I think she might feel different once we actually go there a lot, and she might, you know, hopefully she falls in love with it.
Yeah.
Because it would be not that fun. I mean, like I don't really work, you know, I just do this. And I'm trying to get her to retire too, but she still likes what she does. So like, okay, I'll do it or whatever. But because I would hate to get like a home like in West Palm Beach, and then suddenly after we get a place, then she wants to buy another place in Orlando. Like, so then we have two homes. So I'd try to get one at there. But yeah, but you were saying like people really love Disney, people really love veve. I think this is a place where people that feel weird, that feel like outsiders, they won't feel weird here. Like
exactly.
I'm sure most of my friends had it up to like hear me talking about like NFTs and talking about Omi and veve, but here it's like it's all veve all the time. That's
yeah, and there will come a time where you're not in the minority. Like it's hard to find people unless you're like, you know, on your channel or on Spaces or on the app. It's hard to find people outside of that to talk to. But like I feel like there's going to come a time where it's commonplace to talk about it. It's like it'll be like talking about the most popular video game, you know, like.
Yeah.
But I get what you're saying. Like, it's the same way. Like, I sort of retreated to spaces because people get me there, you know?
Yeah, they're fun. They're
Yeah.
exciting. They're I every now and then someone will tag me in a space, or people, hey, join this space. Like, I'm on stream right now, and then I'll just be like, hey, all right, guys, we're gonna go into a space, and then I just talk and I stream the space. So that's pretty fun too.
Yeah,
And
it's been cool to chat with you there. Like, you've jumped in a couple of times and still kind of around. That's super fun. And I like getting different people in too for different perspective, because we all have, that's what's fun too, is we all have our unique perspective, but the thing we have in common is our passion for it, which is awesome. Yeah.
So what is something that you're excited that you'll be able to collab? Like for me, if we get a Pikachu NFT, if we have Pokemon, we have Nintendo, I would love it to see like Pikachu interacting with Steamboat Willie. What is something that whether it's a brand that we have or that's announced or that we don't have yet, what's something you would love to see, like a perfect photo op?
To be honest, I haven't thought of that much, because I'm so like still overwhelmed by all the stuff that we've gotten and continue to get. So it's like hard. I mean, obviously this month we're like all super pumped for like Darth Vader, because that's been the thing that's been talked about for months. And the thing that's wild to me is that we've basically gotten confirmation that he's coming, and now it's like everyone is turning to like the next new FUD, or like finding a way to FUD about it. Oh, the FUD was like the Star Wars fan base isn't that big, and I'm like, aren't you the same people that like were ready to like take people to the torch about like, give us Darth Vader or we're gonna like burn veve? Like, you all have been dying for this and yelling from the rooftops, and now that you know it's basically coming, you're all like, fan base isn't that big. And I'm just like, that's crazy to me. Like, that's so crazy. I think, what I'm excited for is, and some of the conversations that have been happening is like how cool it would be when our NFTs can operate with each other. Like, what happens when we can have NFTs battle each other in real life, sort of scenarios. Like what happens when I can have like my zombie Captain America battle Spider-Man, or, like kind of the gamification component of it. Like, I think that's super fun to think about, but like, I haven't really put much thought into like the actual drops per se, because I'm overwhelmed with how good the stuff is that we are getting and continue to get.
Yeah, that's a lot. It's every day. It keeps coming. Like, it keeps constantly coming.
I know. There was a post that I liked today from Disney, and it was out of the blue seemingly, and maybe I'm missing something, but it was like 4 or 5 pictures dedicated to Monsters Incorporated. And I'm like, that's random. Okay, what does that mean? Like, like that's when I like start trying to like connect dots. Like, okay, are they hinting like we're going to be due for our next Pixar Pals drop in another month and a half?
Yeah, like every month we have like a Disney thing, right? Every month.
Yeah, well, like, so I sort of timed it, and like the golden moments, I feel like they're 2-3 months apart. The Steamboat and Bandleader were like 3 months apart, so I could see Pixar Pals #1 and Pixar Pals #2 being about 3 months apart.
That would make sense.
So yeah, I could see us hitting another like Pixar Pals moment relatively soon. So I mean, I would love a Sully. I would love a Sully. Like, that's one of my favorite characters.
Yeah, so something I like, again, I have the set, but something I wasn't like the huge fan of was that there were all different IPs. Like, they were all, one was Monsters Inc. and
movies.
One was, they're all different movies. And I kind of like, if I were going to get like a Toy Story set, I'd want like a Toy Story set,
Well, don't you see how brilliant they were though? Is that they're doing it in a way where you have to collect them all. You can't, like, you can pick just a movie. Like, okay, I only got Mike Wazowski from that movie because I only want monsters. Like, you can do that, but they wanted to make it sort of far-reaching where it's all of the Pixar characters, so you have to collect all of them. Like, I sort of get the mechanism. is that they want you to have them all. Like they want you can't just get a Monsters Incorporated set. You can't just get a Toy Story set. Like that's not the path they're taking, which I didn't see. I will say I did not see that happening. I thought that they were going to do what you were saying, is do like a Toy Story set and like, movies.
Yeah, I think also that when you have that, okay, now that we don't have to wait 2 years for cars because we're doing one set of Toy Story, one set of Lion, you can get at least one thing from there that you want. So that does make sense. Yeah, I'd be
and
really
I kind of like it on that. I kind of like it on that standpoint. Is it like, okay, if I don't like all the characters from that set, I can just get the ones I want.
Yeah.
And so what I did was, I don't love all the characters from that set, but the ones that I liked, I got multiples of because I saw more value in having certain ones because they're more popular than others. So that's kind of like, that was my strategy on that set.
What do you feel about Steamboat Willie Ultra Rare? It doesn't have the word animated on it. Like it obviously is animated and has sound, but it doesn't have it doesn't say animated on the tag. Do you think that means anything, or they just forgot to add it in there?
I never even paid attention to that. I think they probably forgot it, but part of me almost wishes that they don't go back and amend it because I feel like that makes it more valuable. Right? It's like, comics that have a misprint,
Yeah.
It makes them more valuable, right? So it's like I kind of almost hope that they don't go back and fix it if that's a flaw.
That's a good point.
Because to me that makes it even more valuable. Like that was the first, animated Disney NFT and they screwed it up. And congratulations, you own one.
That's true. It's like some things they keep, like Riso and the Stephen Pugh Harley Quinn, they're labeled as first editions, and that's really more for art, but they kept it in there because they did. So it gives that added layer of value, right. Added layer of rarity. So I thought that type of stuff was pretty cool. And he's come to Tampa. Tampa's a little farther away, I think. So there is I don't know if you're caught with the MCU, the Marvel Cinematic Universe, or did you see Doctor Strange yet?
Not yet.
Okay, so I won't give anything away. There was one or two like seconds of like a couple scenes like, oh, this could be a little scary. Is there any type of, or I guess as scary as it could be, like scary Disney movies or any type of horror in general that you would like to see on the app?
I like to see more of the villains as like in their true nature. I think that would be cool, or like even sequences. Like I think animated sequences would be really cool, like pivotal points in storytelling, like Scar making Mufasa fall from the mountain, or the evil queen falling off the ledge of a cliff. Like certain like iconic movie moments with villains would be really cool. I'm trying to remember what that comment said because I did have an opinion on that.
Which one, the horror fan? That one?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
So I've not watched all of the Marvel stuff. But I do love the zombies. And I have not watched like the What If series and stuff. And I don't know. Good. Right. So I don't know their applicability, but like I've got like close to 40 zombie Captain Americas because I just love that character. Yeah.
Whoa.
And I didn't buy them all at the low. Like I've DCA'd, but I remember seeing that character in the parks at Halloween time and just thinking like, and that was was it last year? I guess it was last year. Yeah. Last year he was at the parks because that was the first Halloween back after COVID. And I just remember thinking like, okay, if he's in the parks and he's going to be a regular character, like maybe he's only out at Halloween time, but if he's a regular character, that's telling me something. So like I stabbed him back then, like back in the fall when he first came out, I stabbed him then. Yeah, so stuff like that, I think it'd be cool. I think he's a really cool looking guy. Like I would love to see a character like that give me the ultra animated. Like, I think that would look super cool. Add animation to him and let him like do stuff. I mean, how cool would that be, even just in your metaverse? If somebody like walking by and you just get your like zombie to jump out and like scare the crap out of somebody, I think that would be cool, right?
That would be good. It'd be like going in. Oh, that'd be great if you could make in the veve like, hey, here's a maze, but it's a horror maze, and there's jump scares, and
Exactly.
that'd be amazing. Imagine we get like Harry Potter NFTs, and suddenly one of the things is nearly headless Nick. So you just see like it just, that'd be fun.
Yeah,
I love horror, like Michael Myers, like Freddy vs. Jason would be great. Like that type of stuff is like, that is my jam.
Yeah, I'm not a big horror fan. Like the best I can do is Saw, which is more like, for me, it's more gore than horror.
Yeah.
So like that's about as far as I go. I can't do, and I didn't watch all of them. I got to like 6 maybe, but yeah, I can't handle horror. It's too realistic for me.
Yeah, I like that. I like those movies. They make you think, and they're fun.
Oh
you know?
yeah, for sure.
Talking about like the will to live. There was one they did a few years ago. Like it was on Halloween. It was another Saw movie. I forget. It was like Saw 9 or whatever.
Yeah.
But it was different because the stunts were like in public. Like it wasn't in like a deep, like dark cave or sewer. Yeah, they were like in public. It's like, yeah,
that's crazy. No, but can you imagine like that stuff in a metaverse?
Oh my! So have you seen those videos of people playing horror games and then just have like, oh god, and just having to take the thing off? Yeah, it's really
I wouldn't
cool
be able to deal.
So you don't have to obviously do that, but look at people like playing horror games, and some of those reactions are really funny because they get all scared. But yeah, if you want to, like 3 in the morning, like it's 1:30 here, like I'd be in the bed, like pitch black room, and you could watch people play the horror game, and it's actually really scary. And the fact that you can do that is so wild, like so bananas, like for like for us, like when N64 came out, those were like the best graphics in the world. Like those are Super Mario 64 was great, and we were used to like Super Nintendo and Nintendo, and God, we've come so far.
I know, it's crazy what's going to happen.
Yeah, and
there's so much opportunity.
How old are your kids? How old
are they? 6 and 3.
So they I don't know if they can really like appreciate like video games, like the art and stuff. And
what's crazy? What I'm trying to understand is my eldest is really into watching people play video games, and I don't get that.
So it's I know that since I was like 15, there's one guy, John Chan, that I'm friends with. I'd be coming home from like work or whatever, and he was on my way home. So I just stopped by, hey, what are you doing? Like we would play like Worms, we'd play like whatever, but he's like, hey, you wanna play this game? And it would be like one of the not Call of Duty, it was Gears of War, like a Gears of War game, or like Assassin's Creed, and I would watch him play, and I was like, he's like, do you want to play? Like, no, I'll just watch. And I don't know, it's just interesting to see somebody else play, because you don't have to do like the brain power. You can just shut your mind off, and it's like watching a show. And some of those video games have really good storylines, but like sometimes people are really funny, and their reactions to things.
Well, and that's the funny thing. It's like a whole niche market that like I never in a million years would think would exist. Like I've known about video games my whole life, and I never would think anybody would care to see me or anybody else play a video game. Like, why would you want that? But like, it is a huge niche market, and that's I mean, that goes to like the veve stuff. Like, there's going to be huge niche markets for so many different aspects that like we wouldn't think of.
Yeah, I mean, there's also you find different ways to play the game. Like you find different, like, oh, you could do that. I never thought of doing that. Like you watch people watch like Pokemon playthroughs. Like you have an all electric team. Like how are you even gonna defeat the rock type gym leader? How are you gonna? So it gets really cool and creative to see what people can do. Like playing the original Pokemon games with just one Pokemon. With just this type of team, and it gets really creative, and it's really fun, and people get and you don't have to, like, the majority of people would be like, this is stupid, but you only need a small minority of the 4 billion people in the world that play video games. Just get 0.001% of that. You got a lot of viewers.
It's wild. This one channel that he watches, I can't even, there's so many viewers that they're on like their own app on like the TV and have thousands and thousands of views and have created a whole, like, the mom and dad probably don't even have jobs. Like, it's just their own side business. They've gone on Disney cruises, Disney vacations, and like, I can guarantee Disney's sponsoring that. Like, they've gone to red carpet events for movie premieres, and I'm just like, these people were geniuses. They're having fun with their kids and getting paid for it. Like, wow. Like, that's the dream, right? Like, to just have fun for a living. Like, that's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, you have that even with, I forget who it was, and I don't know if other people have followed. I assume they have, but this like 8-year-old had a channel where he would play with toys, like just physical toys, and he would like talk about it and view
show you new toys.
Millions of views. I was like, what? This kid's like a millionaire, and it's just
like, why?
I don't know. It's so
That's
strange.
Sometimes how I feel with the content that I provide is like, people ask for a channel and I'm like, I don't know that I have anything to provide, and they're like, yes you do, and I'm like, really? Like, it's just like, I feel like I've said all I need to say. Like, what else? Like, and yes, I know it's there because I see like Disney YouTube videos myself, so I get that there's stuff that people want to see, but I still, at the same time, I still don't understand it. Like, I don't understand what people, in certain respects, what people can provide that is so interesting to others. You know what I mean? Like, there's this guy that goes to the parks every single day and he live streams at the parks to just show you new merchandise. And he has like thousands of followers. And I'm like, why? Like,
yeah. It's the way the world is, and I think we're still young enough that we may not understand it, but we can accept it and adapt. Like, over the last like 10 years, going to comic book stores, I didn't understand teenagers when they come in, they buy a comic just to scan the QR code so they can read the comic on their phone. Like, that didn't make sense to me. But now, okay, NFTs, stuff on the phone, okay, having the just something that's just digital. I've seen it before in the transition of comics, so now of course it's going to go from physical to digital. I don't really understand it, but I know that's the way.
Do you think those kids have adapted? Do you think those kids have come to the app and like gotten digital comics that are easy to just display and read?
Maybe not now. I think those kids are probably have like Marvel.com, MarvelComics.com or whatever, or DC, and they might pay $20 a month to read every comic ever. I don't know if, because again, not a lot of people know about veve yet. It's not we're super early. So this is something where I think those kids will get in at some point. Like, if I was just talking with Pirates about this. There are some comics that are just out of reach that you'll just never be able to get, that are worth hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars, but you can get them for less than 6 figures. Some you can get, like that Doctor Strange tale, those goes for tens of thousands of dollars in real life. You can get the secret rare for $1,000. That's stupid. Like, that's so dumb. The Fantastic Four number 5 goes for hundreds of thousands. You can get that for like $5,000. Same thing with the Fantastic Four number 1, hundreds of thousands. You can get that for like less than 10 grand right now. So yeah,
I know, it's wild. I was tempted to buy the secret rare today, but I held off because I was like, I don't know. Like,
if I had the gems, I totally would. I think that's a grail. Yeah.
I got two rares today. I ended up selling one to make up for, like, make up and then some for the gems that I spent, because it's just nice. And it was a bad mint, and the other mint was a really good mint. So I was just like, I'd rather just keep one and build those gems towards something else. Like, if I can continue building on gems, I can work towards reaching my goals, right?
Yeah. There's something and this is something that I think your channel could go to for fun, as you get on doing stuff. Have you heard of watch along parties?
No.
There's these some people that I follow on YouTube. They do like reviews of like movies or whatever. And they have this thing called watch along parties where you can watch a movie with them live, but you have to buy the movie on YouTube. So you have to pay to do that, and then you can watch along with them, and then like people like they super chat them and they pay them for like their comments and their commentary, and they say like, hey, what do you think about this scene? What do you think about that? And you pay them. You don't pay them. You just pay to watch the movie. So you pay for it on YouTube, and then if you want to, it's just another way to monetize. And I feel like someone like you that is enthralled in Disney lore and culture, that you could say something like to like someone like me that if we're watching, I don't know, you could say like a Disney conspiracy or a Disney theory that like, oh hey, this witch in Brave, she's actually rumored to be Boo, who she grew up. You know, this is like years later.
Right.
And I feel like other people might not know that, and you could give a good, unique perspective.
That's a cool idea. No, I had never even heard about that, but that's super cool. Like I see the videos that people make on Instagram about like finding like the Easter eggs and stuff like that. And I think those are really cool, but I had not heard about those like watch along parties. That's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I
It's
might do
amazing
that.
how people monetize stuff. That's super cool.
Yeah. I said, now that I'm thinking about it, I might do that. Like, okay, well, you know, we're gonna watch Die Hard one night, and then we're gonna watch like Once Upon a Time Mexico another night, or I
You'd be
think
super good at that.
I think that I mean, there's a couple of probably like Star Wars, like Phantom Menace. I watched that movie probably 100 times, like if not more.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know. Back in the day, I didn't have like a computer, and there was no high speed internet. And, you know, it came out like 1999. I had dial up for the longest time. So yeah, that's what I did. Watch movies.
That's so funny.
Yeah. Oh, real talk. Buying that steamboat. Get it. Oh,
Nice.
and so you said you don't have the Marvel ones, but you have all the Disney stuff. So you have the steamboat and you have the marching band Mickey.
Full sets, yeah. I don't have like all the Marvel, like I don't have all the Marvel full sets. But I think I have all the Disney full sets.
Oh, that's so cool. That
Yeah.
I don't I like the marching band Mickey. I like I don't know people.
He's cute. He's
Yeah,
really
it's
cute.
cute. It's adorable. Uh, Steph had had a marching band Mickey like coaster. I was like, oh yeah, that like. Do you have any merch? I see you got. Is that Steamboat Willie or is that on
I've
your
got Yoda in the back. Is that what you're looking at?
on your pajama top shirt?
Oh, this is Minnie. Minnie Mouse is on my pajamas.
Gotcha.
I think just Minnie. Oh, I have Minnie and Mickey.
Cool. In the Doctor Strange movie, there's no spoilers, just in the background where there's a couple of kids on screen. You see them watching like an old school like Steamboat Willie thing, and I was like, oh. I felt like Leonardo DiCaprio in that meme, like it's just pointing at where it is.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
That's
I saw in
amazing.
the comments you said you had Disney tomorrow.
Yeah. I'm like, I have to go pretty soon.
Yeah,
It's
no, it's
11
fine.
here. I'm going to be waking up at probably 5. So I'm going to wake up in about 6 hours and
Oh, damn.
try to be there I'm going to try to be there for opening. So yeah, I got to head out. But yeah, I scheduled, I'm due. Like if I don't go for like 2 weeks, I start getting the itch. Got to get there.
That's so great. I'm so jealous. I'm so jelly.
Yeah, I'm super blessed. I mean, it's with no traffic is an hour and a half, but on average it's like an hour and 45 minutes to get down there, but and then back is another hour and 45 minutes. But yeah, I try to time it right, but it's worth it for me. Super worth it. Sucks the gas sucks, but it's just super
Yeah.
worth it for me. So yeah,
Listen,
I try to go as often as I can.
I bet. And thank you for coming on, for getting out of bed and
Yeah,
doing
it was
this,
fun.
for staying up late and talking, giving up sleep. That means a lot. So you have a good
Yeah,
one.
I've been wanting to do this because I love your streams, and I just was like, you know what? Why not?
Thank you. Thank you. If you ever want me to come on, let me know. And
Yeah, sure. Thank
do
you.
that. I'll keep answering the comments, but I'll catch you later, all right?
All right, sounds
All
good.
right.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
So I have 4 hours, 52 minutes that I've been streaming. I have a couple of comments. I'll get to 5 hours for y'all. I don't wanna come here and just end it at 4 hours, 52 minutes. I wanna get to that 5 hour mark. Now, let's get that bread. Okay, keep this party started. I'll be all over some Evil Dead and Army of Darkness NFT. All right, so I don't want to say spoilers for any Doctor Strange stuff. I want to, but I won't. I did an incredible job with Multiverse, top 3 MCU. Yeah, dude, this is really good. Like, there was a couple things I was like, I don't know if I like this. Like, maybe I'll do a separate stream for that. But yeah, there were some things that when I was going to NFT Pirates, like that cameo with the hot dog guy. Sam Raimi, he has that guy in like in the Spider-Man movie. That was so cool. That was like one of my favorite. And I know we had a bunch of cameos. I was like, I won't spoil, but I was like, oh my god, just so exciting, dude. Worms was so great. So there was 2 versions of Worms. The original I was so heckin' good at. I'd shoot a rope up there. I'd leave a mine down there. I was so good at controlling that flying sheep, dude. I was very, and I was so good. I was telling my boy, I was like, hey, we should play online. It's like, no, we get murdered online. It's like, I think we're good. And I did really well. I like won 75% of my matches online. Was so good at that game. Then Worms 2 came out. And you had like the scout, you had like the normal guy, you had like the heavy tank, and it was good. Yeah, you had like the doctor, nurse, the worm. It was fun. It was I love that stuff. Just watching the best athletes play sports. Always love watching people that are really good at it. Yeah, it is. And that's like my argument for like cosplaying. Like, some people like think cosplaying is weird. Like, oh, why would you dress up as someone that is like, okay, well, what do you see when you go to sports games? You're spending hundreds of dollars on like tickets and on a jersey of your favorite player. Like that's cosplaying. Like go to the black hole. Go to, Las Vegas Raiders now. They used to be Oakland Raiders, and they used to have like people want to say people brought like their Darth Vader costumes, and he was known as Darth Vader, the Oakland Raider. Like there's so many different people like cosplaying, and people cosplay already. They don't understand. Just the way like people, like you said, they watch sports. People watch, the Pokemon finals, card game, and the actual video game. People watch esports. Esports, multi-billion-dollar industry, partly because of tournaments and stuff televised, but partly because they're fun to watch. It's great to watch. Love the WP. What's WP? We do a deep. Oh, watch parties. Yeah. I would like that. I don't know what I would want to do. I don't know if I would do a watch party for Rocky, dude, Pokemon. Oh god, dude, maybe I should do that, because I did want to do like an 8-hour stream one day when Pokemon comes on. Of course, it's only 3-ish hours longer than I've been streaming right now. But I would be, I got a bunch of, okay, I got a bunch of text. Let's read some text messages. Gotta love it. Wheat waves, wheat. Oh, I don't even know if I could say that. This looks epic. This looks epic. Just finishing up a 5-hour live stream. Started with NFT Pirates and ended with veve magic. Good times. Great times. All right, let's get back to the comments here. You're still live? Yes, I am. Mel's Meta Magic. Like, hello, how's it going? Yeah. We had I had NFT Pirates on. I had veve magic on. Oh, you bought those after Steph showed them? Good for you. No spoilers. Watching it Sunday. Looking for. So you don't understand. You will, but you just you don't yet. You don't yet, and I cannot wait for you to go and see that. So good. 7:53 in the morning. Oh, just checking the veve markets. Got 4 strange tails. What? You got 4? Oh, good for you, mate. Yep, hello to Mel. Hey. hey, you, I don't like a girlfriend. No way. Think you need a new dude. You're not ready. You're not ready. And I don't know if you're into comic books at all. There's some heavy comic book references. One word. There is one word that is said a bunch of times that is a heavy comic book reference. Y'all don't even know. There. All right. So, all chat gaming's still at work. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Um, Man, that's rough. I mean, I've been at work, for like 5 now. I love sleeping before. It's like, yo, I fell asleep and you're still live. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. How should we do you can't go live on Twitter, right? You can't? No. I think that'd be fun if you could. I have um, so many notifications that I haven't checked in a long time. Oh, thank you. People say, oh yeah, I got 8,000 subscribers. So thank y'all for that. That means the world. Oh yes, that I got that. Might do tomorrow. Okay. Hook. Oh, Jeremy Pador tweeted Hook, and I was just like, oh, like Hook, like Peter Pan, but it was not. It was AEW wrestling stuff. Being an MCU, being an MCU, I go back to look at the comics, not the physical comics. All right, so I won't spoil nothing. I won't. Or maybe, but you. Hmm. I can't even give a hint because that would give it away. I can't even tell you which comic or comics or to look up because that would give it away. So I won't. But it was great. As far as like, do you need to see anything before you? I mean, probably should watch WandaVision before you go see this. You probably should watch Doctor Strange 1 before you go see this. And I guess the Infinity War and Endgame thing you probably should as well. Star Wars Ultra is moving up in price. Heck yeah, it is. Get that bread. Birthday last Saturday, and I still haven't treated myself. Torn between many items. However, topped on my Omi bag. Omi bag, that is all you need is Omi. Like, John Lennon says, all you need is love. All you need is Omi. That will solve the world's issues. From Australia, accidentally woke up at 12:58 a.m., 2 minutes before the drop. I myself a comment where I said like a bit, dude, that's amazing. Good for you, mate. I love it when that happens. Like, what's his name from the A team is love it when a plan comes together. Love it when you wake up just on time. Got the drop. Go back to sleep. That happened with me and Taps in Designer Con. We wake up. I was like, oh, Taps, we got a drop. It's like, okay, get the drop. She gets the drop. No, I didn't get the drop. Like, I didn't get it. And Taps like, okay, back to sleep. It's so funny, man. I want to talk about it so bad. Yeah, dude. Maybe we should make like a private space. Go to like a Twitter space later. Be like, guys, talk about. Yeah. Oh, I gotta. Maybe I'll make a video about it. I was supposed to make another video today, but I've been streaming for 5 hours, so I don't know if I will. Veve Magic tweeted before saying the Randy Chavez NFT Pirates. Yeah, I wonder if he's gonna be like, oh, hey, I wonder if he's still going. Heck yeah, I am. Heck, oh, we passed the 5 hour mark. We did it. Let me go and retweet this. Can I retweet this with a photo? I can retweet it with a photo. Still going strong. Oh God, no! I look horrible in that photo. I'm gonna. Oh no! Go this way. Okay, there we go. Still going strong. Still going. Oh God, I misspelled going. Okay. Oh, I misspelled it again. My stupid fat thumbs. My fat fingers. Okay, retweeting. I gotta review the tweet. I gotta send now. Your tweet was sent. Okay, moving on. Woke. Oh yeah, I got it. Seen all of them multiple times. Oh, good. You're good. You're good. You're good. Yeah, WandaVision was so great. Ghost Rider. I won't say yes or no to whoever was in it because you don't want spoilers. But I love Ghost Rider, and yeah, there you see a lot of different cameos one of which you might not have expected. Some fan service in there. There's some, but again, I won't say which characters do or do not appear. Got times here. Yeah, I know. You guys get heck. You guys get. They'll have that at some point where they'll be. Drops now are typically like 11, 4 hours apart, but they'll be multiple each day. Where okay, there's one at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. One at 3 p.m. There'll be one at 7. They will do that. Hiccups. Go out today and flip 30. My man, getting it. Well, after Sunday, then we do a spoiler live stream. Yeah, I probably should. I should. Tell me what to do. How long can you see Omi being this low? It can go lower. It can go to. It could go to 3 zeros. If Bitcoin goes to 20K, we were down to 0.0014 last year, but that was in a bull market. Now that we're in a bear market, still don't have utility yet. Still not on any big exchanges yet, and we will. Don't get me wrong. Like I'm not just holding on to 131.5 million Omi just for my health. I'm doing it because this is the way. This is I spilled my guts with NFT Pirates before, like why I do the things I do, and I might do that when I'm on his stream on Monday. I might do that. Thank you. Muchas gracias. Sunday buckets. Love you. Aw, Bay. So I'm gonna show you guys how to do a thing here. Oh wow, I've been watching myself. It says that I have 72 people watching on here, but there's only 61 people watching on there. So I don't think that's correct. And it also said I only started 1 hour ago. I'm gonna go back and okay, now it says 61 watching. There we go. Nick Young says drop time's perfect for you. 700, 2100. Oh yeah, that is in the afternoon and in the evening. When goes bed down. It might go lower. We don't know. We do not know. I don't care about the new reel. I don't care about that. I don't care about that. Wow, there's a lot of people. I will get back to in a while. Yeah, man, this is great. Oh yeah, I had to show you something. I forgot. So let me go to my friend Arya Realty, and I went over this with NFT Pirates before. So there is nope, he doesn't have it. So there's some he's the one that showed me it. He showed me that you can monetize your normal videos by leaving a super nice, but he doesn't have it. He's the one that showed it to me and he still doesn't have it. You could do it. I had a video before, and on this one, you can do it. You see, it says a thanks there. You can go and leave a clip. You can leave a 2 or 5. So now you don't need to do this for me because I read every comment. But for some people that go and say, hey, this person typically doesn't respond or read the comments. I respond to every comment as well. I don't just read them. I respond to every single comment on my videos. But if somebody doesn't, you can leave them a 2 or $10, $50 child, whatever. And I'm waiting for my friend Arya Realty to go and enable that, so I can send him $2 and tell him to eat poo because it's going to be fun. He's a buddy. Speaking of which, I will go and look at some of the comments here. But what about the price going so low? I just get keep getting that bread. Keep it up. Okay. So as you can tell, the last time I answered a comment was 6 hours ago because I've been live for that long, or almost that long. Incorrect, a bit of an NFT bubble forming, as a lot of NFTs with no utility or associated recognized brand license. I've stuck with NFTs linked to licensed brand. Yeah, agreed 100%. So I've always said that NFTs in general, 90-ish% of them, going to be worth pennies in years. Because there's so many NFT projects. I was going over NFT Pirates before. That I get messages every day. I have some Taps, John, everybody that's influencer gets messages every day saying, hey, check out this NFT project. Hey, shout out this NFT project. Okay, not all these NFT projects are going to do really well. Most of them won't. Why am I so into veve? because it's like a beautiful, disruptive, innovative company with the best IPs. IP is going to be king. What's up, PBS kids? It has been. I hope you're well. I hope things go well for you. I hope is this diamond hands. We all gonna make it, fam. Randy, absolute legend. Bear market is my favorite thing ever. Nearly at 5 million. Not nearly, but hey, dude, get it. Even if you just get 5 million, I gotta tell you a quick story. There's like, it was just like a meme thread where somebody's like, "What is God's name?" And someone's like, "Howard." Someone's like, "God's name is not Howard." It's like, "Yeah, it is." Like, "Oh, thou Father art in heaven, Howard be thy name." Like, it's Howard be thy name, but he says Howard. You reminded me of that. Anyway, dude, 5 million within 4 years, you'll be a millionaire. Yeah, 5 million within 4 years. I mean, if you think this isn't going to 20 cents, yeah, you got the spread. You got it a lot. Like there are people that bought in at 4 zeros that have already 80x their money. Why are they not selling? Why didn't they sell when they over 200x their money and we were at 0.006, or 300x their money at 0.009? Why did they not sell then? Because they know this is just the tip of the heckin' iceberg. 1.5 million yesterday. I was supposed to buy more today, and I think I did, but I put the money in yesterday and I got it today, and I still got some, but not a ton. You actually don't. But I mean, again, it doesn't matter. Buy at 0.0019, buy at 0.003. You're getting at a bargain price. It's a bargain price. It's a fraction of a penny. We're doing pretty well. Get NFT for noobs. I thought they said for boobs. On the podcast, would love for you to discuss veve. Is that a channel? I will take a look and see if it has in store. What we got here? NFT for noobs. There's something called What Are Those NFT channel. Person does a lot of short content and hasn't made content in a while. I don't know if they would be into it. Oh, Instagram and Twitter. Okay, let's see what they have on the Instagram. NFT for noobs. Oh, 24,000 followers. Hey. How often do they post? Take a look, see here. Oh, a day ago. Where was I? Oh, does he have a TikTok as well? Money mistake. Okay. All right. I could see him probably having a good. Oh, okay. He seems pretty. Oh, he's got 200 plus on TikTok. Get the fudge out of here. We're gonna go to TikTok and we're gonna see. So my throat is literally dying now. So give me NFT number 4 news. 200,000 followers on TikTok. Yeah. What you said on Twitter is on there, right? NFT for noobs. Okay. He follows me. I'm going to follow back, and I'm going to shoot him a message. Howdy, my subscribers would love to see you on the podcast. Can we make this happen? Let's make this happen. All right. I followed him back. I messaged him, and yeah, we're gonna. And he loves the drop tomorrow. He says, "Stop it! It's so sick." So cheers, Matthew Smith. You ask, and you hopefully receive. I asked him. We'll see where it goes. How would you describe the veveverse? It's March. What are some expectations for this month? The veveverse, I mean, we don't have it yet. Some expectations for this month. I've been out of it. Oh, okay, the veve ecosystem. We're in a bear market. There are always going to be ebbs and flows. There are going to be peaks and valleys, ups and downs. And currently, we're in a valley. We're not at a peak. We're at this going, not so good. Also, let me. Oh, I can't do any other thing. Okay, yeah. So it's not going to be that good. It's not that exciting. I mean, it's still exciting. We just got two grails. They got a Star Wars and an A tier comic like Strange Tales 110. Expectations for this month: more people will be rolled out on a web app. Omi to NFT probably going to be next month. No, it might be Q3. I should say that next month is still Q2. But Omi utility, and that's the main thing they want to work on. So a lot of stuff will happen in Q3. The web app, I think, is really important, and that will continue to roll out. But that's really it. This is Star Wars month. May is Star Wars, right now. May is always a big month, and they might announce anime as well. Diamond hands all day, get that bread. And veve through his TikTok. Okay, good. I'll like I said, I just gave him a message on Twitter, see what he says. Every day. Ooh, probably around. Oh wow, from people probably from around 8 years ago. Nice. One collectible, $500 of Omi in October 2021. 85 comics, 58 collectibles, 6.5 million Omi. XRP is your biggest holding, which is great. I heard XRP is doing really well in that lawsuit. Supposedly they will do really, really well. That lawsuit is going good for them, and you guys should see some pump soon for that. When that pumps, totally sell some, get back into Omi. Love it. Doing live on the street. I'm trying to do my very best. Try it. Thanks, man. You both have changed my life. Hugs, brother. Hugs to all my children. What up? I thought they said what up, daddy. It's like, I'm really tired. What up, dad? Bang? Just woke up. What was this Omi pump about? Dude, I don't know. Well, actually, I think I do know. Cavell did a video about this. There's an exchange called CryptoMat, KRIPTO, mat.io. They just like RKO out of nowhere. They listed Omi. Now, supposedly, it's easy to buy, but you cannot withdraw that Omi right now. So it apparently is easy on ramp for Europe. Cavell didn't know much about it. He just kind of broke the news, and maybe that's helping because people can buy and they can't withdraw it. I mean, you could just keep it on the exchange, but maybe that's part of the reason. I don't know. I mean, again, you have a couple of maybe other exchanges are buying in preparation for listing. It could be whales. Could be whales as well. Just playing their games. Yeah, could be a bull trap. Feels like, oh, this is pumping. I'm going to buy so I can FOMO in before it, bottoms out. It's very possible. 610 Mickey now. So let's begin. For floor 2450 gems. This day has been unreal. Let me go into this and take a look. See. Let me go into the veve app and let's try to find stuff. No problem, Luke. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for always commenting. Okay. Let's go to brands, and let's go to not Chaosium, not choices. What we're going to go to first? DC Direct. No. Let's go to the Disney in general. Mickey Mouse NFT collection. So you got the Steamboat Willie, Mickey Mouse, and the band concert. I really like the band concert. And the ultra rare has got to be so inexpensive. Ultra rare is $185. Let's do the focus, please. Let's see what that's at. That's 30. All right, this is it's $30 for that. That's nuts. It's a Disney NFT. The Let's Begin is a common. That's $25. Okay, all right, so that's not as bad. I've got third last mint Mike Wazowski. Very nice. Unfortunately, I'm not really buying anything right now. I don't have a ton of gems, so I will have to wait on that. No, Fourier price prediction is like $1. Assuming that we have some heavy burns, and I might actually have to redo that because that was assuming we had land in VeveVerse this year. We'll have the VeveVerse this year, but though I thought we were going to get land in VeveVerse this year, like a land sale. They're not going to do that till next year. I think they want to learn and watch how other people do land sales. Like, guarantee you what happened with Yuga Labs was a big learning experience for VeVe. Other people can go and do stuff. They'll make mistakes. VeVe will learn from it. You don't have to make mistakes yourself. Some people do that way. Some people learn like, I have to make the mistake myself in order for me to learn. Fine. That's absolutely fine. But what VeVe can do is they put themselves in a great position where they could watch other people mess up and learn from their mistakes. So I thought, what, David using spaces? All right, we're gonna go listen to David U. Let's what space? Send me the space. Send me the space on Twitter. I'm not looking at him. Hold on, David. You. Oh, he is in the space. Frick yeah. All right, we're joining the space, boys. We're joining the space.
Yeah, I have. To be very honest, I've been looking at a couple of pieces from Ron artwork, Ron English, as well as I've been clicking another artist you guys probably heard of, Daniel Ashan. I think I've received a couple of the new Pokemon pieces. I've recently got this surfboard. Yeah, but definitely quite a few physical. I got the Camellia piece, the Fortress the other day, and I ordered in the Scott Tolson piece as well. You know, the J Dragon we have. Yeah, so definitely quite a few pieces here.
Ted A is hosting.
And I'm looking forward to the next lot of decom pieces.
Just go on Twitter and look at
just a really quick follow-up.
David U's profile and join the space from there.
Who do you think?
I'm the light side.
Oh, he's a light side.
Yeah.
Hey, but to piggyback on what Prop said, David, yeah, collection might look a little bit better than yours. Are you getting?
Hey, I'm
gonna pause you because we got people waiting, bro. Really good. So good. So let's go. Hold up.
Yeah.
So we're gonna do Loco, and then we're gonna do Chete because we forgot about letting the host go, and then we'll do Bill. So go ahead, Loco.
I'll try to be quick, David. I really two questions, but was Magic the Gathering something that you trading cards you dealt with? I've always wanted to ask you this since I started this app. Have you heard of Magic the Gathering?
Of course, I sold Magic the Gathering since the alpha stage.
Oh, alpha! Oh my God! Oh,
yeah.
You have Magic cards?
Yeah, of course. You know, I have sets of alpha.
Why is there only 139 people in here?
I think we were at COVID time because I found Magic since I had shop at 90.
We're going 6 hours, boys. We're going 6 hours.
We were selling 2 sets earlier, so I had the alpha, I had the dark. Well, I obviously had the refi.
Yeah, dark ages.
Yeah, dark ages. I have probably. I would say
I have to pee so bad. I haven't peed in 5.5 hours.
Old Magic the Gathering trading cards.
Yeah. Did you ever sell my my deck? They made a gold. Remember in '96, they sold them for $250 out of the stores. But do you remember that I won the Pro Tour? No.
Yeah. They put out these special decks. It's already been pre-made with the Pro Tour in the back, the special box. Yeah, I still got one of every set. Which one's yours? With the gold edges, right?
I'm live.
Yeah, no, I'm Michael Lecanto. I won the first one.
Oh,
Yeah,
I don't know if they will.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I definitely
the
get the
first one winner. They made the movie out of me.
I have to dig it out. Yes, I still I have all the photo there with the gold border.
Yeah. If you throw me a follow, I'm gonna find out where your store is. I'm gonna send you some stuff.
Oh, that would be amazing. Yeah.
You know,
DM me on Twitter, please.
Yeah, follow me though. I can't DM, but I did have one question.
You can't DM you.
I went through today. At the end is the blank page Star Wars, and then I went through, because the ads I used to love were the ones with the eyeglasses and the X-ray vision, and order the sea monkeys, and that stuff's not in the comics. So I'm wondering if that has anything. I just didn't know if you could talk about that at all.
Yeah, we do have to take the ads out. Just in case someone did go ahead and went and order some sea monkeys on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. This made my life, man. When I met Richard Garfield before, when I won the Pro Tour award that weekend, it wasn't a big deal. He came into the hotel. I still tell the story. I went up to him and I joked around that I was going to win the Pro Tour.
I do not see Cavell.
But I got the butterflies.
He's probably sleeping.
Yeah.
Super cool, David.
We'll connect. Thank you.
All right, great. I can't wait. All right, thanks so much. I appreciate it.
That's right.
That's awesome. Tete, go ahead.
Thanks, Matt. Thank you, Matt.
No problem.
There's a lot of speakers in here.
Appreciate you pulling up again. Yeah, David, Loco is our resident, Magic the Gathering expert. I obviously know he's a champion, so he's definitely another big pillar as far as us chatting about a lot. Well, my question for you, as a big anime fan, well, you're also keeping up with some of the modern animes, is Attack on Titan or One Piece?
Oh, man. One Piece is good, but probably Attack the Titan right now.
Let's get the bread!
But the debate is finally settled. Thank you. I appreciate that. Did you watch the season finale?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Oh my God, I love David so freaking much.
Need not be said. Eren Yeager is possibly one of the best characters ever created in anime.
Eren Yeager?
I appreciate that.
Dude, Levi?
One more, maybe we'll
one more question.
Safely to your location. All right, go ahead. Max, who's up next? Phil with the last question. Make it a good one, fam.
Yes, I have 3 really simple questions.
Okay.
3?
My response to today is Arcane is my new favorite anime right now. I love that one. David, what do you put in? How do you make your hair so beautiful?
Oh my God, how is that? Really? That's your question you freaking asked?
We'll make it as an NFT coming up, maybe.
With the formula for how to do the hair.
I give it a good wash, fantastic conditioning, blow dry, the whole thing. I comb it.
I guess I have to stay for.
How much fun is that?
Yeah. I hope you guys are looking forward to tomorrow's massive drop on tonight. On the Superman and Flash.
Massive drop.
Another wonderful piece. I think it's our biggest feature, edition number 2. But definitely May and part of June is going to be massive months. So I hope you guys are ready for some massive back-to-back releases coming out.
David, I don't have any more money. I can't buy gems.
Yeah.
No.
But that's all right. I mean, you don't have to own everything. I mean, you still can enjoy and be part of it. I mean, the whole idea is to get everyone to know something. So don't buy them all. I'm trying to tell people you only really need one copy of Combat per household, one statue. Even though I tried to get 3 of everything, but just really don't do what I do. Don't listen to Phil. He has a lot of collectibles.
I heard you can't hit drops.
Oh, he said you got no nipples.
I have not had much luck recently. I do have to be. I missed out. I stay up all night watching the Star Wars back to back till about 3 in the morning, and then I was 100% sure I was on that second. It just came up with a screen say, all allocated to other users.
No.
And then I quickly bring up my younger brother, who doesn't even have 5G internet, and he managed to get one.
What?
Could you believe that? And then someone else that worked in the company that's not far away from me also managed to score one.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so it's rubbing in my face.
I love him.
It is just one. But the last few jobs not having much luck. But tonight I think I will.
Hey David, maybe in the future you can subscribe to me and propagandist. He's up here too. Our course. We're gonna teach people how to work the secondary market. So,
okay.
Be one of our students.
Okay.
Sorry. Can you send me the link to use the web, please? I want to use the web.
You gotta wait till ass like everybody else.
I do have a question.
Yeah, I don't actually have the authority to send the web out. It's been
what?
It's actually sent out automatically. The highest frequency.
He doesn't have the highest frequency users, and I didn't get it. No heckin' way.
I honestly, I do own the Charizard, but not the first edition. I have a Blastoise, Waterloo, I have the whole complete set, all foil. Some are first edition, but most of them aren't. So I do have those because I was the first store in New Zealand and probably Australia to sell Pokemon. And I also sold the Japanese set, the Pokemon. So I have probably nearly a whole entire set of those as well in good condition.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
A true fan. See, I needed to hear that with my own ears.
Yeah.
Because for a while I thought you might have been just an investor collector. But you are truly a freaking fan. And thank you for putting me at ease. So,
and I must have 4 Blastoise still. A couple first edition and 2 standard. Yeah, that was my favorite Pokemon card. Blastoise back then. Charizard was good. Just also one more thing. I have the first Pokemon card went to space. If you look at my Instagram, I've seen some Mewtwo, I've seen some new cards and some Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Okay. It's in my Instagram. You'll see in one of the older posts.
You sent Pokemon cards to space?
Can I get all of my Omi for that?
No, I'm keeping that.
Yeah. I'm just mindful that David does have to get to the destination that he was driving this whole time. So I just, again, I appreciate you being here, David.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Shout out to Max as well.
David, I love you.
Thank you. We love you.
Oh.
Good luck, everyone, for the drop. I hope you guys do get one.
No problem.
I love him so much. I'm ugly crying.
You know what? More so than the collectibles, it allows me to connect with these people. and and we can build this community and have fun and talk about, like, we've been talking about collecting and Doctor Strange and all types of shit tonight. And the only reason we've done that is because of the work that you put in. So, especially coming out of COVID, where we've been separated from friends and family, we've been allowed to establish new friends and family, and for that, I'm forever grateful. So I appreciate you. Well said, bro.
Awesome. Thank you. Good night.
All right, take care.
Good night, David. I want to see what they say about him after he leaves.
So everybody that hold up, slow up. You're taking a wind out of my mouth, cuz. So now that David is gone, I appreciate everybody pulling up. No, I'm with you, bro. I'm with you, and I appreciate it.
160 people in there now.
Those who are here because David is here, appreciate you pulling up. You are under no obligation to stay.
We're under. Okay.
No obligation to stay.
I'm curious to see what they say about him.
For real.
I don't really think I need to stay.
We may talk about the market on occasion.
Okay, that was it. Oh my God, that was insane. So I'm looking for David Yu's Pokemon card post where he sent cards into space. No way. So David Yu also had a post with Rocky saying, "My training is done. Me and the boys heading to Vagabond Games when the lockdown is finished." This was in April of 2020. This is about 2 years ago. Vagabond Games. This is interesting. Either way, I'm going to. He said one of his older posts. Elton John? Are you kidding me? Wow. Okay. I'm not seeing a Pokemon card post from space, but we shall go. I know. I love it. We can't get drops either. This is a great time. I am looking at this Ghostbusters stuff. Oh, hey. Something that David posted literally almost 3 years ago, we wound up getting in a Ukraine drop. Super fascinating. There's some other stuff on David's Instagrams that we're definitely going to be able to get on drops. I don't know what they are, but okay, nope. That doesn't. I'm still trying to find this. Like I can't. Oh, it's him with Alcon. It's a brother. It's a good time. Orange Bag Lady liked it from January 2019. Wow, these are going way back. David must be protected. He's a homie. The OG. God, is that him and Tyson? I don't know where Mike Tyson was. Someone on WB. No, I could not find that Pokemon card post. I'll try to find it at another point. Okay, my body. So y'all can totally ask me anything. Y'all could like this is. I mean, it's always an open forum, but it's only 2:30. What else haven't we talked about? I've been playing a lot of Polytopia recently. I've been watching a lot of Dharma and Greg. That's on Hulu. That's pretty good. It's just I forget, Jenna Elfman is just such a good actor. She's so pretty. She's so funny. And is it going to be when Space Extra? Very possible. That would be the ultimate troll by Elon, saying like, this NFTs of Bored Apes seem fungible. And then he goes and says, and he's like, oh yeah, I'm not really big on Web3, just saying that, being facetious. And then suddenly he goes and what do you call it? Goes and drops SpaceX NFTs. God, that would be massive. I would. Now that's like, so my friend Harnish, who's she's an American, like born in like Nebraska, served with me in the military, like absolute 100% American. And there are times when she feels like she, the thing America's going to hell in a handbasket, but once the times where she's really proud about being an American, it's like, hey, she messaged me, did you see that SpaceX flight? Like that she's like, that to her is like, that makes me feel proud to be an American. The SpaceX flight, like that's what that company is doing, making Americans feel, and I get it. I feel like, Mr. Bleeding Red, White, and Blue here. That's what that company, like the same way I was talking with VV Magic about how only things like Disney can take kids that, don't really talk and get them to not shut up about Disney, can't get them to stop talking. That same way they can give that feeling to like Americans, like that song, Proud to be an American. People would ape into that NFT. One, it's Elon, it's a meme, but also just what that represents. God, it's massive. Come to the UK, mate. I will. I don't know when. Probably next year. I was going to try to do it this year. When I go to Europe, I do Europe. I do Austria. I do Germany. I do. Rome was great. What was in last time? I did Paris for like a half a day. Kaiserslaughter's in Germany. Where's the Switzerland? It was in Switzerland. Yeah, so London. Ireland is great. Ireland is so much fun. But yeah, UK as well. UK it's massive. It's fantastic. It's a lot of fun. It's a little expensive, but I mean, I think Rome was more expensive than anything. But yeah, went on vacation. Went in Roma. Tesla Cyber, dude, that'd be so freaking great. I would love that. I'd love if they made it like expensive and say, hey, if you get this Cybertruck NFT, you get another $100 off of a Tesla Cybertruck if you pre-ordered one. Like, oh, I already pre-ordered one. I'll order another one. That'd be fun. I asked you on Polytopia. One time I hear about Polytopia or theme. So I'll show you if I don't even know if I have it on my phone. Let's see if I do. Oh, I do have it on my phone. Okay, I'll show you real quick. New game. Let's just go to domination. Let me show you domination. I have 3-starred, and this isn't just normal. No, this is 100%, like 100% where I had no. Oh, I got it for the bottom Ephrian 2. I had, like, there are no deaths. Like, you can get 100% with having one death. I've had no deaths, 100% perfect. Yeah, like top rating, 100%. So this is actually my favorite, the El Rione. I don't know, and why that is so. Why I'm really liking this one is because you can go and I'll show you in a creative mode real quick. Yeah, pick. I'll go to, I think, domination. I'll have like 7 enemies. I'll have it on crazy. I'll have it on continents, and I'll have it on large. Why I'm really bullish on them is because I can go and put a thing here, a tree right there, like not a tree, like a thing, and it is going to have already give me 2 stars for those animals. I would get another star each turn when that goes there, and I guarantee you, over here, there is another house, and these 3. I might actually play this game later. This is really good. I guarantee you, those are all going to have animals as well, thus giving me more stars. And I could put another thing on there as well, another tree thing on that other property. So that's why Polytopia is that's why I run that, because you get a lot of stars really early. Only invest money. I think you said it was actually 550. So I'll get to that in a second. Put in mad hours. Holy moly! Yes, 5 hours 41 minutes tonight. It's a lot. And it's going to 6 hours because of you, my good sir. I do not have a what do you call? I have a rule that I promised my subscribers, that I promised my peeps, that as long as I have a thing on there, like a super chat that's still going, I will stay live for the peeps, so they get their money's worth. Now, if people really wanted to like mess with me, they could keep on super try, and I'd be doing this for like until I just passed out. Oh, I have 94 likes. Can we get me up to 100 likes? I only have 6 more likes there to get, that'd be super great. Anyway, so yeah, so it started in, wind the clocks back a couple years, 2017. Let's one 2016. Get out of the military. No idea what I'm going to do. I'm going to go. I'm going to go to school in 2017 to be an X-ray technician. So I go to school. I hate it. I did very, very well. I made the dean's list. My mom was very proud of me. And more than she was like shocked. Like, you're dumb. Like, how'd you do this? And I was like, I don't know. I tried. I actually tried. And anyway, I realized that I hate school. So I get a job at this private bank, and I'm just doing. Originally, it was just a sales job. It was just like, hey, you get people on the phone, you ask them if they want a loan, if they need money, what they need the money for, and they send you bank statements, and we send it out to other banks. They underwrite it for us, and then we had a private bank as well that would do loans in there. That and instead of sending it out to get and we get the points on it, or we get like commissions on it, we would get the points. And the points is like we would get all the interest. So I was a little weary at first. Like I started in May of 2017, and my first full month there, I wind up making. And the first full month was in August, because or my second full month. May I was only there for a couple of weeks. June I wasn't. July I wasn't there that often, but June, my first month, I was like $1,500. Didn't make a lot. July I was only there half the month, but I made more money in July than I did in June. It's like, okay, not bad. And then in August I came back, sold a lot of deals, and I started putting money into deals. I made $8,000. Now me, going to school for X-ray technician, where I would start off making 40-something thousand a year, 50, maybe, I was in New York, and I make $8,000 in 1 month. I'm not going back to school. So I was just like, and of course, like I won't say that, but best decision ever, because I started making oodles. I just started rolling over, because for those loans you get paid back weekly. So I was just going and making hand over fist, like, get like $100 a week from this loan, and I take my commissions, and then I roll the money that put in another deal. Oh, so now suddenly I'm making a couple hundred a week. At this point, I don't have to take my commissions. I could just roll that into another deal, but I do. I take that commissions. I take this couple hundred a week. Suddenly making $1,000 a week just on the payments of the loans. So it's just like, oh. So I keep rolling it over and rolling. And again, I started in 2017. In May of 2017, I had less than $2,500 to my name. By October of 2019, I had over $100,000, and I never thought I'd get that. Like that was just from a kid, like born in Peru, like born in like the crappiest location spawn that you could get in Peru. I somehow magically win the lottery and get adopted in America. So I get there, I hunt that. So now I'm thinking like, okay, at this point I had really started buying a lot of Pokemon cards, and I was like, okay, time to step this up a couple notches. Got 100K, let's diversify. Go into Pokemon. Early 2020, I'd spent like over $50,000 on Pokemon cards. It created a whole second business for it. I created for the Chavez Trading Company on the first business for high risk lending, and the Chavez Canto Project on the second business for Pokemon cards. And I was just going to do the Pokemon business, because when the pandemic happened, suddenly I lose like $100,000. So because all my clients that I loaned out money to can't work, government's not letting them work. So I take what aging receivables I can, I collect, and I was like, I'm just going to throw it on the Tesla. I took a bunch of And then I decided that Tesla was the best thing to go into. And I did the same thing with Pokemon cards. I did so I went and invested a lot of money in there while Tesla was literally at like 300 a share. And this is pre-split also. So it was stupid low. Tesla went up a lot. Pokemon cards like 5. It just, I made so much money. You know, buying one Pokemon card for $80,000. I wound up flipping that for like over 250. It was like 270. You know, with trade-in value, of course, but that was a lot. Like I did really well. So I did all that, and I retired last year. I retired, and I was just covering Earth 2 at the time, which I still do. And what I did was I decided to go, and I was just going to retire. I was going to make videos on Earth 2 and just do, you know, live off my savings. You know, I was going to keep my Tesla. I was going to keep 1 Bitcoin, and, you know, but then I found Omi. Yeah, man, it was over. It was over as soon as I found this company. Sold the Tesla, sold Bitcoin, sold the rest of my Pokemon cards, sold everything. It was nuts. Now, moving on here. Yeah, 100%. Top truck order. Also, Randy, I need Omi to pay off so I can pay for it. Got the 2 motor. I got the dual motor as well. I pre-ordered 2 of them, so they'll. The Omi should definitely moon before we get our Cybertrucks. The Cybertrucks we won't get until next year. So, yeah. So I like this game, dude. That's awesome. Love me some Polytopian. I think the one you like is the Elven class, which is making me think when Lord of the Ring. I don't know. The Lord of the Rings series on Amazon looks legit. It looks really good. I'm very excited for that. Cybertruck on order also, Randy. Oh yeah. So this KC Piranha, what did you get full self-driving on it? And if you did, what did you lock the price in at? I'm trying to think, what's full self-driving right now? It's got to be like 12,000, right? Let's take a look. How much is full self-driving? It is 12,000. So I locked it in at 7. So you must have got in like right after me. So you locked in 7,500, locked in at 7. It's now $12,000. So we made a couple $1,000s already on the car. God, hiccups. Which is nuts. And it's only going to get more expensive. Like that'll be $15,000 by 2020. That'll probably be $30,000 in the next few years. Like that's going to get ridiculously nuts. Yeah, it's going to get nuts. Also, the reason I like that particular class is because I love the dragon. Like so when in that game, when you level up your house, you know, so much, you get what's called like a giant. And most giants, you know, they have 40 health, where most other things have like 10 or 15 health. So pretty big. But dragons, they can fly. You know, they start off at just an egg you have to protect, and turns like a baby dragon and does like a little damage. You still got to protect it. But that big dragon, though, you attack one enemy, it hits all the enemies around it. It's a fireball. It's really good. So I really like that as well. Yeah, I think it was 7K because I think it went from 7 to 8K. Yeah, I think it was 7. Oh wow, I think you got pretty early. Yeah. My friend Arya Realty, who's got a Tesla, he locked his in at like $3,500. Not he has like a Model 3, and he said at first when he got the Model 3, he's like, yeah, I just wasted $3,500. Like this isn't good at all. But he said now he barely drives. Like now, like he's like the whole we counted the way to Atlantic City. He had to interact with the wheel like maybe 3 times. For the most part, the cars drive themselves. They're already safer than other vehicles, like by a long shot. So yeah, it's really good. Yeah, our cars, yeah, they've increased 5K already. This is the only car that appreciates. Story, congrats, Randy. You got Tesla stock on my B-Day, June 9/29. Dude, you did it, man. You got in. You got in a lot earlier because it went from 187. It shot up to like 900 in 2020, and before everything came crashing down. So you did really well. I was buying at 900, buying at 700, buying at 500, buying at 350. Okay, we got this. We got an update here from something from I think we need to take time. So, oh wow, yeah, this person has a 1977 secret rare Star Wars, wants to sell it at 100,000. It's just not gonna do it. I don't think anyone's gonna pay that. Yeah, I don't paying that now. Like, so if I'm this person that has a Star Wars number 1977 secret rare, and I have an offer for $75,000, I would take that. And again, 75,000 gems, not even $1,000, but I would take $75,000. I'll take 37,000 gems, about half, and I would sell that, make about 20K, and then what would I do? Okay, well, that 20K, I'm gonna buy me some Omi. I'll buy X amount of millions of Omi, and then what would I do with the other 35,000 gems or 37,000 gems that's in there? I'd buy a couple Waltz, I'd buy a couple Todds, I'd buy Fantastic Four #1, Fantastic Four, M2. There's so much stuff that I would buy that's grails. That person is trying to be greedy, but they're doing it in the worst way. I'm being greedy too. I want to take that for what it is because I don't think that comic is worth that comic's worth that to somebody. That comic may at some point in years be worth 100K, but what are you doing? You're holding out for 3 years for an additional $25,000, whereas you could take that money right now and you could get. Dude, take all that in Omi. Let's say you have 35,000. Let's say $40,000 there. After you cash out all those gems, dude. You realize you could have like almost 20 million Omi. You realize you could be like $20 million. Like holding out for an extra $25,000 when you could literally have tens of millions in the future because of Omi. Like that's really stupid. Now I could be 100% wrong. Maybe somebody comes in the next couple weeks and gives them that 100K, and let's say they do that. I don't think they would, but let's say they do. Okay, and let's say the NFT and Omi market has gone down even further, and you can get more, and he looks like a genius. I mean, bird in the hand, man, bird in the hand. Better with all the updates. Oh yeah, dude, full self-driving is so good. I think by release this self-driving will be close to 20K. We'll see though. Eventually with full self-driving, you're going to be able to. Tesla's like their hidden thing is ride sharing. Ride sharing is going to make them trillions. Like they're already worth a trillion, but it'll make them worth trillions in the future, guaranteed. 20K. See though. We will. So yeah, heard parts. I supposed to be getting this. Oh, they love me. So there's this Korean channel that posts a lot about Earth too. So I always say yes, and they say they love me, love you guys. Oh, they're awesome. Yeah, they cover Earth 2 a lot. I don't even know the name of them, but I'm subscribed, and I said again, Korea, dude. Why I'm so bullish on the metaverse, because I've seen what people do, especially Koreans. I've seen what they do. And I knew this. Koreans number 2 spot in all of Earth 2. America's obviously number 1, but they're number 2 spot. Why? Because what they do is they tell their friends, they tell their family, hey, we're going to buy up all these spots. And they do. And they come in like nobody's business. Crazy rich Asians. Like these 2 guys, they bought the Statue of Liberty on Earth 2 for like $65,000 for like a couple tiles. Like, oh my God, because and I'm super salty that they did that, because now I'm happy it's a nice record sale, but I want to buy that back from them, because Statue of Liberty, I get it, it's a French original thing, but it's gifted to us. That's an American landmark. That deserves to be in American hands. So I want that. Yeah, I want that real bad. But yeah, South Koreans, they come in, they hound up one thing. Once we're in South Korea, it's going down. There's going to be a lot of people that are going to be coming into this out. Again, there's already a Japanese Discord. Yeah. 70, 75K, it's all same thing. All's going to go. Yeah, bird in the hand, man. You're reading my mind. Trendell Collectibles, big upside this week. Call them Elsa. Elsa's great. We love Elsa. Julian Batman. I'd rather get an Elsa than a hat. Let's see what the hat's at. Let's take a look. See. I'm very curious to see what the hat's at, because the hat is what? Like is it like double of Elsa? Let's go to the brands and we'll see. And Batman, well, Spider-Man. Oh, so if you got those already, you can always buy an alligator. Well, the secret rare is at a range. And ultra rare is at a range, because that's only $100, so that's not even in your range. You want to go hard, spend more than that. Let's see what Mickey Sorcerer hat is. There's only 93 of them left, and there's less than $1,000. That is okay. So you want 250 to 750 range. Tales of Suspense is good. As a secret rare. I think a duck. I think Donald and Daisy Duck. 326. I think that's pretty good. Yeah, Donald and Daisy Duck for 326. I think that's pretty good. Yeah. So the Aston Martin as well. This is 325 for this Aston Martin. I think that's really good. There's 2,500 of them, but let's go to the James Bond thing here. What was that, MGM? 007. Okay. If you take a look at somebody Aston Martin. If you take a look at the only other one that's available is the the 1 out of 7. Like spend $1 million gems. Nobody's buying that. But if you go to the only other ones, the secret rare, it's only 507 of them. $3,400. That's going to be a big one. Garen Heckentia, and the floor is very, very weak. Goes from 3,400, 37, 4K, 43. So yeah, that Aston Martin is really good. Very, 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 very bullish on that. Celebrate 20th birthday. I sent a Mew and Mewtwo to space. Can you send me that? Send me the link to his Instagram. I mean, I of course have his Instagram, but I didn't see that post. Okay. Oh, all right. You said 2019. Let me take a look at that. David, you 2019. I mean, I feel like he posted a lot in 2019, but I'll take a look again, even more. Okay, so we're in 2021. We're going to go back. I think we might be in 2020 now. We're in 2020. It's Mary Poppins. Okay, it's still in April 2020. March of 2020. Okay, so clearly 2019 is a little bit. What an experience to be part of the SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket launch. One step closer to Mars, $250 million thanks to Elon and his team, also NASA. Tonight marks the 22nd Dragon spacecraft mission, on his 20th operational cargo delivery flight to the ISS. More food and other sciences and technology goodies for R&D. This flight is being conducted under the Commercial Resupply Services contract with NASA. That is not his. Is that a gator? Oh no, it's not a gator. I do have to screenshot that though for future reference. That was still in 2020. Okay. You said when in 2019? 23rd, 2019. Okay. So it has to be in February of 2019. It's May. It's March. March. Oh my God, David, why are you posting so much in March? January. It's more January. Did I miss something here? It's March. Beacon? Nope. This is not. Okay, that's the first official sign. It's. I don't think it's in 2019. Or maybe. I don't know. Star Wars Ultra has gone from 3. Ooh, what? Well, I mean, the stream's 6 hours. So that kind of makes sense. Do the robo taxes when they come out and put them to work. Heck yeah, brother. Same here. Oh, okay, Marty. Twitter DM'd it to me. Okay, very good. Oh, it was the Post Malone. Okay. It was 2021. Oh, when he first bought the first. That's so cool. The first cards that I liked it too. I accidentally saved that to my collection. I don't want to save that. It won't let me go to the 5th picture. It won't let me go to the 5th picture. Oh no. Gracias. Was like, yeah, it wouldn't let you. But that's so cool. He's able to do that. I love that man. Where was I here? Okay, got some. Profit Blockchain had tweeted. So Profit Blockchain posted 8 hours ago. June 18th is almost here. Maybe that's when it comes out of beta for Fish, and he actually launches the Omi wager, the play to earn game. I said, June 18th, 618, 618, one number short of 619. Rey Mysterio NFT confirmed, but he did say it's still something. So I'm very curious of that. It's 47. He's still great. He's still out there, still getting it in, still getting it done. And I am still going. I'm crazy. I'm totally crazy. Okay, where was I here? Oof. Okay, so it looks like I'm 66% done with that super chat. Oh, I just 6 hours, 6 minutes. It was 6 seconds. We're going strong. Gotta love the grind. Yeah, I just saw your pixel pudding. I just saw your thing. Yeah, I'll keep going as long as that 99.99 super chat is up there. But I swear, as soon as that ends, if somebody goes on and if it's like another 100 up there, I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna be like, oh God, I need to go to bed. And so it's weird. I could start a stream at 11:55, p.m. and I could stream until 7 the next morning, and all the revenue that's gotten will count from the day before because I started. So this revenue goes to the day of May 6th. Oh, May 7th, my friend Brittany's birthday. She's 32. We dated when we were kids, and we were each other's like first, to get that connection. I still love her. friends, but is the I always remember her birthday. I got to give her a call. Sleep. I keep going until the drop. I have to pee. I haven't peed in 6 hours. I don't know. What? No, I mean, I'm definitely gonna sleep. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. I have to sleep. Well, I don't know if I can pee and I can eat some more cheese. I've almost finished the cheese, and I could go. Like the one thing that really limits me is my throat, is my voice. It's dying. But this isn't as bad as yesterday. I had 3 podcasts, and granted, the last podcast was 4.5 hours. But I had 3 podcasts yesterday, 2 days ago now. But the voice does get severely limited because it's my voice is so different now than it was 6 hours ago. You'd be surprised how quiet I am in real life. I don't mean like if I'm out with friends or I'm out wherever, at DesignerCon, whatever, I'll talk. But like right now, once I'm off stream, I will not make a sound until I'm on stream next. And because my voice is so shot. So it's like if you were to go to hang out with me, like, no, we don't have to talk. Like, it's gonna be it's gonna be like heavy silence because that's just what I do. Like if I'm ever in like a silent film, it's gonna be like you would probably need a candy jar full of cough drops. You're like, actually, where'd they go? I had cough drops. I don't know where they went. Honey would be good. I should just get a jar of honey. Throat's probably so red. Probably so bad. Right, looks like I'm 75% done with that stupid chat. So I'm gonna go and see what okay, what we got here. I'm gonna go to X out of that. I'm gonna go back on the Wi-Fi because that's what I do. I'm gonna go and answer some comments from the YouTube studio thing. I did before. I might not even have any since. I do not. They're all answered. I did very good. There's so many other. So we'll look at some of my analytics. In April, I was sick in early April. So if we do like around this time, like hold on, let me get out of there. No. Like I was sick a lot of the early stuff. So I just didn't get a lot of views. But the last 28 days, like from like mid-April to now, like you see now I'm getting a lot more views because I'm back at it. I'm doing a little bit better. I think in January was my biggest month for streaming. Because I had 175,000 views in January. It was nuts. February I had 99,000 views. So yeah, February was a shorter month. But I had so much less views just because I didn't work as hard as I could have. March I had 106,000. What was April? April's only 73,000. Damn. The watch time is something that I really pride myself on as well. January, 44,000 hours watched. Not too bad. February, only 22,000 hours watched. Ooh, not good at all. March was 24,000, also not too good. So April's definitely not going to be good. 15,000. Geez, I've been getting worse and worse as time's gone on. 15,000. It's literally a third of what I did in January. But May so far, 4,200 hours watched, and that is only counting up to May 5th, not today. So I definitely want to be in a really good position to do like, I don't know what I do in January. 44,000. It's a lot. 44,000 is a lot. Because again, at that time the market was pumping, my streams might have only gone for a couple hours, but I had like 200, 300 people watching. Now, 62 people watching. So it's a little different. Yeah, see you later, Casey Prawn. Thank you so much for coming. You guys are, I love you guys. You guys are great. 75% done still. So to get, I have more subscribers now, but again, a lot more people were watching January. The market was just pumping. But if I do a good, I don't know, 20-something thousand watch hours this month, I'll be pretty happy. And as things get better, hopefully they get better. In June, July, August, I think I'll get back there again at some point. We got here. Just got up in the UK. He'll be sleeping in a 4-poster bed in a mansion with silk sheets one day, bro. I don't think I'd want a mansion. One, I feel like mansions can be haunted, but a nice bed is really nice. Like, I'm gonna go sleep on my mattress, you know. The girlfriend's got a bed, and I love that thing. I love that thing so much. Every time I get into it, I go, oh, and I just smile. She always says she's going to take a video of me getting into bed because I always have this derpy smile on my face. But she never does. Yeah, it's Matt mentioned that might be too big. The only thing I'd really want, like a big yard, maybe just for the animals, so they can like run and play. That'd be good. That'd be exciting for me. This is just what I do now. For years, I used to go out and spend all my money at the bar, but since March 2021, stay home. A few other viewers put all my meager income. Yeah, this is the way, and I think, love you too, fam. Yeah, this is good because I didn't understand it at the time. Where I love to eat. I love buying food. I love eating food. And my friend James is like, why do you buy so much food? Like, it's good. Like, I'm having a great time. And he's like, yeah, but like, what do you have to show for it? I was like, what? And like, he would buy, like, he was one of those sneaker heads, buying a lot of sneakers. And he'd be like, yeah, you spend, $80 on food this week. I spent $80 on sneakers. And he's like, now I have sneakers. And I was like, I didn't even think of that. It's a good point. Is the OMI from Bitmart ready to send to my OMI wallet, layer 2 ERC20 OMI? So I actually don't know. I don't use Bitmart, but it also, for Bitmart, that if it says it's layer 2 OMI, then yes, you can go and hang on a second. I'll show you here. If it says layer 2, then you can send that to your veve web wallet thing. Yeah, you can send that to your veve web wallet because that's layer 2. If it's layer 1, you could send that to your trust wallet. But yes, if it says layer 2 ERC20 OMI, you can send that to your veve wallet where the OMI balance is down there. You can do that. Send a test first. Send like 100 OMI, 1,000 OMI, whatever, to send that, and then once it's confirmed, now it'll take like a good 5 or 10 minutes for it to get there. Trust wallets are pretty easy, but for an exchange to, and also thank you guys for 1,000 followers on there. It means a lot. But to get that from an exchange to your OMI wallet, it takes like 10 minutes. So give it a little while. Go to the bathroom, make a sandwich. Yes, you should be fine. But again, do a test first. Yourself up. Yeah, this is the thing. Like, you're not just buying something that has like a one-use case, like food or like a fancy dinner or whatever. You're buying something that you could resell. And if you're buying something now that you like looking at the artwork, it's like a tattoo. Sometimes I forget my tattoos are there, but sometimes I really like showing them off. Sometimes it makes me feel good. Like, hang on. 264. Okay, I can't. Yeah, take this off. I'm too fat for my shirt. Like I like knowing that the artwork is there for. Got Kirby fighting Yoshi and Paper Mario on top, and you got Star Fox over here. Like you got Donkey Kong throwing a Pokeball. I love that stuff. I love. Yeah, makes it feel good. So I could only imagine that people would love artwork the same way. So you're buying something that you'll be able to sell it for something, but if you're buying now, 6 months from now, you're probably gonna be able to sell it for a lot more than what you paid for it. Just seems to make sense. I didn't watch Moon Knight, but I heard there's some tie-ins there that will happen with the MCU, and they were talking about gods. I heard the last episode was really good too. Like it was really fun. But I did not watch it. No. What's up, Alan Thompson? I hope you're doing well. Yeah, this stream was not meant to go this long. I've been streaming for almost 6.5 hours. The only time I've ever done something this long was when I had what's that called? I had Andre Jick on the podcast. It was him, it was Foster Hill, it was Cavell Anderson, Mr. Pack. It was crazy. I had like 600 something people watching that. That was nuts. That was a good time. So yeah, but as soon as that last super chat finishes that thing, I will be out of here. I will be bouncing. I might eat my cheese. Maybe I'll have a little bit of cheese. Let me just go and disinfect the hands before you gotta sterilize. And I hope you recognize I'm on the front line. When my voice gets raspy, I can sing like Skillet. I can sing like what's that? Shinedown. What else is there? There's gonna be there's a Afterlife by Avenged Sevenfold. I'm trying to think of the words, and I'm thinking of Shinedown lyrics. I don't know why. Yeah. When the time, I keep thinking like they both sound the same. That is so good. You guys have no idea how good that must throat. Oh, that's soothing on the throat too. That is soothing on the throat. I'm so much to your fans. We appreciate it forever. Yeah, I mean, Ron Paul used to say, if you have the ability to help in a situation, you have the moral obligation to do so. I'm here all the time. Ask me anything. And it's, I mean, one, I get more view time I get, the more that YouTube algorithm push my stuff and help. But I think that me and Veve Magic were talking about like, oh, since when do people watch other people play video games? Well, the last 10 or so years, it's gotten really popular. It started maybe about 15 years ago and has blossomed. And some people are thinking like, oh, like especially older people like, oh, get a real job. What are you doing? Like you're talking, that's all you're doing. Well, what does Oprah do? What do Barbara Walters do? Like they talk. Stephen Colbert, Joe Rogan, you talk, and I think you don't necessarily need to be like a Mother Teresa or just do these crazy good deeds. Obviously you should start to do that anyway, but if you're entertaining people and you're giving them joy, you don't have to do these big crazy things. If you're just doing something that gives 56 people at 3:21 in the morning, that gives them joy, do it. I think you can be a positive force in the universe and not necessarily do that much. Not that I'm not doing much. I could be doing other, and I might honestly, the real one that's sacrificing is really my girlfriend. She doesn't see me nearly as often as she would like. So good. She's the one putting in the big sacrifice. I enjoy this. I'm having fun. I'm having a good time. But you know, she doesn't get to see me, and it's I owe her a lot. A lot of Chavez time is owed. Well, about 95% done with that super chat, but I am totally gonna eat the rest of this. Now, maybe I won't eat the rest of it. Maybe okay. Before I go, okay, let me. Yeah. All right, left hand, right hand, strong hand. Okay, let me go out of that veve app. Out of this, I want to go to afterlife. Afterlife. What is the name of Avenged Sevenfold? Okay, lyrics. I'm going to look up these lyrics. I don't belong here. We gotta move on, dear. Escape from this after. I can't sing it now. Finish the rest of this cheese though. Oh my god, this is so good. In the veve Magic, we were talking about a cheese plate. I don't know what it was called, but it seemed like a good idea. Do anything with cheese. This is giving me like motivation for life. Remember that episode of Kyle XY where Jesse like dies and Kyle like brings spoilers. It's been like 20 years. Like, come on, brings her back to life, and he goes like, "When I brought her back, I felt like I could do anything." That scared me. Like, what I'm eating this cheese, I feel like I can do anything. Now, it doesn't necessarily scare me. It's like that Office quote. I want people to fear how much they love me. There must have been some episodes that they just couldn't get through. It's just so funny. So awkward. The episode where he kisses Oscar is just like, that's his name, right? The brown guy. I don't know how they get through some of those scenes. I literally just ate like a block of cheese. But you know what? I am happy I did it because now I feel good. If I could only throw that out in a minute and do this. Okay. I need to do deadlifts and biceps today. I'm going to go to sleep first, so let's say tomorrow. Oh, alluvium land sale announcement. June 9th, 9 UTC. 20,000 land plots. Dr. auction on land 1 minting on immutable. Earn up to 5% of in-game revenue from the land. Partnering with Chainlink, Alchemix, Balancer, and immutable. This is cool. This is fun. What does the sub have to do before its speed day party? Planet? I get what you. Okay. That was good. That was good. Thanks, Randy. Peace out, bro. That was good. Let's see what we got here. That thing is almost gone. I will leave you with a model. All chat game. Yeah, I've been here for almost 6.5 hours. Once that super chat is gone, I'm good to go. I'm good to pee because I haven't peed in 6.5 hours. Good to floss. I'm good to brush my teeth. I'll be good to. It's gone. Everyone, you guys have been so amazing to me. I hope that me talking and me doing all this is more than enough. I hope it's enough. You guys have given me such a great experience. Really, when people ask me questions, and it's not just me I'm answering for, it's not just a thought exercise. Oh, I want to do this. I have to really think about it and give like the best response I can. And that helps me learn a lot about myself, help me learn a lot about how to ask other people questions and all that. So we help each other. So thank you all for the super chat. Everyone, please comment, like, subscribe. Comments are good for the YouTube algorithm. Everybody say, "Where's Dashy?" Oh, Dashy's back there while I'm charging this. I have to pee so fucking bad. All right, I love you guys. Goodbye. All right.